So,
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the third day of global webinar on traditional and alternative medicine. And let's start with a presentation from Professor Mohammad Bagher Razai. He's from Research Institute of Forest and Rangelands from Iran. And he's going to give a talk on expansion of herbs and their new and traditional products and remedy in the Iran. And I request Professor Razai to start his speech. Yes, Professor Razai.
thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Good day. Best of luck for all of you. Now, today I'm giving my presentation from my institute, Research Institute of Forest and Rangeland. Hi, everyone. Okay. And it is my room. At least around 30 years, I am in service of medicinal plant department. I was a chairman of that also. Enjoying very well with the plants as this international conference also. I'm appreciate and thankful to Mr. Nawaz and all colleagues. They help us to be together. So this is a very, very short presentation of, this is me. This is our library in this institute. It is botanical libraries here. I'm at work now in this institute and now also chairman of Union Medicinal Plants of Iran. We have a union and society. Union is covering whole Iran to make the politic of strategy of medicinal plant. I'm chairman of that and member of board of Iranian Medicinal Plant Society. This is our address. So we are going to find out what is the plant, what plant doing, and what is secret on that. This is the main purpose of all of us. We came together and see. See, during these days and these years, these months, by the end of 30 years, I'm still here in this place. You mean this is a cell, part of these plants. First of all, we were going and find out in the forest, rangeland, all of the plants, what they are doing, whatever we like, going to pick up it from the land or from the cultivation place. But now we, after these are years, getting experience, we find we should be here first. This is a magic of plants, medicinal plant, what it will do. So I'm calling this all is God's power. Really, nobody in the world, in this planet can say, I am full of knowledge. We must be inside of the plant and find out what is going on. So this photo are always in my all speech and conferences show the people because it's a very nice community union of the nature. In between of all of these and suitable photo, it's shown why it is suitable because all the plant is together. We people should be together. One of our speaker yesterday from America was very sad about why we are run away to not to be together. It's shown nature, we must be together if be very happy, be very nice view. That's why we can say this is a God pharmacy. Why we call the God pharmacy? As you know, Yesterday, Dr. Having and two colleagues, they are discussing about modern medicine and traditional medicine. One of the speaker was telling the modern medicine is a very good and better than, better, not more, better than the traditional. I want to tell wherever we are find out why this is a good. The plant give all the thing. If we become know what is the plant inside, secret of plant, what is the secret of plant, then we can't say modern medicine is the first, because we got all the thing through the nature. So I want give the one of the free therapy. This is a free therapy. No, you are not paying something for that. This is a smile all the time. Find a reason to smile every day. This is a fair thing, because we are these days, especially for COVID, we are very, very in a stress and pressure of the outside and the family side and everywhere and work. We have to be care of this smell all the time. I advise. So the next things, God, why God help us? Because what does help look like? We are not compulsory to go and find out ourselves what is going on in the plant, but show us the way and the pathway of use. As you know, the beginning through these are shape, the people find out what is the use of plant, but after sometimes it means 100 years, 1,000,000 years, they'll find out what is component inside and how affected what. See, here is a show at least how it is using, and here show the photo. As you know, the all botanists also, they are introducing plant through the shape first of all. Lavoisier, some Lenin, all these professor and botanists, they show the first of all the shape of that and keep the name, scientific name. And we find out now also the shape is giving the also treatment. As you know here, this is a very famous, ginger is very famous in India also, in America. This is a walnut, as you know, is a very effective thing. We in this institute, we did a lot of work, especially for this plant Matricaria camomilla, and this walnut and the ginger, not much, and also these tomatoes. So now we are going to see the shape. We call it banana is just like you have, whenever you are going, it means giving the full energy to you to find out the happiness. So this is also smile then. I remember it because it is very free. So next, what is my presentation? I'm going to give the general information about the Iran. Very little, because we have a very long history and Iranian climate zone. Why we are going to introduce the climate? Because we want to show a lot of plants we have. I am here now in upstairs of this building, and in downstairs at least 1,000 meters square. The space is our herbarium in under my room. It is covering a lot of the plants from since about 60 years before, because this building have a started from the 60 years before in this place near to Tehran. and then about the Research Institute for Forestry Management, and then about the traditional way, and then next, the last one, by the produce and remediate in it. So little information, very little information about the Iran generalities. As you know, the very ancient map of Iran, it was like this. This much color, it is near in the yellowish. There is the Persian Gulf and the Arab and the Gulf, and these are places that belong to Iran. And why I'm saying, because that time there was a Silk Road. Silk Road, we importing and exporting, importing some silk from the China or some special China, and exporting a lot of plants, because Iran was located in a very good place and have a different climate. That's why we are exporting a lot of plants. But we brought from outside, especially silk, something just like cloth or something else. So I advise the people, if they have not seen the Persepolis, they must come and see the Persepolis. It's an ancient time in Iran. It is located because they have a gate, national gate. I put this one because we are all should be together to find out a lot of things. That's why I'm showing this is a Persepolis. Everyone can go through the Google and find out how it's used and how is big story. So after that, we are going to our culture. All the thing, this culture also showing our use of plants. That's why I brought our culture. And why it is culture? Because in last time conference, I have shown Nowruz time. Nowruz is our new year. We have told you that from beginning, the king of Cyrus was tell us what we have to grow. Now we have some festival we call Yalda. Yalda is all fruit and vegetable which is available in summer, and they brought winter and autumn and using in that night, because it is the biggest night in the world, especially in Iran. So now I am going to introduce one of the best philosopher in Iran, Avicenna. Everyone knows. I advise the people to go and find this tomb. Tomb is in Hamadan. He's a very biggest and famous man and giving lot of traditional uses of medicinal plants. And then now I am going to introduce our climate, because it is our map. It is showing here, and a lot of different situation. And then this is the first of all, you will see in the central of Iran. I have already said this is a Caspian Sea. You will see the both side. We have a very good climate from here and there, but in this place, desert time of the plants like this. You will see the map in middle of the center of the Iran. You will see this type of the climate. It means, I think all of you who are present in this presentation and listening me, you at least have such a climate in their country. You will see also this place, like this place in the center of Iran. And then we are going to site of the Caspian Sea, north of Iran. See the north of Iran, all is very greenish. And the Caspian Sea there, you will see here is all the forest type of the Caspian. It is there, north of Iran. So you will see light of this and a lot of the plants there. You can find out, and see the different type of the forest. See, this is a Caspian Sea also, but then we are going to Zagros. Zagros time in the east-west Iran. See, from this green zone, you will see wherever you want, all the plants species is there. You can find out and collecting. See the situation of there. This is a very nice situation. You will see these are special type of the plants in this biggest forest you will find. We call balut. Balut is I forget the name, scientific name. So now we are going to show the Khalij Omani. Khalij Omani is in this place, quite different weather you will find here, and you will see the what is going on in our planet, our map of Iran. And now you will see the again different zoom. See all this. This is a Gulf of Oman forest area. Forest area, see the different species is there. Especially Hara. Hara, you know the Hara is a very famous plant in there. You will see that it is in Khalij Omani. It is covered about 2.58 million hectare of this species is there. So our botanists, they search about the flora of Iran. You will see the flora of Iran, approximately 8,000 to 10,000 species is available. And after that, they collected 2,500 species as a traditional medicine herbal using in Iran. So this is our institute, which I'm sitting there now in Research Institute for Sweden. This is office of our place. And then you will find the botanical garden of Iran is here. It means we collect all plants from outside and save it here. It is as the strategy of all botanic garden. So these special things in our part of garden is a experimental garden of medicinal plants. It is at least around 20 acres, and all species is there. Wherever we want to doing some research, we go there and collect it, and after identifying, suppose these are the plants very famous in Iran. I'm showing you as a medicinal and aromatic plants. You will see these are very economical type of the plants. Everyone can use just for growing, cultivating, and just for marketing, exporting, importing, a lot of things. These are all available in Iran. As I explained here in our part of the botanical garden, at least 20-acre place, lot of plants is there. You will see all these plants around up to now 700 species of the aromatic plant. We collected. What we do, we first of all identify all components of the plants which is collected from the forest or rangeland. What we do, first of all, collecting and identifying each part of this component and find out which is usable for our factory or for exporting, or for suppose for using in a medicinal type of things, or cosmetic, or food. We introduce the plant. It is very successful for these components of it. This is our aim to do. So now I'm going to introduce this. This is a very famous plant in Iran. Everyone going to visit this place, 2-3 places. We have this type of the plants, as you know, is a very nice, and only at least 15 to up to 20 days in our state you will find it, these plants. So now I am going to introduce a few plants which we using as a mixed vegetable. I think so. Nowhere you will find like this. Wherever you have some food, taking the food in your lunch or dinner time, in your basket, you will find this vegetable in Iran. It is mix of 7 type of the vegetable, all aromatic and medicinal plant. Why we select this one? Because it is very match and suitable for these foods wherever you are using. This is a garlic, this is some short thing we kept it for winter, and I'm discussing about this type of the mixed vegetable. What is the mixed vegetable here? Vegetable, it is mentioned here. All our basket is available all the time vegetable, because it is very useful instead of taking the rice and only meat or chicken or fish. It means these are dissolving and helping our stomach. So this type of the herb, it is inside of the mix. See at least 4, 8, 11 vegetable at the time it is available in our basket. So why we are using this? Because it is making ourselves very happy. We have to remember vegetable. All Indian, I have been there sometimes, but it is very, very famous thing, and how they are preparing and how they are using. Especially they are not frying much and using the carrot type of vegetable. So the first of all, why we are using, because the nutrition contribution of vegetable is a very, very important for us. We have to remember this thing. That's why we are using the vegetable. The second thing, fiber is a very, very important nowadays, especially whenever we have a stomach problem or something, this fiber is available there, because I am going to introduce 11 type of the vegetable at the time what you feel very good, and you are going to take that. And the things, I think these days in this conference, we discussed a lot about that, the vitamin. Vitamin is a very famous in vegetable, all vegetable, which I'm telling you, they are available in this type of the vitamin. So the important vitamin E and A is very good, and B vitamin you will find here, as you know, this is broccoli, and everywhere available. We used to take this also in our places. Vitamin C is the main thing nowadays, especially in COVID time. Everyone tell us to take the vitamin C. Asking some in our presentation, I don't know what was the name. I asked you to use all vitamin instead of vitamin C. He said this, we have to take the plenty of vitamin C nowadays. So the vegetable classification, you will see here, as I'm explaining, especially this photo, as you know, the root, tuber, leaf, fruit, bulb, stem, flower, seeds. See the different thing. At once you will able to use. You will not find in all the food in your basket or basket. So it is very important to use this one. So first of all, it is very famous for us using, as I have shown you in that picture also, it is root grow deep into the soil. So soil is giving lot of vitamin and mineral to these plants, and we are going and taking very easily and using. Especially, you know, the red color is a very full antioxidant for us, and giving the things inside of the these plants, as you know, it's a different variety. You will find it is very good, very special thing for a human. So while you see the next one, is the, as you know, the onion and garlic they have. This is a special. You will find in this also. The stem you will find it in this celery, and also this stuff also here you will see it is a very famous in time of the taking food. Introducing to take at least twice a week or once a week celery. It's very tasty and giving the good smell. So leafy, you will see the leafy vegetable and seed. So now I'm introducing the next spring onion. I am not knowing whether you also know it about this. This is also very special onion. We use this thing also, as you know, it is antiviral, antioxidant, healthy heart, great for eye. See, these are all 10 special things showing on this only vegetable is available. And you will find the saturated fat 0. Everyone will no problem of the saturating the fat. And as you know, see that all vitamin which I am saying, it is available in this the species of mixed vegetable which we are using. It means very good. So this is a lonesome sativa. It's also using the seeds, and as I said, is a special for union and something. See the paper they are using and extracting and find out a lot of analysis. It is shown here. One boot of this is having a lot of components. You know, our colleague has done it and find out through the GCMS this much the good mineral, organic and inorganic components. So Osinum, Bacillium, you know, see here is a one another is exactly vegetable which used in this mix, and see the essential oil on this. We have at least 3 students. They have done extract the essential oil, find out what is this for relaxation. It is having very good aroma, and I don't know whether you have used it or not, but it is having a very good aroma, and for relaxing is the best vegetable. Wherever you are going to take up, meat or something like that, because it is little harmful for body. Because we must take sometimes vegetable. It is showing it is the best for people to take the basil. So these are the components, especially linalool is a very famous in some also other vegetable, and you will find here also. So now going to next plants. Next plant is a menta. Menta, as you know here, so many quality of menta is available. As you know, we have also in this garden all species of menta, Longifolia, Equitica, Spicata, and Arvensis. See, these are all we have collected and brought to this institute and cultivating and find out what is different between the senses of this all. Different between the native place and wherever we are going to cultivating. We find out the different between the component and introduce to people to how using this. This is the menta piperita. You will find it here. It is in our places, and see the component also is available. You can find and selecting, because we are going to genotype, find the best genotype to increase the essences, especially menthol, if it is using lot in drug, especially and cosmetic. So the see the uses of the one menthol, supposing the species of Perita, you will find a lot of the uses, and then why we are going to say these are different uses, because you can take all the part of the plants in the time and find out the which component grow from beginning going to start grow the plants, and by the end find out how many component is circulate in these plants. If you take the flower, you will find other things, stem, root, and leaf. All these are different components. So as you know, they're now very cold drink given nowadays in summertime is very special. Lemon and water, just all is giving the very relaxing thing to people, because if you are getting headache, it is very useful for stomach and something else. Saturja montana, you know this Saturja, we have a lot of species in Iran. What we did, we have brought all to this institute and find out the difference between the components of the Saturja. As you know, the Saturja is having very good and excellent essences, because one of that is a Saturja bacterica. Bacteria is one place of Iran. See, these are species, I think so. Most of this is available in Iran, but as you know, this is a very special thing for antioxidants, because it's having the growing very nicely, very easily. Some species, we can't say all, but it is very economical type of thing to grow for exporting these plants. This is another species of the Saturja. You will see we have done, if I hope in the next presentation, if getting time, I must follow only Saturja and say about this, how many plants is, how many species we have, and what is different between components. See, these are also a special paper where they have done about the chemical composition of the essential oil, because it's a very famous for people to use this essence. So another type of vegetable I have introduced, it is a Lepidium sativa. It is also very interesting, because it's just like the sour vegetable, and it's very tasty, but it is not aromatic. It is just like the medicinal plants. As you know, see, non-essential amino acid is a very full of the amino acid you will find here, and it is very good to use it daily in your food. So another is, this is also, this is seeds. Seeds see their component. These are all very useful for us. That's why I'm saying it is as a medicinal. So if we want to introduce all these plants, should be started from one of these and some species of this only. We discussed only about this. And what I've shown the onion, it is another type of the onion. It is a special, it is used again with our vegetable, mixed vegetable in our food time. See, these are our component. It is a very important thing for us, fat and sugar sometimes. And very important thing with vitamin. Vitamin is all in these vegetables available, but we must take not fry one because we spoil it the vegetable when we are going to take the fry one. So this is a special vegetable I have shown here. It's going to be over. So why the important point? These are the important points. We have to follow it. All the time we say wherever we are saying this extract is good, this vegetable is, everyone is going to take plenty of bulk of this to eat and say why it is not affecting. We have to follow these are type of thing, especially used in this dosage is very, very important. A species is very important. I have shown different menta is there. Saturja is there, and some onion is there, but the people should know what type and what species they must go and take it. This is a very important for us. So two important vegetable, I must advise you people to use it. It is available in a rangeland or somewhere in the springtime. Everywhere is available. This is one of that. I think so. Everyone knows and see it is a very special type of the vegetable. In the spring, you can use it. I advise everyone. These are some Melissa officinalis. Just you put it one stem of this in some sandy loam. After the months, you will get it the lantia of the plants. Very famous thing, very tasty, aromatic type. This is a medicinal type. I advise the people, it is very free in front of all of the people in the outside there, especially in winter. So I'm introducing some our Iranian Matria medica of the plants which use, as I said, one special plants using in the grip water, that is a menta species, different species. What we have to use for the child or the people for stomach is use essential type extract or water extraction from the menta and make it the grip. So as I explained, all the plants is not very useful. If you take it, the dosage of that, it means you will follow it, the rule of that. So I explained, I'm in Iranian Medicinal Plant Society and Union Medicinal Plant Society. I'll be in your service and be together. I advise the people in the beginning, I told you, I'm ready to be together. That's why we will get the winner. I appreciate again Dr. Nawaz and all colleagues listening my presentation. It is very tough to make it short, my presentation, and speak only because last time a speech was only about the Rosa Damascena. I wanted to speak, I hope, inshallah, the next time about the pomegranate in Iran and some other places. This is a very important vegetable which we are using daily. That's why I wanted to say we have done a lot of research here and everyone can use it. Best of luck for all of you, and I will be happy to answer anybody question. And I will with you all by end of the conference. I hope best and good life during finishing this COVID. Thank you, Mr. Nawaz. I'm in your service.
Thank you, Professor Rozai. That was really excellent, excellent speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I try to do and introduce a lot of the traditional they use in Iran. That's why the people follow it, because the nowadays special all they are in home and they must know a different type of the food vegetable. They make them very relaxed. These are things very good for health and wealth.
And we are open to questions now. If you have any questions for Professor Rozai, please ask.
I think enough. I have given enough information, and
Yes, yes.
I will be you people all by end of this. But wherever there any question, I will be in your service.
Sure. Thank you.
I will show 1 minute. I don't know why I tried to do something best. I don't know. I was able or no. It was good.
Awesome, awesome presentation.
Yes, autumn presentation.
Fantastic.
I think next time a spring presentation, I'll take you in the garden. I'll speak there.
That's a good idea in the garden.
Change the mind, change the things. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes. Okay. Moving on, our next speaker is Dr. Rakhima from Setnamed, Kazakhstan, and she will be giving a presentation on about the presence of two pandemics at present. And I request Dr. Rakhima to start her presentation now.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome.
So, dear colleagues, want to speak about the presence of pandemics at present. We are all currently witnessing the COVID-19 pandemic on the planet. From Russian medical news, on February 15, 2021, it became known that reinfection with coronavirus is possible and no antibodies help. Despite the fact that COVID-19 is an acute infection, its symptoms do not stop, but on the contrary, change from month to month, replacing each other for 6 months or more. What is the reason? Why, with such an acute infection, there is an endless subsequential change in the symptoms of the disease for more than 6 months? According to experts, this feature of the cause of COVID-19 is associated with the characteristics of the disease itself and its causative agent, the COVID-19 virus. Perhaps, but why is the disease then considered an acute infection? Hard facts point to another pandemic on the planet, that is the human demodicosis. Human demodicosis is caused by Demodex mite, which has been found in the skin of all people since 1841. Since none of the researchers managed to cleanse the skin of people from this mite, the Demodex mite was classified as a saprophyte of the human skin. However, for animals, this mite is clearly considered a pathogen. Researchers find the Demodexis in almost 100% of people of any race, any age, and any country. In my research, demodicosis was detected in 96% of the studies. Moreover, for the first time in the skin of patients with diseases such as eczema, neurodermatitis, lichen rosacea, acne, atheroma, chalazion, dermatitis, colonies of Demodex were found in 100%. This fact testifies to the absolute pathogenicity of this mite for humans. Human demodicosis is a primary chronic associative infection. In medicine, it is not diagnosed in its entirety. Therefore, demodicosis continues to progress. That is why allergy, which is the earliest clinical mask of demodicosis, cannot be controlled. Morbidity is increasing. The cause of known diseases becomes more complicated. New diseases with allergic genesis appear, and mortality from allergies and anaphylaxis is increasing. The world's leading allergists are unanimous in recognizing the infectious nature of the spread of allergies among people. The growth in the incidence of allergies exponentially made World Health Organization called the 21st century the century of allergy. To better understand the topic of the interaction of two infections, you should know a little more information about demodicosis and demodexis. Demodexis, like any other biological creatures, grow, reproduce, and naturally die. All these processes take place on their permanent residence, that is, in the body of a person affected by demodexis. A certain part of the components of the bodies of dead mites, their secretion and other derivatives of the focus of the localization of the mite are absorbed into the blood of the host. Antibodies are formed on them in the host's body because the components of any mite are alien, that is, they are allergenic to the human body. As the density of the damage to the body by mites increases, the number of absorbed allergens also increases. All this causes an increase in the sensitization of an organism affected by mites, since there are many people affected by demodexis at the present time. Demodicosis in people is in a state of neglect. Therefore, there is an increase in anaphylaxis, an aggravation on the cause of allergies, and the appearance of new diseases, immunoallergic genesis. In fact, an unrecognized infection, that is demodicosis, was elevated to the rank of an incurable allergy. And imagine lying on such infection on a coronavirus infection. In order to understand the features of the mutual influence of COVID-19 and demodicosis infections, let's talk in more detail about the causative agents of these diseases. The Demodex mite has a body length of 0.3 to 0.4 millimeters and a width of 0.03 millimeter. However, this body size of demodexis are gigantic compared to any virus. Therefore, viruses swallowed by demodexis or viruses that have fallen on the surface of the mite's body can freely migrate with it to the most distant parts of the body affected by demodicosis. The fact is that over 180 years of coexistence with humans, demodexis have learned to penetrate into the most distant parts of the human body. And imagine that this living pathogen, demodex, freely plowing the body of the person affected by it continues to live its own life in the person. It feeds on the components of the host's body, multiples, spreads, fulfills its physiological functions, dies naturally. Add to the above the features of each human organism and his habits. Each of them leaves an imprint on the further stay of the community of microorganisms in its body. That is why the same disease, in this case demodicosis, and its manifestations, including allergies, clinically manifests itself in different ways in different people, including members of the same family. That is why the spectrum of diseases shown on slide number 3 is so diverse, with which patients came to me and who were helped by antidemodicosis treatment. Are you hearing me, colleagues? Yes? No?
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
Thanks. On the surface and inside their bodies, the demodexes can freely transfer any virus to different parts of the organism affected by them. Therefore, at coronavirus, the demodexes are clearly involved in the spread of the virus throughout the patient's body. This is why the symptoms of COVID-19, both those who have had it long after they are discharged from the hospital. Moreover, some symptoms replace others, indicating a consistent defeat of various organs and systems of the patient's body. Так, а где моя демонстрация экрана? You will say that the virus is gradually eliminated from the body, right? But the virus is excreted without a mite envelope, and the virus in the mite's body only after leaving the mite's body begins to be excreted from the patient's body, but at the same time gives rise to new symptoms of COVID-19. Thus, demodicosis unambiguously lengthens and makes the clinic COVID-19 heavier. In turn, in a sick COVID-19 organism, the demodexes are activated and cause baldness, acne, any other rash, allergies, etc. Today, during the coronavirus pandemic, the demodicosis pandemic ensures a faster spread of the COVID-19 virus in the patient's body. And against the background of intoxication and decrease in immunity from coronavirus, the demodexes are activated. The demodexes inhibit the glands of the skin and mucous membranes, which communicate with the external environment. But at present, mites have adapted to dwelling in the internal organs and tissues of people affected by them, causing allergy of internal organs, which are already often observed in the practice of an allergist. Have any of you heard about internal allergists? More detailed information about the demodex and demodicosis is presented on my websites, publications, and posts in social networks. Dear colleagues, 100% defeat of people by demodexes testifies to their 100% defeat by demodicosis. The young body and the peculiarities of the anatomical structure of the skin of children under 6 years of age makes it possible to more quickly cleanse it from demodexes. Among those who will get rid from allergies were 30% of children under 14 years old. Reviews from parents of children recovered from atopic dermatitis and food allergies are shown on slides 4 and 5. On slide 5, you see a photo of Alina Kuklina from Kazan. Throughout her life, her 3-year-old daughter suffered from atopic dermatitis. Improvements were rare and short-lived. In February 2019, Alina began to rehabilitate daughter from allergy according to my method. And a month later, she noticed that she had stopped running to the pharmacy, and she saving in her family budget amounted to 20,000 rubles for the first month. An excellent improvement in the girl's condition came after 4 months of recovery, which was also noticed by the local pediatrician. Mom learned to manage allergies so that by the end of 6 months of recovery, the girl's condition was excellent. The mother of another girl, 3.5 years old girl with food allergies from Babruisk, Anna, did not notice any improvement in her daughter's condition throughout the child's life. The recovery from allergies carried out by the girl under my leadership and the radical fight against household dust mites carried out by the girl's parents on my recommendation gave amazing results and caused surprise among the child's parents. The medicosis, which now spread it pandemically in people in a very advanced state, just look at the list of not fully listed clinical masks of the medicosis. On slide number 3, to completely save sick people from the modern diseases listed on the slide, actual clinical masks of human demodicosis, you need not only the parents' desire, but also a lot of time, funds, patience. At the same time, both doctors and patients are now convinced that allergies cannot be cured because this is the setting in medicine. And to be convinced of the opposite, both attending physicians and parents of children with allergies should see that the proposed by me recommendations help significantly. A noticeable improvement can be observed during the recovery of babies, especially if their allergic process is localized only of the skin and visible mucous membranes. That is, it is much easier to help babies with various manifestations of allergies from the skin and visible mucous membranes. That is, with diagnosis of food allergy or atopic dermatitis. Features of the anatomical structure of the skin of babies under 6 years old allow to quick cleanse their skin from allergens. It is much more difficult to improve the health of children over 6 years old, as well as with diagnosis bronchial asthma and chronic recurrence urticaria. Therefore, I plan to conduct a free online health improvement for children under 5 years of age from food allergies and atopic dermatitis. Like anyone in the 21st century, you and your loved ones are not without allergy problems. Therefore, I would like to offer my free help in recovery from allergies and skin problems to you. If you wish, you can submit a list of children with allergies, your relatives, friends under 5 years of age, and their parents with the return address to my email marked with word recovery. In medicine, demodicosis as a holistic as a holistic disease of the whole human body is not diagnosed. I have been studying human demodicosis since 1973. According to my independent observations, demodicosis among the people progressed and continues to progress every year. If at the end of the 1981, almost all examined people had symptoms of the initial stage of demodicosis, nowadays, people with the initial stage of demodectic achariasis are extremely rare. Anti-mine treatment provided 92% of the 43,198 observed patients with a complete recovery, which made it to think about the micromine etiology of the disease in them and consider the diagnosis and variants of clinical masks of demodicosis. Surely each of you wants to know if himself has demodicosis. For laboratory confirmation, prepare for the study as follows. Therefore, if you wish to examine for demodicosis, then for the correct sampling of material for the presence of demodexis, you do not need to wash for 2 days. And on the third day, pass to scraping from the skin, of course by specialist who has extensive experience in taking material from the skin with demodicosis. With the described situation in the world, a negative result does not mean anything. It should be remembered that demodicosis is clearly visible even on the skin of exposed parts of the body. Tentatively, the presence of demodicosis may be indicated by the presence of uncleanness of the skin, a different nature of the rash, dryness of greasiness, discoloration of the skin, and many more different manifestations. The most irrefutable is the normalization of the skin condition as a result of anti-demodectic treatment. Due to demodicosis and achariasis caused by dust mites, doctors have already forgotten how healthy skin actually looks. Normal healthy human skin is clean, smooth, tender, without any rashes, with normal greasiness. Researchers from almost all countries during the 20th century informed about the constant growth in species and quantity of mice in the dust of places where people stay, which are directly related not only to the development of asthma and other allergies, but also to the occurrence of human skin pathology. Thus, like Demodex, the demodicosis caused by its pandemic. Demodicosis is a primary chronic immune-associated infection disease, the manifestations and complications of which, due to the lack of proper control, progress every year and cannot but affect the course of other infections like COVID-19. Knowledge of the clinic of the human demodicosis allows me to assert: 1. The symbiosis of mites with viruses cannot but affect of the scale and course of the next wave of the COVID-19 epidemic. 2. Against the background of a pandemic of unrecognized human demodicosis, the cause of any acute infection will have a protracted and complicated course, which is what happens in the case of combination of demodicosis with COVID-19. To register your baby for recovery from allergy, you can write to the email address on this slide with marked recovery. For recovering from allergy and demodicosis, all the children and adults, you can send information to the same email address later. The information about presence of the demodicosis pandemic is not new. I only confirm the fact established by archaeologists of the total defeat of the world's population by demodexis. According to the skin condition of exposed parts of the body, even a world-class leaderships have a blooming demodicosis. I am sure you will all be very surprised when you find out how simple the method of reading kids from allergists is. At the same time, you will learn how difficult it is to complete all the wellness activities. I hope that we will meet with you more than once in the future. You can get information about the time and conditions of preparation for recovery at the return address indicated by you or from Mr. Navas Sheikh, whom I will definitely inform about the online wellness course. Thank all of you for attention.
Thank you, Dr. Rakima, for your excellent presentation.
Have you any questions?
Yes. We are open to questions now. If anybody has questions, please go ahead and ask.
Different types of allergy because of jewelry, medicine, insect bites, sunshine, cold. Madam, on one hand, sunshine is said to be very useful. Sunshine is essential for formation of vitamin D. And on the other hand, it causes allergy. How it so? Is my voice reaching?
Demodicosis is, thank you for your question. I understand your question part little. And I want to say that demodicosis is not a new infection. It is presence at the people during 180 years. But it is a primary chronic infection that it is not diagnosed, but give many complications. That complications have you and other people, but medicine is not know that these diseases relatives with demodicosis.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rakima.
Thank you.
Yes.
You have covered a very wide range of allergies. Samir, you have used barley also. Barley is also cause of allergy. Barley. Perhaps fourth point of your first slide.
Excuse me, dear colleague. My English is very poor. If you write your question in chat, I will be very glad to you.
Anyway, it was a very range of allergies, which are so common. Some of them are common, but some of them are very rare. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you. Okay, and moving on, our next speaker is Professor Hege Gabriela from University of Pécs, Hungary. And Professor Gabriela is also the chairperson of this conference, and she will be giving a talk on what we know about soft laser therapy now. And I request Professor Gabriela to start her presentation now.
Thank you very much. Welcome everyone for my lecture. It is very nice to meet you again. And unfortunately, yesterday I was missing because for the official duty of mine. And now everybody knows me. I wouldn't like to talk about me because several times I have participated on this excellent event organized by Nawaz Sheikh and the global scientific guild. Today my topic is the low-level laser therapy. I am speaking on the name of University of Pécs and the TCM Confucius Institute, which is one in Europe. The light therapy is everyone well known because the light therapy or the phototherapy could be the polychromatic polarized light, lasers, light emitting diodes, fluorescence lamps, dichroid lamps, or a very bright full spectrum. About the light therapy, which we can use for several decades, especially for the psoriasis or sleep disorders and for some psychiatric disorders as well. We use it for the treating of acne vulgaris, eczema, and neonatal jaundice. Maybe in your country, this is introduced therapeutic form. Now I would like to speak about low-level laser therapy, but before that, I would like to highlight the electromagnetic spectrum. And the electromagnetic spectrum is well known, and there is the red and orange and yellow, green and blue electromagnetic beams. They are visible. The laser is a mosaic word. It means that light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. This stands for the laser. I would like to let you know about the Mester Endre professor, who is the father of the laser. He was a surgeon at the Semmelweis University in Hungary, and he started his laser research in 1965. And after that, he founded the Laser Research Center at the Semmelweis University, and he made several publications on the biostimulatory effect of the low intensity laser, started 1977. And now he is died, already missing, passed away, but his two sons, Adam Mester, who is a radiologist, and Andrew Mester, who is living in USA, and he was my classmate. He is an otolaryngologist, later assisted him in his work. It means that he was starting first of time all over the world to use the laser biostimulation for wound healing. What are the properties of the laser beam physically? They are the most following: monochromatic, coherent. The emitted light waves are in the same phase everywhere. Parallel, it means that the laser beam spacing is extremely small, and they have high power density to energy of the laser condenses on a relatively small surface. What is the stimulating effect of laser? The laser stimulation of the microcirculation and the cellular metabolism as follows. They have analgesic effect, normalizes the circulation, thus has an anti-inflammatory and the anti-edematosis effect, improves the tissue metabolism. It means that in the surrounding area, the pain syndrome, they are more endorphin, dynorphin, enkephalin, and so on, the neurological substances. The nomenclature is very interesting because the low-level laser therapy, photobiostimulation, cold laser therapy, laser biostimulation, and the left column you can read how many addresses, how many names are addressed for the laser therapy. Everything means the same one.
Okay, the cold laser or soft laser therapy is a colloquial term for photobiostimulation or low level therapy. Has been used for many years on sport injuries, arthritic joints in the rheumatological disease, neuropathic pain syndromes, back and neck pain. And over 200 randomized clinical trials have been published on cold laser, and half of which are on pain. This is the reason we are using, and we frequently are using the laser therapy in our clinic here. How does it work? The work is the photochemical and photomechanical and not thermal, at least not a macro scale. It means that the photoabsorption effect occurs when photons enter the tissue, and they are absorbed by the photoreceptive molecules called chromophores in the mitochondria and the cell membrane. The photonic energy is then converted to the chemical energy with the cell, and it is utilized in the form of adenosine triphosphate. This is the cell wall, and this is the dipole, and there is the outside of the cell, inside of the cell. This is the water-like layer, and this is the disk-like layer, and they are the small channels. They could be the interesting energy in the cell. Just a minute, I would like to follow it. Just I will forward the other line. Okay. Internet connection is not stable. Why? Gyerekek, más is használja az internetet most? Merem remélni, mert instabil az internet. Okay. Are you here? Are you here? Are you here?
Yes, I was mute previously.
Hello, Professor Gabriel, please unmute yourself. Hello, unmute yourself.
Could you listen to me? Okay.
Yes. No.
Okay,
Yes.
shortly. What are the clinical uses of low-level laser therapy? There are a number of potential clinical uses as a medical field, dental field, acupuncture field. The laser acupuncture is well known in Western countries. The pediatric fields, chiropractic and osteopathic field, and cosmetic veterinary application. I would like to show you some pictures later. What are the treatable conditions with the laser therapy? They are the follows: the wound and abrasion, hematomas, ligaments, tendon injuries, both tendon, inflammations, joint injuries. Myofascial trigger points can be used by the laser therapy, pain points, and the deep tissue acupuncture points as well, chronic and acute pain, and non-human small bone fractures, because for the better healing of the fractures as well, and the traction as well. Which kind of treatment, which kind of lasers can be used? The 630 till 1,800 milliwatt laser, visible red wavelengths, and the shallow tissue penetration circa 5 centimeter for the 500 milliwatt lasers. And the deeper penetration we can achieve with the 1,800 milliwatt lasers. Okay. And athletic, yes. And that is the absorption spectrum of the biological tissue. And you can see immediately that the epidermis, there is relatively low one. The vertical axis, the absorption, and the horizontal axis is the wavelength. And it means that the helium neon laser and the diodes laser, they are working in this spectrum as well, the 600 milliwatt and 1000 nanometer spectrum as well. They can be a relative good absorbent for the tissues. Which kind of laser needle we use it for the usage? You can see the penetration of the laser. This is the infrared laser. This is the red laser, the yellow laser, the green laser, the blue laser. They are different type of laser, and we can use and we can choose the best treatment forms for our patients, what we can achieve, which kind of tissue, which kind of patients can be treated. You can see this is the red laser for maybe the painful tennis elbow or painful overarm. This is for the hip joint lasers. And they are the laser showers. It means that in the center of the laser showers, we use the infrared laser and surrounding area, the red laser. It means that the applicable region is much better and bigger one. This is the tennis elbow, and the shoulder, neck, arm syndrome. And this is the fascial lata tendinitis and so on. This is the laser shower as well. This is the tendovaginitis cases without any needle. There is no laser acupuncture. This is the soft laser shower application. And this is in the dental otorhinolaryngal application for the patients. For example, the temporomandibular joint and the fascial pain forms and the tooth problems, for example, the epulis and gingivitis, and the better absorption for any cosmetic effect in the cavum oral cavity. There are in the animal application. For the animal, it is very unusual, the acupuncture treatment, but some colleagues, they are working in the veterinary field, they are doing that. But for the doggies and for cats, we can make for the joint inflammation for other reasons as well. Even the wild animals as well. This is the wild animals. This is the tiger. There are some instruments with laser instrument. They are able to look after the point, and the most painful point, the trigger points. 2 days ago, I was speaking about the trigger points and intramuscular deep biostimulation. Now we are looking for the point, and after that we can apply the laser stimulation for the trigger point in the patients. This is a very special laser needles application for the patients after stroke. After stroke, if we apply the laser without the needles, there is not a needles insertion, we can put for the special points of the neck, and for the better marker circulation in the head, in the brain, we can achieve it. The mechanism of the work of lasers, there is it could be reduce the pain, reduce the inflammation, and this is the dose dependent, of course, but the levels of prostaglandin E2 and prostaglandin endoperoxidase, synthesized interleukin and beta and tumor necrosis factor could be elevated, and the neutrophil leukocytes and the oxidative stress, edema, and bleeding could be better. Okay, and the mode of the action, there is converted into thermal energy, biochemical and bioelectric energy, and the laser intensity decreases through tissue absorption according to the previous slides, depending on the thickness of tissue and original intensity of the lasers as well. It means that previously we were using only 5 milliwatt laser, after that 15 milliwatt and 100 milliwatt. Now we are using 500 milliwatt laser and 1,800 milliwatt lasers for the better achieving. The local anesthesia, due to its anti-inflammatory effect, it is well known, and activates the broad alpha myelin pathways. They are narrow. It results in blockage of A delta shape pain pathways, stimulates the production of beta endorphin. It is suitable for the Watson-Crick control couple gate theory as well. They were nominated for the Nobel Prize many years ago, maybe 60 years ago. And the anti-inflammatory and anti-ödematosis effect has a beneficial effect on the natural defense mechanism by stimulating phagocytosis. The biostimulating effects is the stimulation of tissue metabolism and the protein reduction in the ribosomes, thus increasing the therapeutic effect. It means that the laser therapy is very excellent for the musculoskeletal disorders like rheumatology, dermatology, and numerous other diseases like fascial pain, prostatitis, hemorrhoids, dental and oral complaints, as well as we have shown it. Okay, and from the visible to the invisible beam, there is a very, very improving treatment form. What are the indications? The indications are the follows: the skin complaints, the scars, including the surgery, post-transplant scars, sutures, acne, lying down leg ulceration, shingles, cold sores, burns, inflammation, and irritation. The other complaints, the mucositis, tendonitis, myositis, frozen shoulder, tennis elbow, treatment of sore parts of the body, partial cracks. The third one is the bone and joint complaints. It means that the rheumatic and joint disease, for example, rheumatic arthritis, for rapid bone regeneration after the fracture as well. Treatment of Osgood-Schletter syndrome. And the general complaints to the treat pain, we can use for inflammation, edema, and many other complaints as laser acupuncture as well. There is a result of a big acupuncture study was performed in Germany with laser needles, without, not pricking needles, with laser needles only. And it was performed in the orthopedic patients receiving laser acupuncture in the knee and the lower back pain and the shoulder pain and the headache migraine patients as well. And the significant difference were found between baseline in 3-6 months after the treatment, but not between the 3rd and 6th months. It means that the laser was able to alleviate the pain in all groups as well, but after that, it was not a significant treatment between them. I would like to show you some pictures. This is the herpes zoster before and after the treatment. The herpes zoster is very, very painful condition of the patients, and don't mention to look after a very serious, for example, carcinoma or neoplasma disease in the late stage, in the later, because all the patients who is suffering from herpes zoster later could be suspected to receive some carcinoma. In our practice, there is a Skarsky treatment after the accident in a young man. It is very visible, the difference between the two patients. This is the ulceration of the leg. The ulceration of the leg, mostly not arterial, but the venous, in the venous. And this is the 2017 in July. And after that, we can see in the November, the same patients. It means that only with laser therapy and of course, to treat the diabetes mellitus and to keep in the normal distance of the level of the glucose, we can achieve these results as well. This is a ulceration, a very heavy ulceration, and we can see after 5 weeks it is much better. Post-thrombotic syndrome, the patient is suffering with the stasis edema and stasis eczema as well. And after that, after the treatment, 2 months. There is a very heavy ulceration in the leg, in the diabetic patients as well. And after the treatment, you can see the difference. The quality of life could be elevated, that could be very, very improved in the patients as well. This is the decubitus, and the decubitus for the long-term lying patients could be occurred very several times, and you can see there is here totally. What about in the rheumatic patients? The frozen shoulder before and after the treatment as well. You can see the elevate the hands is much better after a few sessions of the laser therapy. Bursitis subacromialis. This bursitis subacromialis is a very painful condition as well. And after a few courses, the patient has a better situation. Peripheric facial paresis. This is the Bell paresis. It means that it was not an operation for the tumor or something. This patient has received not only laser beam, but she received acupuncture as well. The allergy. The allergy is very interesting disease because the nose is stopped and it is very unpleasant condition of the patients. And this patient has received a permanent acupuncture in the large intestine 20 and the yin tampon. But additionally, we applied the allergy, the soft laser. And after that, immediately, the noise was open, and it was a nice condition as well. There is the patients. It means that I have made this treatment myself. The discus hernia treatment with laser therapy. This is 500 milliwatt laser, and neural therapy as well. Last time I was spoken about neural therapy. This is the local anesthetic with the injection and to the paravertebral ganglia. Do you remember maybe? Altogether, we can avoid the operation of the patient. This is a very old patient, and he wouldn't like to be operated. And this is the reason we were working with these patients as well. And he was able to escape from the operation. Laser acupuncture for children, for child. This is a cephalalgia children, and the cephalalgia needs a substance and pharmacological treatment as well, and maybe can cause addiction for the pharmacological substance as well. And this is the reason we have chosen not acupuncture, but laser therapy. And after a few sessions, the children were symptom-free. I'll show you the new research of the laser. There is the previous laser improvement was the blood treatment. It means that it was a granule inserted to the vein, and we applied the laser instrument there. And according to the latest development, we can achieve the same effect of the laser therapy without blood treatment with the plexus Auerbach treatment. It means that we put to the plexus Auerbach the laser beam, and you can see you can see immediately, just a minute. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, yeah. Okay. You can see the blood cells. There is this is the red cells before the laser, during the laser, and after the laser. They are moving very free. It means that the circulation in the brain is very effective. And the laser can bound to the hemoglobin, to the hem. It means that the oxidative can be protected the patients against the oxidative stress. There are some new application for the lasers in intra-articular mode. And there is the intra-articular here in the knee joint, knee articulation. And there is a study, the low-level therapy for the treatment of diabetic foot ulcers. It was a very nice study. Unfortunately, I have made it, but it is very integrative. And 2016 was a systematic review of low-level light therapy for treatment of diabetic, and you can see 67% was healed, was able to diminish the ulceration in the leg, in the foot, and 17% in the left side, right side, and in the heel only the 6. Because the venous connection are very poor in the heel, and could be the microcirculation is more wrong as that. After the amputation, we can use the laser for wound healing. You can see this is a very heavy condition with the diabetic patients. We have started, and after the 2 months, there is a wound healing as well. Ulcus screw restarting, and after 3 months, it was a operation and removing the third finger of leg, foot, and there it is better. And what kind of lasers we can use it? There is the red and infrared laser. There is totally, this is a handable and portable lasers as well. There are the stable lasers, laser showers, lasers for infrared, lasers for red beams, lasers for control. And they are the new one, the defocusing laser. We like it, this one, because this is the latest development. And the defocusing laser means that the laser beam cannot destroy the retina in the eyes. It means that there is unnecessary to have glasses for the patients and for us protecting. And this is the 500 milliwatt, and this is the 8,800 milliwatt lasers with the different applicator for the ear, for better circulation, for the vertigo patients, or for the nose as well. What are the dosage? The dosage are this equal is very important, where the ED is the energy density of the laser in joule per square centimeter, and the P is the power of laser, and T is the necessary time we have to use it. It means that 150 milliwatt laser, the irradiation time at the dosage of 3 joule per square centimeter is only 20 seconds. It means that that is very important, because the overdosage or lower dosage or down dosage is not so useful. For the laser beam, especially the visible laser beam, we have to make attention. The laser can cause permanent damage to the eye, and this blanket is necessary to put on the wall. Advantages of the laser puncture are the following: no risk of infection, simple application. there is not a hazard because the laser used have very low power. Targeted irradiation acupuncture response point can have a direct effect on the organs or functional processes in question, according to the traditional Chinese medicine. They have short treatment time, between 6, 15, 30 seconds or 5 minutes or 10 minutes in a very deep tissue, for example, the hip joint treatment as well. Of course, all the treatments have absolute and relative contraindications. The absolute contraindications to the laser treatments is irradiation of the eye, irradiation of the vicinity of the thyroid glands and other endocrine glands, because can be caused hyperthyreosis. In case of hypothyreosis, we can use it because can be stimulated the thyroid glands. Irradiation of the testes because destroy the sperma, irradiation around the epiphysis in the children because can stop the growth, with pacemaker on the front, irradiation of the head in people with a predisposed to epilepsy because can be stimulated the epileptic alarm, and relative contraindication of the lower back and abdomen during menstruation or pregnancy because can be causing bleeding, or in a case of menstrual disorders as well. The laser acupuncture, okay. The laser acupuncture, okay. Yes. To turn back to some slides again, this is a long-term fistula and can be treated by laser as well. After 3 months, you can see it. And this is a very serious, very sad cases in the children. Half-year-old girl with gluteal abscessus because the injection was not in the correct place applying. And after that, of course, she will not won the world beauty process, but the wound healing was perfect as well. Application in the rheumatology, application in the shoulder arm, application in the any time of pain. This is the Feng Shui points, gallbladder 20 in the headache patients as well. And of course, we can apply for the cosmetic application of this. Why? Because in the young age, in the 10 or 15, the girl and the boys are suffering from acne and furunculosis and carbunculosis as well. And we can treat these patients as well. For example, I would like to show you for the cosmetic, this is the acne purulenta as well. And what a beauty child became she. Rheumatic and other disease, as I told you, mucositis, tendinitis, myositis, tennis elbow, any part of the painful as well. And the summary: anti-inflammatory effect, analgesic effect, promotes repair, increasing the adenosine triphosphate, reducing the oxidative stress, increase cell metabolism. And there are some literature in the Lancet, British Medical Journal, International Assessment on Pain as well. You can read very beautiful article as well. It means that the laser therapy is a very nice complementary as useful method in a medical and veterinary treatment as well. And we can use and we can apply. That was all, and I would like to tell many thanks for your attention. And if you are ready for some question, I am ready for that. Okay. Finito.
Dr. Gabriel, I had a question.
Yes, of course.
With laser therapy, do you have any good results with sebaceous cysts?
With? I haven't heard
Do
it.
you have any good results with sebaceous cysts?
Please, Navas, help. Okay, please, Rupali Sega.
Do you have any good
I haven't heard.
Any good results with sebaceous cyst? Sebaceous.
This
Sebaceous.
BA
SEBA. Sebaceous. Sebaceous glands, sweat glands. You know sweat glands. What are the sweat glands are called? Sebaceous glands. We have a sebaceous cyst. All right, there must be some communication.
Could you tell me in other words of this disease?
Shall I write it in the chat so that you
Yeah.
can read?
Yeah. Chat. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Hello,
Yeah.
excuse
If
me,
there is
Professor,
a-
how are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine. If there
I
is a
have
cyst,
a question.
if there is
Are
a
you
cyst,
ready?
filling with some fluid, fluid, we have to remove the fluid. After that, for the wound healing, we can apply the laser. It means that there is a cyst. We have to remove the fluid. Because the laser cannot remove the fluid. Can make drier, but cannot totally move the fluid. Okay? Have you understand me?
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, you have to remove the fluid, and after that, the wound healing that is correct to apply the laser. Yeah. Other question? Who?
Excuse me, Doctor,
Yeah.
the laser is very famous. Everybody is going to use it for a lot of the purpose. I mean, massage or some acne or. What about the effect of this? But as you said, this voltage or something, I don't know, wavelength should use for removing the hair from the body, whether it is popular or no. Because in Iran, they are using all the time. Nowadays, also, everybody is going to use this one, especially ladies. What is your opinion about this?
I have
That is my
only,
point.
I was listen only every second word. Nawaz, please help me.
Nowadays in Iran, this laser is popular. It's come everybody, they make the office and patients going there. And I wanted to know, I know it must be effect on the cell body. It must, I don't know how much, because no experience on that. But for removing, for massaging, for removing the hair, acne or some wound, whether you are accepting this methodology nowadays for everything, this thing is special for removing the hair from the foot, leg, hand.
Okay. I understand you.
Yes, I am one for this because everybody says it's okay.
Okay, let me speak. They are low-level density lasers. We can use it for the skin disease. We can using them for the rheumatological disease, for the veterinary as well. And they are hard lasers. For the skin removing, there is hard lasers. For the derm abrasion, this is skin. This is the cosmetic hard lasers, It means that the soft lasers, this is the soft lasers has a biostimulating effect. The hard lasers we use for operation. For example, the tumor operation as well. For cosmetic operation as well.
Yes.
And for the hair, this is hard laser, Mohammed, hard laser. Yeah.
I see. It's okay.
And
then you accepted this method.
Yes. I was spoken about soft laser usage. Yeah.
I see. So thank you very much.
and it's very nice speaking. The
Thank you.
speech very good. I used very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can repeat it if you make a record and you can see it. How many and how different type of lasers can be used for the patients? Very different type.
Yes, you are right.
I-
Because
I-
you are
my-
expert
my-
on
my
that. That's why I
classmate-
want to.
Yeah, my classmate was the son of Mester professor, and he is the father of soft laser therapy. And it was my pleasure to have known the father as well. He was very old and he died already. And but it was I have to tell you a story. Maybe you have heard about Grundig television. Grundig. This is the Germany.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I see.
Grundig was
Yes,
suffering. Yeah. The director of this office, the Grundig, Mr. Grundig, was suffering a very, very heavy ulceration in leg. And it was not cured. It was not able to cure in Germany. And he came to Hungary, to Mester Professor 60 years ago, and it was healed totally with the ulceration. And the first Grundig color television was dedicated to Mester Endre.
No.
As a present.
Yes,
Yeah.
Grundig. Grundig
60 years
TV.
ago.
Yes,
Yes.
Oh my God.
Okay.
But you are not inviting us there.
Okay,
in,
I will come. Bye-bye.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Gabriela.
It was
Thank
very
you,
nice to
thank
see
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
It was wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
same to you. Yes, thank you. Same. Welcome.
And moving on, our next speaker is Dr. Mini Mehta from Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Hospital and Research Center from India. And she is going to give a talk on holistic approach in the new medicine of future. And I request Dr. Mini Mehta to start her presentation now.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Let me start my screen sharing. Today, I'm going to discuss about the role of holistic approach in the treatment of various disease nowadays. Nowadays, we are seeing that the old holistic approach is becoming popular because people, they themselves, they have started to understand the medicine they were running after for immediate relief is nowadays no more capable of providing them relief, but instead of that, it is giving them suppressed diseases, a lot of CRP rise in the body and other discomforts. So I really like this topic where modern medicine meets the ancient wisdom. This is the time it is meeting. The old holistic approach is the new medicine of future. And this is my vision. Whenever we talk of traditional medicine appears to be a type of truth that everyone follows it. Everyone follows it from the time when they want to wake up or they want to cook something. They use their traditional knowledge, what is healthy, how to make a green tea. So it is a truth existing in this age of ignorance. Let's start from the history of medicine. Look, being in India, I know a lot of, being non-medical also, you get to know a lot of things about Ayurveda. But from the history of medicine from West, if we see, Greeks embraced the concept of healthy mind and healthy body, and their view of medicine incorporated both physical and mental planes. Hippocrates, who is known as the father of medicine, used to believe the natural healing force within each of us is the greatest force in getting well. It is more important to know what sort of person has a disease than to know what sort of disease a person has. These are the words of Hippocrates. Let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. There are many other examples which prove their ancient wisdom. which is nowhere followed by the Western medicine people, so-called modern medicine people. I'm a homeopath, and I would like to talk about health from the side of homeopathy. In homeopathy, health is considered as mental, physical, and emotional well-being. The disease is the dynamic disturbance of harmonious relation between the material body and vital force that stimulates the body in health. Yes, I was able to believe it. I was able to try it when I joined this course of homeopathy, where I was learning homeopathy, because already I was informed about this kind of cure, living in India, knowing it through Ayurveda, that according to Ayurveda even, perfect health is defined as a balance between body, mind, spirit, and social well-being. Traditional medicine like Ayurveda, homeopathy believe in the individualized approach in the treatment of sick by taking into consideration the whole mental and physical picture of the person in disease. Because from the ancients only we learn that if a part of a body is disease, then it is not only the part, it imparts its effect to the entire body. If you have some swelling in your gum, if there is some pus formation in your gum, the whole body will have fever, not only the gum. It is also believed that similar patent kind of approach is not always working in all the individuals. Every individual suffer in his own individual way from a common ailment. And health means both physical and mental plane. WHO took a long time to understand it. Modern medicine understood this concept of mental health as a part of total health in the year 2000, when they realized the new WHO definition of health, a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Earlier, health, according to WHO, was just absence of disease or disability. Well, we are really so proud that the science of physiology, pathology, along with the diagnostic technology has advanced greatly in the recent times. We can know anything about the body, how it works, what enzymes come. We can clone it. We can do everything. Genetic engineering, we are far, far, far ahead than before. We have discovered ventilators, MRIs, and whatnot. But regarding therapeutics of so-called physiological and pathological school, they have somehow remained much as they were in the point of success some centuries back. What is normal health? Normal health is when the normal function is sufficiently disturbed, like, a normal healthy person is very much contented. Even in his mind also, he is not disturbed. When he gets disturbed, then he starts feeling some irritation. Then that irritation takes form of some loss of function in the body, and it results in fever and inflammation. And when there is a discharge relieves the entire thing, and the person gets back to health. Now I will give you an example from my clinic practice. There was a girl she was a 4 years girl, and her mother was very, she was a working lady, and she used to get angry very easily. So whenever she used to tell me, whenever doctor I scold her badly, that night she gets really very high fever, and after that then she vomits a lot, and she has loose motions out of fear, and then she gets better. So this is how it starts. It is acute reaction, how she perceived that fear and that injury due to that scolding, and how the body responded. There was inflammation, there was high fever, and with the discharge it got back to normal. So when normal function is sufficiently disturbed, the body will react in a certain way itself, right? Inflammation is the most basic of these reaction states. 4 observable aspects characterize inflammation: redness, heat, pain, and swelling. When tissues are injured or irritated, the cells will secrete chemicals such as histamine, prenines, kinins, etc. These chemicals cause local blood vessels to dilate, bringing more blood into the disturbed area. They cause the blood vessels to become more porous so that nutrient-rich blood fluids, oxygen, white blood cells, and other immune factors move into the disturbed area. So whatever happens post-injury is to recover. All the steps are there to recover, to help the body to recover from the injury. The dilated blood vessels cause the increased redness. The increased blood flow brings more heat. The movement of fluids into the area causes the swelling. Some of these chemicals irritate the local nerves, alerting the consciousness to the presence of disturbance. Since these phenomena are specifically manifested by the body to restore health to disturbed tissues, the inflammation is not the problem, but is the body's solution to the problem. Using an anti-inflammatory to treat inflammation contravenes the body's attempt to heal, replacing it with the physician's wisdom. The simple example is people who get severe allergy, urticaria in their body, they keep using anti-allergics. Suddenly they got some allergy. If suddenly you have eaten something and you got an allergy, let it be there. If you don't have a medicine, let it be there and see how much time it takes to resolve. So, but people, they don't wait and they immediately want to suppress it, so that they keep taking the anti-allergic and they never get rid of the problem, and body again keep on giving that symptom, try to throw this out on the outer organ on the skin, and they keep having these reactions. Because due to that anti-inflammatory, the process of healing was stuck there. It was disturbed. Now, susceptibility is the big thing which matters, because it can be linked to certain events such as always getting ill after being exposed to harsh cold wind, or suffering a stomach upset after being embarrassed about something. So this is susceptibility. When do you develop a susceptibility? When you deviate from the normal health. Okay, because in homeopathy we link every disease with certain emotion, like it is confirmed many times, people who always who are very judging and who always feel that there is something fishy going around, they keep having nasal allergies, and they are more susceptible to colds and dust allergies, because always they will keep judging, and they will always find that people are doing the right thing. So wherever there is they will go to a new place, so they're not easily adopting the environment, not very friendly people. They'll keep on having nasal allergies, so their susceptibility towards that gets low. So due to their what we call, we have SORA, it is called mental itch, they develop this kind of susceptibility. Or it may be the result of our living conditions. Anyone living in a damp house is likely to experience upper respiratory tract symptoms after a while, although for some of us it will be sooner rather than later. Susceptibilities can manifest on any level, mental, emotional, or physical. So in the second condition, when somebody is living in a damp house, then the physician needs to know that he has to, while treating the patient, he needs to guide the patient to get rid of the exciting or maintaining cause of his disease. So now, from the normal health, then you are in a certain environment, and where I'm feeling jealous. Jealous is my major problem in my life, and due to that I'm getting irritated, and that irritation is creating certain disturbance in my body. I'm getting some inflammation due to that, and that inflammation, I have treated it with any anti-inflammatory. Then it goes to a chronic inflammation, a suppressed form of disease. Some autoimmune disease is formed, and then when this autoimmune disease is not rightly treated and again suppressed number of times, raising more number of conflicts to the body, then it goes to the degeneration zone, where somebody forms an ulcer, somebody forms a tumor, cancer, paralysis. So this is the way how disease progresses. Another factor that affects our reaction to situation is suppression. Suppression means stopping or limiting an action. Frequently, we limit the vital energy in our body by the use of conventional cures. Example of these effects of suppression exist from the development of asthma in children whose eczema has been suppressed by steroids, creams to breast lumps, which are believed to be correlated directly. We get a lot of patients, small children coming to our clinic presenting with severe asthma, because now the parents are tired of giving all the puffs to them, all anti-allergic, but still the child is unable to breathe properly. And then we ask them, okay, what was the child's first illness after birth, post birth? And they used to tell me, okay, this child developed post vaccination, this child developed a lot of rashes, for which we started treating the child with ointments. First it was two little eruptions, then it grew more and more and more, and we kept suppressing it with the ointments. Now the skin problem is gone, but now this child has developed with this respiratory complaint, and they themselves tell us that, doctor, he has to suffer with one or the other. If the cold is fine, the skin will come up. If skin is fine, the cold will come up. So in these cases, we help the patient to get rid of this suppression. So sometimes when we give medicine for the asthma, few rashes come up, and those rashes, we help patient to get rid of those rashes naturally with diet and maintaining proper hygiene. So sometimes people say, oh, when we take homeopathy, it first increases your problem. So it's never like that. In case of suppression only, sometimes the older diseases comes up, which are to be, very gently removed from the body. Present way of treatment in conventional medicine is different drugs are then prescribed for each seemingly unrelated symptom. Most medicines have side effects which add to the patient's trouble. And you can search pages on net to counteract these side effects. A new set of drugs may be given. Like one patient came to me, she said, doctor, I suffer from severe acidity, but the medicine which I take for my acidity, that gives me urticarial rashes in the night. And for that urticarial rashes, when I take Allegra and anti-allergic, that gives me a lot of drowsiness. So what will you suggest to this patient? So thus suffering is not ultimately decreased at all, but actually increased. So during this corona pandemic, modern medicine has understood the value of ancient wisdom when they realized that the so-called evidence-based medicine failed to prove any evidence of efficacy in this pandemic, because they never knew how to manage these symptoms. Modern medicine learned that every individual suffers from a common ailment in his own different way, highlighting the concept of individuality. They learned it because, like, few people developed a lot of symptoms who were suffering from corona, and few people who were showing a heavy viral load in their COVID reports, but they were asymptomatic. Innovative approaches for treating communicable diseases are being sought after by the WHO, and some had been welcomed during the Ebola outbreak in 2014, when their expert group recommended that when it came to them, it is ethical to offer unproven interventions with as yet unknown efficacy and adverse effects as potential treatment or prevention, keeping in view no vaccine or antivirals are available. But when it comes to traditional medicine, they want every proof that they should work. They should be able to work 100 on 100. So we could see the rise of traditional wisdom easily during this pandemic time, when people were running to learn the use of herbal teas and green teas, and they gained popularity to build the natural resistance against the pandemic viral disease. All these ideas came from the ancient wisdom only, giving the strong evidence of susceptibility of an individual in contracting disease from a common ailment. The homeopathic definition of health is that you treat a person and he should have the freedom to adapt to the change. A healthy person is able to adjust freely according to the changing circumstances, always. Law of natural cure. The law of natural cure in homeopathy is similia similibus curantur, like cures like, which means a weaker dynamic action is permanently extinguished in the living organisms by a stronger one. stronger one, if the latter wills different in kind, not same, is different in kind, is similar to the former in its manifestations. As every disease depends on a peculiar derangement of our vital force in a sensation or function. The best example to prove the homeopathic law of cure, with which Hahnemann name is indissolubly connected, be indeed a universal law of nature. The great prophylactic of smallpox, with which Jenner's name is forever bound up, was known to many. Many people before Jenner knew that it was an accidental occurrence, but he traced it to the source and applied artificially an agent that had previously exercised its beneficial action on limited number of individuals without their wish or will. What he did, he inoculated people with the artificial disease, and they escaped the main disease. So the disease he inoculated in the people was not of the same character; it was of the similar manner. So the law of cure, which is applicable behind this smallpox vaccination workup, was this law of similia, like cured like, where the pathogenetic powers of poisons from animal kingdom, plant kingdom, and mineral kingdoms are used to treat disease. It was known to many physicians in the history of medicine in West, and also it was well recognized and practiced by many knowledgeable physicians before Hahnemann. Like this law of nature, like cures like, was, it was recognized by everyone since the beginning. Like Erasistrus, Greek anatomist and royal physician, he also gave some account of action of poisons in treating the disease. He also recognized that the poisons which are capable of hurting the body, when given in certain amount, if they are given to the same person, made in some small portions, it can treat the disease. Mithridates, also known as Mithridates Eupator, he was the king of Pontus in Turkey, who was regarded by his people as their savior from the oppression of Rome. He tried animal and vegetable poisons on himself, because homeopathy has a basis of proving, all the medicines which are being used in homeopathy, they are proved on human provers to see the pathogenetic power of the medicines. So this king, he himself tried animal and vegetable poisons on himself at that time for the purpose of ascertaining their effects. Nicander of Colophon, a poet as well as physician, has recorded the physiological action of great array of animal and vegetable substances in 2 poems, Theriaca and Lexipharmaca. Among other things, these poetical material, Medicare, pathogenetic poems contain accounts of effects of different kind of serpents, scorpions, spiders, beetles, toads. Nicander also recognized effects if similar, so for the dangerous effects of the viper bites, the liver or head of the reptile macerated in wine or river water, and were used for the poisoning with the toad called Rana rubeta, the cooked flesh of frogs. So the method of like cures like was known since beginning, and people were using it to treat diseases, but it was not followed with a sincere perseverance by anyone at that time, because they all were learning. Another of the empirical school of Xenocrates of Aphrodisiac, who flourished some ages before Galen, recommended the blood of young goats as the best remedy for hemoptysis. Again, like cures like. He wrote a book commending the therapeutic virtues of excrementitious matters such as bile, urine, menstrual blood, etc., when given on similar principles. And now in Ayurveda, they say that, cow's urine cures a lot of things. People create a lot of, they raise a lot of noise about it. But see, in this history of medicine, they also wrote about the therapeutic virtues of excrementitious matters such as bile, urine, menstrual blood. Disease of spleen by roasted bullock's spleen, hydrophobia by the saliva found under dog of rabid dog, And we also treat in homeopathy, we have a medicine called lysine. It is also called hydrophobinum, which is made out of the saliva of a rabid dog. It is used to treat this fear of water, and lot of violent people. You know, we have means my a teacher from whom I have learned, he treated a case of a person who was very hyperactive. He was, had some mental trouble post some trauma in the family. He was barking like a dog. Means he used to shout like as if you will hear some dog is barking, and a lot of salivation. So we treated him with lysinum. We have a medicine in homeopathy. So it was a common practice to apply the entrails of viper to the part bitten by one, and internal use of theriac, which contained viper's flesh as a chief ingredient. It was also generally believed that the poisons of spiders, scorpions, lizard was most effectively antidote by some portion of their bodies. So look again, this formula of like yours like was recognized and tried and tested very well since the beginning. Galen, who is known as the father of allopathic medicine, who was always in the favor of the law of contraria contrarior curantus, he himself, the father of allopathic physic, the champion of motto, was impressed into the service of homeopathy from many phrases in his writings. He said about law of similia that these formulas of the empirical school do not, it is true, refer to the relation of drug and disease, but they are acknowledgement of an attraction of like to likes in nature, which might be extended to the therapeutics, and he does actually occasionally recognize the homeopathic law in the treatment of disease. I'm telling you all these instances because so that it could be clear to everyone that this law was followed by a lot of people since the beginning. So that's why we can say that it is actually the law of cure. Fallopius, whose name is with the fallopian tubes, who discovered the fallopian tubes for the first time. Fallopius, the commentator of Galen, expressed his entire concurrence, that is the quality. He also recognized the law of similia, and he also mentioned the temperamentum of the medicine must correspond in similarity to the quality of disease and also its products, though they must not be identical. So isopathy is a different thing, and homeopathy is a different thing. Homeopathy is law of similia, but in isopathy you use the same thing, although there's a thin line between that, but they are different. The next name of importance as an authority in the medical art, whom we find distinctly initiating the principle of homeopathy, is the author who wrote under the pseudonym of Basil of Valentine, a Benedict monk in 1410 in the convent of St. Peter at Erfurt. His words are, likes must be cured by means of their likes and not by their contrarias, as heat by heat and cold by cold. Like if somebody has got a burn and he has got a blister, if he will put his water in lukewarm water, he will feel better than putting it in an icy cold water. Hence, prickly simples can remove diseases whose characteristic is prickly pains, and poisonous minerals can cure and destroy symptoms of poisoning when they are brought to bear upon them. Paracelsus. Paracelsus had a lot of qualities, same as Dr. Henneman. So I want to just tell that Ayurveda also has this law, and when they treat their laws, which is similar to our law of homeopathy, Samanya and Vishesha Siddhanta, which is similar to our similia like cures like, and they both it also plays a crucial role in treating diseases. And I would like to share some cases. I will stop sharing my screen and share the another one, please. Actually, it's a very vast. screen I've shared?
Yes, we can see.
So I will show you few cases I treated with homeopathy. So these are the cases. So this is a case of alopecia. I treated it with homeopathy. He tried everything. He tried steroids, but it took 9 months of time. And I chose a similar medicine, a constitutional medicine, which has all the symptoms, the kind of person he was. And this is the case of dermatitis. This child was suffering from cold and asthma, and that got cured, and he developed this. And within span of 6-7 months, he was treated with this. And this is a case of psoriasis. He was suffering with this problem from last 25 years, and he started getting better with homeopathy without ointments. This is a case of trichoepithelioma, which developed because this girl, she met with some man who who tried to molest her, and then she felt attacked, and since then she became very inactive and developed this on her face. On the basis of her attack, she feel attacked. I did her case taking and chose a remedy, and she got rid of this trichoepithelioma within 8 months. And he was having recurrent cold and cough, so he used to take a lot of Allegra. So after that, he got all the eruption in his mouth and suppurative kind of stomatitis, which he got rid of in 8 days with homeopathy. And this is a case of a child who is continuing treatment with me since the age of 29 days. This child is having epidermolysis bullosa, and he used to get these blisters. So with homeopathy, I'm treating him, and without any antibiotics, no covering, nothing, only internal medicine. Sometimes he used to get it in the floor of the mouth and the palate, but we have wonderful, thank God, we have wonderful medicines in homeopathy to treat. So it was self-healing in a beautiful way. And like this can see in the first picture, this kind of blisters used to develop in the mouth, and the child could not suckle, and it was a very miserable condition. But I managed it with homeopathy. I could manage it with homeopathy thanks to Dr. Henneman, that he sat on homeopathy with so much perseverance that we could help people. Now this my little patient is 5 years old, and he has got his natural resistance and healing power. He don't need any antibiotics, no wrappings. This is a case of what you say, Caffey's disease, in which there's hyperostosis in the mandible. This was a disease. This child was not getting any better treatment with the allopathic, and with homeopathy she got rid of pain, and also she got better in 6 weeks. So I got another patient because people send this word to mouth, they spread. This patient also came to me with the similar disease, and again applying medicine on the basis of similia. We did not give any antibiotic, no painkillers, no antifebrile, and we treated this child, and this child got better in 6 weeks. And these angioedemas, due to suppressed gonorrhea, people get these angioedemas. He was suffering from it from past 5-6 years, and now he's so much better. Within hours, he got the results. So he sent me the pictures, which I'm showing you. And this is a case of carbuncle. This man, he came with a small point on his back, and I told him this is a developing carbuncle. So he he went to the modern medicine doctor. He put some bandage on it. So I told him it is going to come out. So it got suppressed, became more aggressive, and started coming from the other side. So now his sugar was more than 650, and he never wanted to get under the knife. And his HB1AC was 17. So he opted for my treatment, and I treated him for 4 months. and then he continued with me because when we use homeopathy, there are tolerable pains and no antibiotics, no bandages, nothing, and he healed in a very natural way. This is an ulcer. This is a pressure ulcer. This is actually this boy was he got this graft done because his foot was crushed, so his calf muscle from the other leg was used to make this foot. So when he used to put it on the floor, he got this pressure ulcer, and it was not getting treated with any of the medicine. So he contacted me. So when I started giving the medicine, look how it heals. So it took him 5 days and he got healed. So again, this is plantar psoriasis. She was having terrible pain and she tried everything, steroids and everything. She was not getting rid of it. And with homeopathic medicine, she got absolutely smooth soles within a span of 9 months. Oral candidiasis in diabetics with homeopathy, I treated him and he got better. And this is a case of inflammatory breast disease. And she was, when she was diagnosed with this disease, she wanted to go for the second opinion to the AIIMS, which is a very big hospital in India. Till then, I told her to, continue my medicines. When she went there, they clinically examined, there were not nodes more than 2 centimeters. So they said they can't operate it. Then she continued it with me. And within 1.5 years, she was much better. And now it was, Birad's 5. And now it's been 4 years and now she has even stopped visiting me. Earlier it was she was regularly visiting me. So this is homeopathy, and I'm sure it should integrate with the present system, and then we can make really, we can make a difference to mankind. Thank you. Although I had a lot to share, but thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. That was an awesome presentation. The way you treated was really amazing. Fantastic results.
Mehta, Mini Mehta.
Sir, yes, sir.
And a lot of information regarding old as well as young. Have you read a book, बुढ़ापे से जवानी की ओर, by a very senior man, Pandit Satyavrat Siddhantakar, who has also been the member of Rajya Sabha in the country for 2 or 3 terms? बुढ़ापे से जवानी की ओर.
No, sir, I have not read it. Now I will surely try to.
You have cited so many things. Hippocrates also, and he has written a hymn, Charaivate, Charaivate. It is meant for all, and particularly the senior citizens. Charaivate, Charaivate, chalte raho, on, march on, march on. Okay? Nice. Congratulations.
Thank you,
You spoke
sir.
well.
Okay. And moving on, our next speaker is Dr. Rupali Dinesh Saigal from Health121.in, India, and she is give a talk on a case study of ejection fraction management in rheumatoid arthritis in induced heart disease with Ayurveda and HAIP diet. And I request Dr. Rupali to start her presentation.
Just a minute. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah. सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ओम शांतिः शांतिः शांतिः. This is a prayer in Sanskrit, which is the language of the gods, which means may all become happy, may no one fall ill, may all see auspiciousness everywhere, may no one ever feel sorrow. Om peace, peace, peace. Dear friends, greetings to all. I'm Dr. Rupali Sehgal, CEO of Health121.in. I've done my Bachelor of Ayurvedic Medicine and Surgery from Podar Ayurvedic Medical College, University of Mumbai. I'm the author of the Hype Diet and Hype Diet Cookbook. Hype stands for Healthy Anti-Inflammatory Protocol Diet, which is a Tridosha balancing diet designed to create health which is suitable for almost all disease conditions. With the Hype Diet, I have created a fusion between ancient Ayurveda and modern research wisdom in order to give a new dimension to holistic treatment. Today, I'll be discussing a case study of ejection fraction management in rheumatoid arthritis-induced heart disease with Ayurveda and Hype Diet. As you all are aware, cardiovascular diseases are the #1 cause of death globally, taking millions of lives each year. Patients with rheumatoid arthritis have almost twice the risk of developing heart disease that is not fully explained by traditional cardiovascular risk factors. Rheumatoid arthritis-induced heart disease is a result of damage to the heart due to increased inflammation, which occurs after repeated episodes of rheumatoid arthritis. If RAIHD is not diagnosed and managed early, it may result in heart failure and premature death. RAIHD may result in reduced ejection fraction. Ejection fraction is a measurement expressed as a percentage of how much blood the left ventricle pumps out with each contraction. Patients with reduced ejection fraction may have higher mortality rates. A 50-year-old male, weight 93 kgs, consulted for his newly diagnosed heart disease with low ejection fraction and high blood pressure. He was advised to have a heart transplant and was given medication for high blood pressure by modern medicine practitioners. On evaluating him on Ayurvedic principles, it was observed that he had a Pitta body type with aggravated Pitta and following results. The Vata percentage was 23.8, Pitta percentage was 54.8, and Kapha percentage was 21.4, thus showing Pitta dominance. On analyzing his lab reports for the last 5 years and on taking his history, it was seen that he suffered from repeated episodes of morning joint stiffness, joint pains and swelling, was overweight, and had a history of high serum inflammatory markers. As you can see in this report, homocysteine, which is an inflammatory marker, was greater than 65 micromoles per liter. This is minimum 1000% more than the normal range. Vitamin D25OH was 19 ng per ml, which is 62% lower than the normal range. High sensitivity C-reactive protein was 16.4 mg per liters, which is 1,540% higher than the normal range. ESR, another inflammatory marker, was 26 millimeters in 1 hour, which is 160% more than the normal range. All these out of range parameters are indicators of very high uncontrolled inflammation in the body, which is usually due to wrong diet and lifestyle choices. Morning joint stiffness, pain and swelling in joints is a symptom of rheumatoid arthritis. As per Ayurveda, rheumatoid arthritis symptoms are similar to Amvata. It is mentioned in Madhav Nidan, which is an ancient Ayurvedic textbook on diagnosis of disease, chapter number 25, verse number 4 and 10, that Amvata can cause damage to heart. Amvata, as per Ayurveda, is caused due to consumption of incompatible foods, low stomach acid, or digestive fire, which results in undigested essence of food called ama in Ayurveda. Ama is the root cause of most of the diseases. This ama, with the help of air element or vata, is transferred to various parts of the body where it deposits and blocks various tissue channels, causing pain and swelling. As per Madhav Nidan, chapter number 25, verse number 12, Amvata is impossible to cure if three doshas are involved, and difficult to cure if swelling of the joints is involved. In the current case, three dosha, that is all the three doshas, was involved, along with joint swelling, making it impossible to cure. For creating health, this patient was given the HYPE diet, that is healthy anti-inflammatory protocol diet, which is a tridosha balancing diet designed to create health, along with herbs and supplements as an adjuvant treatment. The imbalance of vata, pitta, and kapha cause disease in the body as per Ayurveda. HYPE diet balances vata, which is the air element in the body, pitta, which is the fire element in the body, and kapha, which is the earth element in the body, thus creating health. Consuming any type of steroids or painkillers is an indicator that your body has uncontrolled inflammation, which damages various parts of the body and creates diseases. HYPE diet helps to reduce this inflammation in a natural way through food and lifestyle changes. For a human body to work efficiently, 6 different types of nutrients are required. These are proteins, which includes 20 amino acids, carbohydrates, mostly complex carbohydrates, fats, mostly anti-inflammatory and non-oxidizing fats, vitamins, that is the 13 vitamins, both water and fat soluble, minerals, 13 essential minerals, and water. HYPE diet aims to provide these required nutrients. HYPE diet helps all the body systems and organs to work more efficiently by giving the body required nutrition and reducing inflammation, which is the root cause of most of the lifestyle diseases. HYPE diet enables the body to eliminate the following more efficiently: undigested essence of food, that is ama, metabolic waste, and heavy metals and toxins. In HYPE diet, with appropriate nutrients, reduced inflammation, and lesser toxic load, the body becomes well equipped to heal itself naturally. In HYPE diet, since the body works more efficiently, it helps in reducing, maintaining, or increasing the body weight without causing side effects related to non-holistic diet. In HYPE diet, Reduction of the body weight is achieved by supporting the liver, which when functioning efficiently, converts the fat-soluble toxins to water-soluble toxins that can be easily eliminated from the body. In HYPE diet, the maintenance of the body weight is achieved as the diet aims in removal of toxins and balancing of the liver enzymes. In the other diets, as the concentration is on calorie restriction, the fat-soluble toxins remain in the body, which results in weight gain whenever the diet is stopped. HYPE diet, the anti-inflammatory phytonutrients help in reducing inflammation, which further reduces the stress on the liver. Once the toxins are eliminated and the inflammation is reduced, the hormones that control our metabolism are normalized, which ultimately leads to weight loss or weight gain as required by the body. As per Ayurveda, mithya ahara and vihara, that is, wrong dietary and lifestyle choices, are the root cause of most of the diseases. So, in the HYPE diet, the first rule is Nidan Parivarjana, meaning removal of foods and habits that have served as a causative factor for the disease. As a modern approach to this concept of Nidan Parivarjan or removal of causative factors, the patient's IgG food sensitivity analysis was done, and all foods which were shown highly inflammatory in the report were removed from his diet. This is the food sensitivity analysis report. There are three categories of markings in this report, in which high sensitivity foods are marked in red, medium sensitivity foods are marked in yellow, and low sensitivity foods are marked in green. As you can see, the food items that have been marked in red, like barley, corn, flax seeds, malt, and oats, have shown high sensitivity and have been prohibited from the HYPE diet. Also, gliadin, even after showing medium sensitivity, is prohibited in the HYPE diet. Gliadin is a glycoprotein found in wheat and some other grains, including oats, rye, barley, etc. This is the other food group in which almonds, cashew nuts, peanuts, pistachios, etc. have shown high sensitivity and have been prohibited from the HYPE diet. In the HYPE diet, all nuts are completely prohibited. Hence, even though pine nuts and walnuts have not shown any major sensitivity, they too have been completely prohibited from the HYPE diet along with other nuts based on Ayurveda Tridosha principles. These are the foods that are allowed in the HYPE diet. Under vegetables group, green and red cabbage, cauliflower, ivy gourd, etc. are allowed. Under fruits group, limited quantity of pomegranate and kokum is allowed. Under grains and pulses group, sorghum, mung beans, etc. are allowed. Under meats, lamb, duck, etc. are allowed. Under spices and condiments group, shalmali, cilantro, rosemary, etc. are allowed. Under nuts and seeds group, cacao, gorgon nuts, etc. are allowed. Under sweeteners, stevia is allowed. Under oils, ghee, etc. is allowed. Under beverages, green tea is allowed. Now this is the list of prohibited foods. Under vegetables, mushrooms, beetroot, etc. are prohibited. Under fruits, almost all fruits are prohibited. Under grains and pulses, pearl millet, black lentils, etc. are prohibited. Under animal proteins, fish, eggs, etc. are prohibited. Under spices and condiments, black pepper, garlic, etc. are prohibited. Under nuts and seeds, almonds, pistachios, etc. are prohibited. Under oils, flaxseed oil, sunflower oil, etc. are prohibited. Under sweeteners, honey, date sugar, etc. are prohibited. All dairy products except ghee are prohibited. Under beverages, cold drinks, juice, etc. are prohibited. Also, smoking and alcohol consumption are completely prohibited on the Hive diet. Since the patient was a Pitta body type and his blood work showed high inflammatory markers, as a second step, certain lifestyle choices which cause Pitta vitiation were removed. Example, exposure to sun, some yoga practices that increase Pitta like Agnisar, Kapalbhati, sleeping late in the night, etc. As a third step, Hype recommended Shakti healing Kundalini yoga exercises were introduced. These exercises help to clear different energy channels and strengthen 7 chakras, thus giving the person good physical and mental health. The patient was suggested to eat 2 meals per day, as mentioned in the ancient Ayurvedic textbooks, Sushruta Samhita, Sutra San, chapter 46, verse 474, and Bhav Prakash Purvakhanda, chapter 5, verse 105. This helps in digestion of ama, which is undigested essence of food. He was also strictly advised to eat only Hype-approved foods from the list provided above. After following the Hype diet, along with herbs and supplements, he showed the following improvements. 75% improvement in heart ejection fraction, complete relief in rheumatic pain and swelling, reduction of excess body weight by 11 kgs in 3 months, and 93% reduction in blood inflammatory markers. As you can see, after following the Hype diet, his homocysteine, which was greater than 65, has reduced to 29.7 micromoles per liter. Vitamin D 25OH increased from 19 to 53 Ng per ml, and due to non-compliance of supplement intake before the test, it has fallen to 24.4 Ng per ml. High sensitivity C-reactive protein, which was 16.4, has fallen to 5.7, and finally to 1 mg per liters, which is in normal range. ESR, which was 26, has fallen to 14, and finally 7 millimeters in 1 hour, which is in normal range. This is the 2D echo report. When we started Hype diet, the patient's ejection fraction was 20 to 25%. After approximately 3 months on Hype diet, the ejection fraction improved to 35 to 40%, which is an improvement of 75% more from the lower range. The patient is today living a healthy, productive life with no physical symptoms of rheumatoid arthritis like pain, stiffness in joints, etc., with improved blood inflammatory markers and 75% increase in ejection fraction. Hype diet can work for any disease condition to create health. For example, autism, multiple sclerosis, low immunity, asthma, allergies, diabetes, obesity, skin disorders, arthritis, Parkinsonism, Alzheimer's, cognitive impairment, fatty liver, degenerative diseases, insomnia, depression, etc. I thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak on this global platform. I'm deeply obliged. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rupali, for an excellent
Thank you
presentation.
so much.
Yes, yes. And we are open to questions now. If anybody has question, can ask.
You've explained everything in terms of modern medicine. Vis-a-vis, you've kept Ayurveda as your base, but then how you've explained everything in a very, simple way for a layman to understand as well. That's great.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And that's something which most Vaidyas actually find it pretty difficult doing, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rupali.
Thank
so
you,
much.
thank you, Nawaz. Thank you very much.
Okay. And moving on, our next speaker is Mr. Siddhartha Sengupta from Sanskrit Natural Wellbeing, India. And he's going to give a talk on integrated systems with Ayurveda, the future of healthcare, case studies of cancer and Parkinson. And I request Mr. Siddhartha to start his presentation.
Yeah, now I'm a little bad with all of this, so just bear with me for 2 minutes.
Sure.
See me, right? I mean, it's good enough to just see the. So I'm glad. Thanks to my wife, she just helped me out with this. Okay, so I'm actually going to take you a little bit through what we do and how we do it. It's not very much in detail in terms of the entire chikitsa and the details with regards to what is exactly the herbs used, etc. That's not given, or the protocols is not given. But I'll just give you in detail as to what are the kinds of treatments that we've done and how we're progressing with regards to integrated systems and across the world. It's not just with in India. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, great. So the name of the company is Sanskrit Natural Wellbeing, and we have an office in Mumbai and one in London as well. To everyone who is not aware of what Ayurveda is, of course, it is the oldest, most scientific methodology of medicine, and it's absolutely based on quantum physics. And when we started 6 years ago, we were actually selected as an innovative company in Ayurveda by the European World Ayurvedic Congress at Koblenz, which was held in Germany in 2016. And we, of course, do exactly what everyone else does, but with a lot of difference as well, is what you will come to know when I take you for, ahead in this document. And there are there are approximately around 6 case studies which I have shown. Now, just a little bit about what are the kinds of patients who come to us. We've treated more than 1,000 patients as of now. Of course, the simple and Ayurvedic, the simple diseases like back pain, etc., piles, etc., which will come, they obviously come to us. But now we've graduated to a level where we've become experts in cancer, Parkinson's, epilepsy, dry gangrene due to diabetes, and infertility as well. And we've treated patients from all over, like US, Europe, India, and Africa. If you see the red circular box that we've mentioned, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, so the kinds of cancer that we treat are lung cancer, squamous cell carcinoma, which is actually pretty tough treating, and colon cancer, Merkel cell carcinoma. We had one patient of Merkel cell carcinoma from Africa, South Africa, and brain tumors, and of course breast cancer. I have one case of Parkinson to show you, and which is very interesting that Parkinson actually, we've realized that each and every Parkinson patients that we have the root cause. I mean, it all starts with constipation, and of course diabetes, neuropathy, like I told you before, and infertility. We've also got a few autism patients from the US, and they've shown major improvement in cognitive skills, language skills, and social skills. Now, just to let you know a little bit about the integrated systems, I just get a bit into details of the kinds of patients that we have. Out of the 55 cancer patients that we've treated, 25 showed complete remission after 6 months. Normally, our cancer treatment varies between 6 to 8 months. And what we do here essentially is, I mean, I'm just giving it out based on what Ayurveda thinks, or what we think in terms of treating cancer, is first we improve the immune system, and second is we improve the dhatus. Dhatus meaning the tissues, the 7 tissues of the body, the Sapta Dhatus is what we improve so that the body can start to heal itself. The body can start to kill the cancer itself. So this is basically the root of how we treat most of the diseases, but of course, cancer essentially more so because, you know, in cases of cancer, it's a complete 3 dosha issue, and we have to be really quick with, you know, the treatment and the chikitsa. Because if we aren't, obviously, most of the patients who come to us have a few months left because they've already been asked to go home. And then finally, when they don't have any other alternative, that's when they come to Ayurveda. Second, we've treated around 5. In fact, as I'm talking, we've got around, we are treating the 6th one, Parkinson patients, and 3 of them showed complete remission within 6 months, and 2 dropped out, of course, because of personal reasons. Mostly it was because of financial conditions. 2 epileptic patients. We also had infertility patients, and of course, we have cardiac and stroke patients who've shown complete remission as well. Taking you to the first case, this is a lady, a 38-year-old female from Serbia, and she was diagnosed with melanoma and was treated successfully actually in Serbia with her medical professionals. Within 2 years of this happening, there was a recurrence of the melanoma, and with addition to that, you know, this is the route by which the cancer moves. I mean, it starts with melanoma, then moves on to the cancer, and then liver, etc. But then it metastasized and moved on to the colon in her case. Of course, due to severe bone marrow depression, which was one of the main causes after the chemotherapy that she underwent, the recurrence of melanoma happened in several parts of the body. So she contacted us, and it took us 8 months of treating her. And mind you, we just don't give medicines. It's various other things that we give. We make the patient change their lifestyle. We give them a diet plan. Of course, then we do give medicines, and there's something called as Panchakarma, which is done, which is nothing but detox methodologies in Ayurveda. And what we also realized is in fact, 95% to 100% of the cancer patients have severe emotional issues or issues with their mind. So we treat both the mind and the body in the cancer cases. The next one is a 55-year-old. Okay, and if you see here, there's a link on the top, which is basically the testimonial of each of these patients. You can actually click on that when the presentation is given to you, so you can actually understand a little bit about what the patient has gone through and how we treated the patient and the success. The second one is, of course, a 55-year-old male who was diagnosed with Merkel cell carcinoma. Apparently, he used to do a lot of gardening in South Africa, and he used to use this pesticide, which caused his Merkel cell carcinoma. And there were severe complications in his case of the colon and liver. The patient actually underwent chemotherapy, a few cycles of chemotherapy, and suffered a mild stroke during the process. And of course, the Merkel cell carcinoma became even more complicated, and he lost his speech, he couldn't walk. So all of these complications arose. We had to treat him for a much longer period of time, which actually took 12 months in this case. And he's obviously cancer-free now. The PET scans are clear, but he hasn't yet started walking properly, and his speech is yet not very clear, although we've been treating him with the nerve medicines, but it's going to be a process for us. It's going to take some time, especially because his the senses, the 5 senses as we call it, the speech, the sight, the sense of smell, etc. All of this have become weak. So we need to also increase his ojas and all of, as we say that in Ayurveda. Again, here on the top there is a testimonial you can hear. In fact, this patient's daughter is an Ayurvedic Vaidya, Ayurvedacharya, and she approached us even after going through an allopathic treatment there in South Africa. The third case was a very interesting case for us, which was a breast cancer case. She was 65 years old, from Delhi, and she underwent surgery and chemo. She got it back again, I believe, in 2 years' time. and 2.5 years time, and she developed breast cancer in the other one, and she got nodules in the lungs, which was metastatic. We again took we did a 6-month treatment for her, and within, in fact, you will be surprised that her lung cancer, the nodules in the lungs actually went off within a span of just 2 months, 2.5 months. And you can see the arrow here, the orange arrow, that's the son actually giving a testimonial about his mother and how happy he is about the treatment and that she's cancer free right now. The fourth case was a very, very complicated case of an anaplastic ependymoma, which is the brain tumors that this boy used to get. He was just 14-year-old male, and it obviously gave him temporary paralysis on the right side after before the first surgery. After the first surgery, he was better. Within a span of a year, he got the tumors back again in the same place. And then again, he had a surgery, post which he started getting mild seizures because of the radiation which was given to him. There were mild seizures, which was the after effect, of course. And then, that's when the mother, the parents approached us and said, you know what, we don't want to go for a third surgery because these are pretty complicated, and we don't want, can you do something for us in Ayurveda? So we did. We treated him for 6 months, and he had to undergo the third surgery, but the tumor was very small, much smaller in size. I wouldn't say that the tumors disappeared, because in his case, it was really aggressive, the cancer, the tumor. And, but the best part is, after the third surgery, there was no remission. There was absolutely no tumor growth, and even after the 7 months or the MRI was done, and he was clean. So this was a very interesting and very, very difficult case for us, especially because we had to change his diet completely from what he used to take. He used to take a lot of fermented foods, and that was probably one of the main reasons why he got these tumors. And it's interesting that, we have a lot of South Indians in India, as well as Koreans who have a lot of kimchi in Korea. But obviously, we are doing something right. We aren't really hogging a lot on fermented foods all the time. This boy used to have the fermented foods every day, and which created these tumors, aggressive tumors. And he was being fed on the same diet for the last, I don't know, 10 years or so. How much time do we have? Because I'm not able to see the...
Another 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay, great. Any questions regarding this before I proceed? No? Okay. So this is a case from US. This was a 9-year-old white male who was being treated in UCLA. We collaborated with this hospital. His doctor from this hospital. And this boy was, he used to get 15 to 20 seizures per day, which was a hell of a lot. And his brain functioning had actually reduced to that of a 4-year-old or a 3-year-old in a span of just 2 years. The seizures, after being treated in UCLA with several medications as well as a surgery, the seizure reduced to 7, but he still continued to have them. That's when his parents found us, because they wanted to try everything, and we treated him for approximately 5 months. You'll be surprised the reason why this boy had seizures. We found, in Ayurveda, what we do is we actually, when we do the Nidan or when we do the diagnosis, we try to find the root cause of the disease. And in this boy's case, even after giving him the first month's medication, he wasn't really responding to the medication at all. So we realized this is a case of worms. And he had severe worms in his body, which is called krumi in Ayurveda. And his mom was pretty surprised. She said that it's not possible because we've done a stool test, but we said it's not in the stools, it's not in the intestine, not only there, but it's everywhere. It's in his blood, it's in his bones, it's in his brains, everywhere. Yeah. So we gave him a krumi chikitsa, and within a span of 2.5 months, he was Actually, his stools were full of worms, and he, for 15 days or 20 days, he actually excreted more worms than stool. And within a span of 15 days, his seizures went down to 2. And of course, the complications. We had to do a lot of we had to focus a lot on his brain functioning as well and the development of the brain, which we did with a lot of our ghrithams, that is ghee. I remember asking his mother a question that, would you mind giving your son Panchagavya Ghrita, which is actually made from cow urine and cow dung and ghee and milk, etc. And she said, you know what, I would do anything, yeah, just to get him better. And she fed him on this medicine for quite some time, and within a span of 5 months. And today, if you see, he's completely fine, and they're probably coming to visit us in a year's time with the son, with the boy who's now grown up. Now that's his that's her testimonial on the top there, so you can hear the video when you go through the document. This was our first Parkinson disease patient. He's a 79-year-old male, was diagnosed with Parkinson, showcased several issues and challenges with cognitive skills. He was under complete depression. He was on Syndopa, of course, 3 times a day, and with severe constipation. Like I told you, that most of our Parkinson patients, we've seen that constipation is one of the root cause of this disease. And after 8 months of treatment, today he's completely off it. He's we've taken him off Syndopa. He's now walking around, moving around. He even cycles. Of course, we put cycling up, as a regular exercise, because that's very good for Parkinson patients. And he is leading a normal life, and he's now approximately, I believe, 82, and doing pretty well. And they've recommended our names to several such patients of Parkinson. And we've got, as we talk, we've got around 6 to 7 patients of just Parkinson's. That's the entire, on the side, that is the testimonial given by the son, who was really happy about what happened with his dad. Now I've just taken you through the case studies, which was 6 essentially. We've got several others to show also. And detail, I mean, most of the case studies have huge details. Most of them are like 10 to 15 pages of the chikitsa and the protocols written in them. Maybe someday I'll be able to show one case to you and explain in detail as to how, maybe the next time. To take you forward, I would just like to tell you how we can work, or how we are actually working with a few clinics and hospitals. But before I do that, what I love about traditional systems, and some countries who've actually taken this forward, example Taiwan. If you see the center, the circle at the center, the blue one, it mentions how Taiwan entered the top 10 nations for healthcare efficiency index as per Bloomberg. The sources are given below, and they actually moved up several notches to be there, and they've surpassed many of the Western nations, and they're doing extremely well, especially because they are mixing or integrating both the traditional system as well as the modern medicine. Of course, the WHO is also investing in traditional medicine, and they plan to set up a traditional medicine center in India. And I don't want to get into details, but it's the best part about getting into an integrated system with traditional medicine is it gives you a very good holistic treatment, and it's more to do with patient care than focusing on the disease. And last but not the least, the efficiency of the healthcare system really increases or improves dramatically, like you've seen in the case of Taiwan. This is how Sanskrit can help integrate. We can help you in preventive healthcare. We can help you in predictive healthcare, as in Ayurveda can clearly tell you or predict onset of diseases years before it manifests in the blood tests or reports. with simple checks. We call them Nadi Pariksha, that is the pulse diagnosis, and Ashtavida Dashavida Pariksha, which is just by asking questions, several questions, and looking at several parts of the body, and we can tell a lot of things about what's happening inside. Of course, then we have the integrated healthcare system, which I just spoke to you about. The special care for terminally ill patients, like I've been saying, we've got several cancer patients. And out of the 1,000 we've treated, we must have, the most of them were, cancer now, if you see. Many of them came to us just, there were 15 days left for them or a month left. And they said, you know what, even if you can't save my mom, you can't save my dad, just make him go peacefully. So we do that as well. So terminally ill patients as well, we heal them, of course, in many cases, like I've shown you in case of cancer, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's as well. And in many cases, we give them an easy passing, as we call it. We do training and workshops. We've done several trainings and workshops in corporates. We also do, we've done workshops in Europe, talking about Ayurveda and spreading the word about what is Ayurveda and how they can do simple methodologies and keep healthy and disease-free for the rest of their life, which is very much possible. And of course, the last one, if you see, we do trainings of nurses and caregivers. We do certified courses on Panchakarma for or the detox method, Ayurvedic detox methodologies, which is basically an individual treatment. Now, I don't want to get into details of this slide, but this is just showing you how the 6 steps process that we do Ayurvedic detox and therapy, which I told you. Ayurvedic ingestibles as in medicines. We also we make the patients do yoga nidra if they can do it. Of course, if they are not in a condition to do that, we don't. Meditation is a part of it. Coaching in change of lifestyle, which is probably the most important thing, which we call dinacharya in Ayurveda. We also give them a unique detox diet and nutrition plan based on Ayurvedic principles. And of course, there is consultation. Every 15 days, we consult these cancer patients or Parkinson patients because they have serious issues which crop up every now and then. And we are always available for counseling and behavioral therapy as well. Our offerings are pretty unique. If you see these 5 orange boxes below, our doctors can actually consult as well as train doctors of any other country in case they want to for traditional systems. That's very much possible for our Vaidyas to do that. We've got certification training courses for caretakers and nurses. We also do one-day workshops in corporate universities we call them preventive, predictive, and promotive healthcare. We facilitate Panchakarma centers, like if a clinic, in case we integrate with a hospital, we can actually set up your entire Panchakarma center, which is possible for anybody to do. But of course, this comes as a part of our, integrated system for collaboration. And of course, the traditional concepts on post-care of a patient, even after discharge from the clinic, and how to rehabilitate cancer patients or rehabilitate any other kinds of patients who've had a surgery or any major illness in the previous few months or so. This is, I'm just showing you what we talk about in the workshop. This is, we call it a Nuvo workshop session where we teach people about detox every day, which through the dinacharyas. We also teach them how to lead a disease-free life without stress, keeping your family physically and mentally healthy. The first thing that they need to know is why do they fall sick? So we actually teach them why and how to grow healthy individuals, how to grow your kids as healthy individuals. So these are the ways and means by which we spread the word of Ayurveda and make them aware or understand how to stay away from chemicals and eat right and be healthy. Again, I believe this is the last slide, which talks about the outcome of a preventive, predictive, and promotive healthcare. It not only improves, for long-term treatments and rehabilitation, it also prevents complications, recurrence of diseases. The best part is it's a sizable reduction in cost for hospitals and clinics. the cost per se would dramatically reduce, because Ayurveda, I won't say we are cheap, but we can be sometimes more expensive than modern medicine, especially in case of cancer, etc. We are we can be pretty expensive. But at the same time, if you see, the overall costs really dramatically reduces for the hospitals, clinics, and even for the patient for that matter. And yeah, so it's a truly holistic system if you go along with a traditional system with to make it integrated along with modern medicine. And just a little bit about me before I end. My name is Siddharth Sen-Gupta. I've had 23 years of experience in I'm a chemical engineer actually, and an MBA, and I've worked in chemical companies all my life. And in 2015, I started this company, Sanskrit Natural Wellbeing. And I have also read the texts, Samhitas and Sushruta Samhitas, as well as Charak. And I believe, the Vaidyas that we have, they are experts in doing whatever I just explained to you. And we believe that this is probably the future of healthcare. So that's it, friends. And I hope you enjoyed the presentation. And I'm open for questions, if any.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Siddhartha. That was an awesome presentation. Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes. And we are open to questions now. Does anybody have questions? And please ask.
I just want to thank you, Dr. Siddhartha, that we are along the same track. I just gave a talk the last time on traditional Chinese medicine and quantum science.
Right.
Our model and way of working is very similar in creating concepts. So would love to stay in touch with you and weave in the Ayurvedic aspect. And
Yes, thank you. In fact, just to let you know, Ms. Lee, that I was in Taiwan a few years ago, and what was very interesting for me to see in a hospital is that they had an entire floor which was Chinese medicine, and they actually send all their patients for an integrated system, which was brilliant. I mean, that was really very interesting. And which part of the world are you from? And
I'm in Malaysia at the moment, but I'm from Singapore. I was also in the hospitals and clinics in Singapore.
Okay. Okay.
The cancer center, and
Great.
I work with medical doctors around the world in integrative medicine from
Lovely.
the Qigong point of view, so pure energy healing, but also weaving in holistic nutrition and movement and Qigong especially. So my talk is in about an hour. I invite you to listen in, but it's a little bit different.
Sure.
Because
I will.
earlier, last, and then about a month ago, and now just happening a little bit. But for sure that this integrative approach is definitely what I'm guided to do as well. And I had this similar experience also in Beijing, where the hospital the integrative approach, and this was almost 20 years ago. So in 1990, yes, in 1992. That's
so
right.
you had the idea before us. So you started much before us.
Well, I'm known as a visionary futurist. So wait till you see my presentation. I mean, we get some very funky videos to show you. So,
Interesting.
like
Interesting. And I completely believe. And I completely believe this is the future. This is the future, integrated systems and, with a holistic approach. Absolutely. Yeah. All the best to you, and I'll look forward to your video.
Thank you, and thank you so much.
Your presentation.
Okay. And also we have a participant from Taiwan, Dr. Henry Lin.
Ah,
yes,
interesting.
Yes.
He's
here.
Dr. Lin.
He's active.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Pretty much.
Yes, we can. Okay. So shall I begin with the presentation now?
Yes.
See if we can get.
Okay. Our next presentation is from Dr. Henry Chan Hanlin from China Medical University, Taiwan. And I request Dr. Henry Lin to start his presentation.
Can you see the video, the PowerPoint slide now?
Yes, we can see.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I shall begin with my presentation.
Yes.
Okay. Today I'm going to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm going to give a brief presentation about my recent work about using Chinese herb to try to solve problems with diabetic nephrosis. Okay. So, as the title says already, this series inhibits high glucose induced transdifferentiation of human kidney proximal PDC cells to attenuate TGF-beta1 mediated fibrosis. Okay, and let's begin. Today I will include the introduction and aim and our result and our current conclusion about our recent works. Okay, well, we are aware that there's the history of our Chinese herbal medicine has been very long, probably over 3,000 or 4,000 years, and it has mainly from plants, animal parts, and minerals of medicinal value. And each ingredient has unique characteristics, and which we believe when it works in harmony, we can improve our own health, a person's health. Okay, and the main topic for the main herb we're choosing for this topic for our research is Glyceras, also known as sugargrass. We call it ganchao because it has very sweet taste. Okay, so honeygrass. According to the Chinese pharmacopoeia, the dry roots and rhizoma of this plant have the ability to replenish your qi, nullify your spleen, and along with heat clearing and toxicity preventing, phlegm dispelling, and cough, spasm, and pain relieving abilities. And when we use this medicine very often in like over 90% of the decoction we use in prescription we use. And today the problem is that DM, diabetes mellitus, we all are very aware of this disease. It is projected that the number of people with diabetes will increase from 382 million to 92 million in 2013 by 2035, which is a lot. And it does cost a lot of the medical efforts and resources trying to deal with this problem. And when we know that we call it DN, diabetic nephropathy, is one of the most devastating complications of diabetes and the leading one cause of end-stage kidney diseases, which then will lead to a lot of things like you have the dialysis and maybe even you need a kidney. It does cost a lot of medical efforts and resources to treat this. It accounts for a significant increase of morbidity and mortality in patients with diabetes. Clinical features of DN includes elevated urinary albumin excretion, impaired glomerular filtration rate, and progressive declines in kidney function. Okay. And when we know that the hyperglycemia state of the body when in diabetic patients, they have certain alterations of metabolism, which are the major contributing factors to the pathogenesis of DN, like advanced glycation end products and activation of protein kinase C and oxidative stress. Okay. And current therapies for DN are aimed at controlling the blood glucose and blood pressure and inhibition of the RAS system, the renin-angiotensin system, to reduce the development of albuminuria. And for our research, our hypothesis that this honeygrass, the RG, could probably inhibit the STAT STAT3 gene, and which probably can reduce the fibrosis of the kidney cells. And our study design is that we take the HK2 cells, which is the human kidney type 2 cells, okay, and we challenge it with high glucose, okay, and then we treat it with different concentrations of RG, the Ganzhao extract, water extract, and see even how the outcome will come. The HK2 cell lines are obtained from human kidney, and it is derived from the normal kidney, and it were immortalized by transduction with human papillomavirus HPV16 genes, and which will help our research. And this is how we extract the Chinese medicine. We add 1 liter of water per 200 grams of the herb, and then we boil it, we concentrate it by heating, and then we filter the extract. Okay, the reason for this is why we are interested in the PTC cell, the proximal tubular cells, is that it transdifferentiates to myofibroblasts, which leads to the fibrosis of the cells. And what we know that the alpha SMA, the marker, is prominent. It's important in this part. If you see the alpha SMA going up, then then you will know that the fibrosis is going on. Okay, and then after we treated the cells with high glucose, we will see that as we gradually increase these the concentration of glucose, the cell viability reduces. That means if you add more sugar to it, then the cell will die more. And once we add the RG extract, and it does have protection against high glucose induced cell death, as we can see, and from C is the control, and the rest we will see gradually it would improve. Okay, so the conclusion is that the RG, the Ganzhao extract, does have protective effect on high glucose induced cell death of kidney cells. Okay, then we take this to see how the gene is working out. As we can see that the RG extract effectively inhibits the pro-fibrosis mediator TIMP1 and transdifferentiation. As you can see, the alpha SMA part has gradually decreases its activities. As you can see, the fluorescence has going down, going lower. Okay, and for this marker, you can also see that once you add the RG extract, and the marker will decrease, which improves the cell, well, inhibits the fibrosis effect of high glucose. And in this way, we can probably conclude that the RG effectively provides inhibited fibrosis from the STAT3 gene, as you can see on the right. And here we also show the similar effect from the Western blot. And here we will also see that if we add the RG extract, it does help. And also in this Western blot result. As a conclusion, we can conclude that the RG inhibits fibrosis in renal proxitubular interstitial cells by suppressing the TGF-beta signal cascade. Well, in terms of clinical meanings, which means that in order the Ganzhao, this herb, could be effective for protecting the kidney cells, and which can well, we can't say that stops, but probably protects the kidney for a longer period of time, so that they would the DN and the nephrosis problem could, well, hold back for a little longer. Okay, this is my brief presentation, and if anyone has questions, thank you. Yes. Does anyone have questions?
Thank you, Dr. Henry. Thank
Yes.
you for your excellent presentation. Yes, and we are open to questions now. If anybody has question, can ask Dr. Henry.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
you are audible. Please ask.
Dr. Henry, I just wanted to ask, do you, in your hospital, do you use any kind of integrated systems?
Well, in Taiwan, because of the legal problem, and our clinics only uses Chinese medicine. We do
Yes, I
not
know.
use modern medicine.
Right. Okay. I see.
Yeah, because we have legal problem. If you're in a hospital, yes, you can use integrated medicine. You can use both things, but in clinics, not in our clinic.
Ah, oh, that's interesting. So in a hospital you can, because I have seen that in a hospital, like you're saying. So in hospitals
Yes.
you can use, but not in clinics.
Well, for some clinics, yes, but you can have a modern medicine doctor and you have a Chinese medicine doctor, then you can use both. But in hospitals, yeah, they have different departments to combine all these.
Okay.
But in clinics,
Thank you.
not all clinics. Yeah.
I see. I see. Okay. Thank you.
But it's a good thing to use integrated
Good
medicine.
presentation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Can I share my screen?
Sure, sure, yes. And our next speaker is Dr. Bhairav B. Kulakarni from Yeshwantrao Chavan Ayurvedic College, India. And he is going to give a talk on Madhumeha to Diabetes Mellitus, Ayurvedic Management. And I request Dr. Bhairav to start his presentation now. Yes, yes. Yes, you are.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I thank you, Global Scientific Guild, Mr. Nawaz, who invite me in second time in Global Scientific Guild. Myself, Dr. Bhairav Kulkarni. I'm a BAMS MD IT Kitsa, and also working as a principal in Yeshwantrao Chavan Ayurvedic Medical College, Aurangabad, India. Also, I am a director of Sri Siddhivinayak Ayurveda Panchakarma Center, India. These are some of my membership regarding I had done previously in many national and international webinar, also in many countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, then Dubai, then China. So I get this type of membership from these countries. So I focus on this topic, diabetes. So you all know about diabetes. Diabetes is the 5th deadly disease in the US, and 23.6 million people in US, or 8 of the US population, suffers from diabetes. The prevalence of diabetes increases by 13.5 from 2005 to 2007. This is old data, and I got a new data from WHO website. This is the prevalence of the diabetes. The number of people with the diabetic rose from 108 million in 1980 to 422 million in 2014. So between 2000 and 2016, there was a 5% increase in premature mortality from diabetes. In 2016, estimated 1.6 million deaths were directly caused by diabetes. Another 2.2 million deaths were attributed to high blood glucose in 2012 also. A healthy diet, regular physical activity, maintaining a normal body weight, and avoiding a tobacco are ways to prevent or delay the onset of the type 2 diabetes, my friend. Diabetes can be treated, and its consequences avoid or delayed with the diet, then physical activity, or medication and regular screening and treatment of complications. So as per Ayurveda, I'm belonging from Ayurveda. I'm a MD in Ayurveda. So I correlate diabetic mellitus with our Madhumeha or Prameha. In Ayurvedic Sanhita, there are three major Sanhitas known as Charaka Sanhita, Sushrut Sanhita, and Vagbhat Sanhita. And they are mentioned some sthana, Nidana sthana, Chikitsa sthana. So I quoted here some references regarding where to mention Madhumeha or Prameha. My dear friends, first of all, I tell you about Madhumeha and then we discuss about diabetes mellitus. So we start our presentation through Ayurveda first, and after that I convert or I compare with diabetes mellitus type 2. So these are references I quoted in our Ayurvedic Sanhita, Charak Sanhita, chapter 4, Nidana Sthana, Charak Chikitsa Sthana, chapter 6, Sushrut Nidana Sthana, chapter 6, Sushrut Chikitsa Sthana, chapter 11. These are some references. In Ayurveda Sanhita, Madhumeha in a nutshell means a chronic digestive disease, involvement of three doshas, major dhatus and organs, multiple complications. As per Ayurvedic approach, in text principle, focus on diet, lifestyles, panchakarma, herbal formulations, control and slow down the disease progress, no drug side effect, and natural and holistic. It is mentioned in Ayurveda. So there are types as mentioned in Ayurveda. Sahaja Prameha. You can correlate with type 1 IDDM. Then Apatya or Nimitta. You can correlate with type 2 NIDDM. So based on doshadhikya, so in Ayurveda, there are mentioned three dosha, Vata dosha, Pitta dosha, and Kapha dosha. These dosha having Kapha dosha 10 types, Pitta dosha 6 types, and Vata dosha having a 4 types of Prameha. So in Ayurveda, this is one of the shlok mentioned in Charak Chikitsa Sthana, chapter 7. Inactivity or laziness, these are causative factors of Prameha. Inactivity, laziness, lack of exercise, excessive sleep, excessive use of curd, then meat and soup of domestic, of aquatic and marshy lands animals. Then consumption of new unpaid cereals and drinks, products of jaggery, all other kapha promoting things. Ayurveda Sanhita mention Samprapti. Samprapti means pathogenesis of the disease. Due to causative factor, doshas get imbalanced. Especially Ayurveda Sanhita mention Kapha dosha having 5 types, and in the 5 types, Kaleda Kapha is mentioned. Pitta dosha mentioned 5 types, Pachak Pitta is involved, and Vata dosha having 5 types also. So Saman Vayu is involved. Kaleda Kapha, Pachak Pitta, and Saman Vayu. Plus Agnimandya, Atvagnimandya is mentioned. So aggravated kapha vitiate Meda, then Mansa, then Majja and Kaleda of a body location in Basti. Basti means a bladder and urinary system. It causes a different type of kapha dominant meha. Similarly, in Ayurveda Sanhita, similarly it mentioned aggravated by hot things, vitiated dosha element and cause it to different type of pitta dominant neha. Where other two doshas are relatively diminished state, the activated vayu draws tissue elements like oja, then majja, and then lasika into the urinary tract, vitiates them to causative dominant prameha. Different doshas having entered the urinary tract in vitiated conditions. So in Ayurveda Samhita, body tries to exercise in the form of urine and clear the wasting away of the tissue. Is dhatu. So this is the pathogenesis or samprapti. I already told you doshas get imbalance and all these things I already, and the major cause is polyuria. Major lakshan, polyuria. Then prodromal symptoms, means Purvarupa is mentioned in Ayurveda Samhita. Excessive thirst, then dryness of mouth, lethargy, abnormal and frequent urinations, burning numbness in the hand and feet, sweet taste in the mouth, coated tongue, teeth, etc. Bad breath, enlargement of then Ayurveda in modern words. I mentioned there is a samprapti. Left side, I given some table as per Ayurveda, hetu, dosha imbalance, dhattvagni mandya, then aparichat dhatu vriddhi, then kleda vriddhi, then prabhuta mutra. And right side, wrongful diet, high blood glucose, and get in insulin secreted by the pancreas, and cell become resistant to insulin, means dhattvagni mandya. Then more glucose present in the blood, then body tries to dilute this high blood glucose, then polyuria. This happened for long period of the time, then actual disease manifests. Management and principle of this disease, for the purpose patient suffering from prameha are classified into two categories. One is obese and strong, and those who are emaciated and weak. So patient belonging to latter category should be given nourishing, and it required nourishing therapy over there. Patient of former category who are having a former category, then who are strong and who have more dosha in the body should be treated with the elimination therapy. There are two therapy, nourishing therapy, and then second one is elimination therapy. For this purpose, the polluted patient should be given various recipes described in a Kapha-sthana with a view of eliminating metabolic waste product through both upward and downward, my friends. After the waste product are eliminated from the body, the patient should be given santarpana or nourishment therapy, which I already having a table management, chikitsa management over there. Then in this condition, this procedure is gulma or consumption or pain in phallus or urinary bladder should be given in santarpana therapy. So I hear some quoted some herbs, Haridra. I tell you about these herbs and all these things in later slides. Just I tell you regarding some herbs. Haridra, Amalki, Triphala, then Gudmar, then Vijayasar, then Gudichi, means Tinospora cordifolia, I tell you this medicine in after last when I tell you regarding a management. So diabetic mellitus. What is diabetic mellitus? Everybody should know diabetic neuropathy, the most common complication of the diabetes. 50% or more of people with diabetes are affected to some type of conditions, can lead to sensory loss and damage to the limited period. So major cause of importance in diabetic is main fact often under recognized. So in modern medicine, there are classifications. First classification is type 1 diabetic mellitus, then type 2 diabetes mellitus, gestational diabetes mellitus. Other specific types are MODY, means maturity onset diabetic of the young people, and LADA, it's latent autoimmune diabetes of adult. Neonatal diabetes mellitus means NDM. Wolfram syndrome and Altram syndrome. These are some classification are mentioned in modern medicine. So I mentioned here etiology, type 1 diabetes, beta cell destructions, autoimmune, absolute insulin deficiency and deficiency of C peptides. Type 2 diabetes. In type 2 diabetes, impaired insulin secretion by pancreas, insulin resistant by peripheral tissues, increased glucose production by liver. Then incretins are not working properly, means not significant. Overweight sedentary lifestyles are primary cause to type 2, which lead to these conditions. In clinical features, as per modern medicine, unexplained weight loss is a major complaint. Polyuria, I already told you, polyuria, increase urinations, polyuria. Most of the cases I treated before, or I already did many patients of diabetes mellitus type 2, many patients complaining polyuria. So we diagnose with this symptom, polyuria, then polydipsia, means increased thirst. In Ayurveda, I mentioned Actyadik Trishna. Then fatigue is there, slow healing of cuts, then ketosis in type 2. Prolonged high blood glucose can cause glucose absorption in the lens of the eye, which lead to change in its shape, resulting in vision changes. A number of skin rashes can occur in diabetes are collectively known as a diabetic dermatomes. Symptoms may be developed rapidly in type 1 diabetes, while they usually develop more slowly and may be suitable for absent in type 2 diabetes. So these some key lock system I'm put up front of you. One of the idea, left side diabetic develops when glucose can't enter the body cell. Please watch this slide carefully, my friends. Diabetes develop when glucose can't enter the body to be used as a fuel. This happens because either there is a no key, means no insulin, unlock the door to the cell, as in type 1 diabetes, no insulin, left side, and the right side, the key insulin is unable to unlock the door property, and the key insulin is there, but the lock does not work properly. There is a insulin, but lock does not work properly. Means body not working properly. Insulin is there. So these are the some difference in type 1 and type 2. So I try to differentiate type 1 and type 2 from this picture. What is the insulin? Insulin is the hormone secreted by pancreatic beta cells. It works as a chemical messenger that helps your body use the glucose in your blood to give you energy. You can think of it is the key that unlock the door to the body cells. Once the door is unlocked, glucose can enter the cell where it use the fuel. So diabetes mellitus versus madhumeha. Ayurvedic classification, two types. Type 1, sahaja krisho. Matri, Pitri, Bija, Dosha, Pritha, as mentioned in Ayurveda. Pipasu, Risham, and Parishrana, Sri. And in type 2 diabetes, Apatya Nimittaja, Ahita Ahara Viharaja, Bhu Ashi, and Sahya Asana, Swapnashila. Is diabetes mellitus versus Madhumeha. I just correlated these two over here. Diabetes mellitus caused by inherited and acquired deficiency product insulin by the pancreas. You know this slide, so I forward. I have some limited time over here allotted by Mr. Nawaz, so I just took a fast. Diabetes mellitus, two principles from the diabetes, type 1 diabetes. The pancreas fails to produce the insulin, which is easy for survival. And type 2 diabetes, NIDDM, result from the body inability to respond properly action of the insulin produced by the pancreas. This much more common account for about 19 to 95% of diabetes cases worldwide. Then diabetes mellitus etiology. As per Ayurvedic view, asya sukha swapnam means sedentary lifestyles. Then gramya dukha anuparasa non-veg diet. I just correlated with diabetes mellitus and madhumeha over here. Then dadini payasi means milk and milk products. Buddha vaikrutam means sweets. Then kafakrita means overeating. In modern view, genetic susceptibility, underactivity, overeating, obesity, various nitrosamine is found in the meat. Then stress-related factors, viruses are cause diabetes or etiology of the diabetes mellitus. In vihara, lifestyle, physical exercise, work. In Ayurveda Sanhita, there are some management. Vihara. You can work out daily 30 to 45 minutes. I mentioned here some yoga asana, Paschimottanasana, Halasana, Dhanurasana, Shalabhasana, Tadasana. These are very effective in my patients. Already did effect. Patient get suffered from diabetes, type 2 diabetes mellitus, and their blood glucose level very high, and they did some yoga therapy, and with this Ayurveda therapy, so they will get get a good result in the my center. The patient suffering from prameha, so some management. So lifestyle monitoring is must. Oral hypoglycemic drugs to be given is must. Insulin must. If needed, then surgery must. Medication as per Ayurveda. In Ayurveda, mention a Sanchodhana Chikitsa. Sanchodhana means purification or internal cleansing, means Panchakarma treatment is a very effective treatment in Ayurveda. Apatarpana Chikitsa means active weight loss by force denourishment. This is the mentioned in Ayurveda, and modern therapy also use these type of techniques, weight loss treatment for diabetic patient. Then Sanchamana Chikitsa means pacification or medication treatment over there. Santarpana Chikitsa means replacement treatment are mentioned in Ayurveda. Treatment part, compound drugs. In Ayurveda mentioned, these some kalpa or medicines. Vasanta Kusumakara Rasa mentioned in Ayurveda Sanhita. In my daily routine practice, I treat more than thousands of patients of diabetic mellitus and using a lots of drugs related to Madhumeha mentioned in Ayurveda Sanhita. Patient get relief from these type of drugs, but need pathya apathya with drugs. So in Vasanta Kusumakar Ras, 250 milligram tablet given twice a day. Chandraprabhavati, 250 milligram twice a day. Shilajit or Shilajitwadi Vati is very effective medicine. Patient suffering from polyuria is major complaint in the diabetic mellitus or Madhumeha. So Chandraprabhavati is very effective medicine. Then Katiradi Kashaya, one of the medicine mentioned in Ashtanga Hridaya. Katiradi Kashayam is mentioned 15 ml with lukewarm water twice a day. It should be good result. Chambwasam, this contained 15 ml of water equal with lukewarm water. Ayaskurti, one of the patent medicine in Ayurveda, most of the people were using and get a result before. Then Negrodadi Churna is mentioned. These are some compound drugs I use in my clinic or daily routine practice. Briyat Somnath Rasa, then Veda Vidyavati, Trifala Arka, Guduchi Arka, Madhumehari Churna, then Sarveshwara Rasa. Some research drug are in present. BGR 34 is one of the research product in market, also available in Indian market. Ayush 82 is also available in Indian market. I already use this drug to many patients. So before that, I'm a Ayurvedic person. So I tell you regarding a diet. Flour of different type of corn mixed with water. Flour of different types of corn mixed with water you can use. These are decoctions, barley powders, and barley decoction is very useful in these type of cases. Then cook barley without adding any uncontaminous article or barley progid. Then roasted of corn flour. Then pancakes mixed with the meat soup or any picker birds and animal inhabits in arid land. This is good in this type of cases. Then old shal rice, cook with mix with soup. We call it as mudgayush. And preparation bitter vegetables. It is very useful in Madhumeha. Then barley soak in the decoction of triphala and kept overnight should be mixed with honey. It is a tarpana chikitsa. It should be taken by the patient suffering from pramaya regular to overcome the disease. Various eatable prepared from the barley or bamboo seed is very useful in this type of cases. So I have less time. If you have any queries, so please ask some queries. I am thankful again, Mr. Nawaz and Global Scientific Guild. If you have any doubt, so you can ask me. My email ID already mentioned, drbhairav.kulkarni@gmail.com. This is my center, Sri Siddhivinayak Ayurveda Panchakarma Center, situated in Aurangabad, Maharashtra, India. Any doubt, please ask me, or you can email me anytime. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Bhairav. That was an awesome lecture.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity.
And we are open to questions now. If anybody has question, please, Dr. Bhairav.
Dr. Kulkarni. Hello.
Hello.
You have recommended 2 research drugs. One is BGR34 and one more. That's 82, Ayush 82.
Ayush 82, right.
So in BGR, there is a combination of 4 or 5 plants.
Yes.
Perhaps you also mentioned Methika is one of them, Gudmar is one of them, and 2 or more. One of them is Vijaya. Vijaya.
No, in BGR 34, there are a Daru Haridra, sir. Daru Haridra, Berberia,
Daru Haridra, and one is Vijaya. Vijaya.
Vijay Sar.
Vijaya. Vijaya.
Vijay Sar is there, sir. Vijay
What
Sar.
is that Vijaya? What is that Vijaya?
Pitocorpus marsupium. This is Vijay Sar medicine. Vijay Sar, known it as Vijay Sar, not a Vijay.
But I understand in Charak Samhita,
yes, and Gudmar is there.
Cannabis sativa, which is called bhang, this has been referred to as Vijaya.
Yes, and Manjista is there. Rubia cordifolia is there.
Manjita to hai, that is all right. Manjita is there.
Dengue green also there.
What should be Vijaya? In Charak Samhita, this cannabis sativa, which is called bhang, local name is bhang or bhang. So that is Vijaya in Charak Samhita, and they have named some other plant. You tell me what botanical name, if you remember, what is that plant?
You need a botanical name of this BGR 34. What do you want?
I say, I feel that one of the plants is doubtful. The nomenclature of one of the plant is doubtful.
Which one? Which one?
This Vijaya.
But already mentioned in this BGR 34 and BGR 34.
Because in Charak Samhita, it has been mentioned as this cannabis sativa bhang. You understand bhang?
No. This is Vijay Sar is different and cannabis sativa is different, sir.
But there has been mentioned different plant for Vijaya in that BGR.
Oh, I don't know.
Check it. And if it is, what is the appropriate? You have studied different sthanas of Charak Samhita. So see that what is the exact Vijaya. Okay.
There is a VGR in the 34. There are content. VJSR means maintain blood glucose level and strengthen cells.
No, 4 or 5 plants are there.
Yes, VJSR
Somewhere
is
it may be written, I don't have the wrapper, but somewhere it might
I
have
have
been
the
written in
wrapper.
the
I have the
diary.
wrapper over
One
it.
of the plant is Vijaya, and identification of Vijaya is doubtful in my opinion.
Okay, okay, it's your personal opinion, I think.
Not my personal opinion, it is that of the Charak Samhita.
Okay.
Why? I'm not the inventor.
No, Latin name of this medicine is Pterocarpus marsupium, right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You spoke well.
Any more questions? We are open to questions. Okay. And our next speaker is Dr. Wai-Ching Lee. She is from Earth Heart, Singapore, and a presentation on frequency techniques and technology for restoration and youthing. And I request Dr. Wai-Ching Lee to start her presentation now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Nawaz, and thank you, everybody. Thank you, so Chairman Dr. Gabriela and Dr. Paveen for this second invitation. And I'm so happy to do the introduction the first time and now to actually deepen a little bit more. So my name is Wai-Ching Lee, and I have a holistic consultancy as well as a energy healer. So here we have my website. So a lot of the information is there. So I invite you to come onto the website for more information. So here today, my talk would be on Infinity Quantum Qigong, which is what I teach, and energy technologies, regeneration, and youthing. So this is the main title. This is who I am, and this was taken in Bangalore in 1990 by Dr. John Rogerson. This is a thermography that shows how a healer has a flash of white light as the person comes into the camera. It's a thermography camera, a very special kind of biofield. So just by way of introducing my work to those who don't know me yet. And so this work has actually, it's translated into quantum science, like quantum entanglement. So I do long distance right now because of the lockdown or the cocooning. And so this is just an example of what happens, let's say in 15 minutes, where eyesight can be improved. So all this is on the website. So I'll move very quickly because there's a lot of interesting information where we're going to deepen from the last time. One of my dear friends, Edgar Mitchell, was an astronaut, and he was the founder of Noetic Sciences as well, which has created a lot of psychic research on healing. And so this one is Bharat Chopra, and Deepak Chopra's nephew. And with this work, his golf ball sized protuberance disappeared overnight. And so this is just to show how quickly Qigong healing can affect physical healing, going through the quantum field. And this is Dr. Widmer, who was the astrologer for Osho, and he was also a doctor of psychology and something called human design. So he was smoking 2 packs a day for 52 years when it was cleared in one session. So I would like to just run through very quickly for those who are not so familiar with energy healing, and I'm sure everybody is here, is that just to see a schematic of what subtle and dense anatomies of a human is. So here we have the human physical substrate, no need to elaborate because everybody knows the physical systems. Then here's the circulatory, pulmonary, nervous, lymphatic systems. And as we go a little bit further, the auric, the Tantien and meridian system in the TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, and the chakric and nadi systems. Here you see the what you call the chakras, or in the Chinese aspect, you have the three treasures, the sanbao, which is the upper and the middle and the lower Tantian. And of course, this is expanding into the auric field, the prana and the chi body, what is known as the etheric field or the bioenergetic field. And it expands into the tantra, into our toroidal field. And this is what we look like when we are, let's say, in a semi-conscious state and we're not fully in the body, perhaps in sleep or in a fainting spell or in coma. And we travel back in this strands of light back to this, where we are pure light and soul spirit matrix. And this, you can see there's a crisscross of the light letters, and usually in spirals and figure eights. So this is how we look like in our energy body. How beautiful is that? And now, just to show a schematic of what the yin yang may be like in a spiral and figure eight form, which is what infinity quantum qigong is about. And so this, you can see that's constant movement, a dynamic dance of the dark and the light, the yin yang, not the yin and the yang, and not yin and yang, but yin yang, which is the same thing. So within the polarities, it is just one whole, the dark whole and the light whole. And it's always moving constantly, so we're in constant change. And if you look carefully, there's a spiral, and right down the center is the S curve. And if you put one on top of the other, it actually forms a continuous curve, a sine wave, that when it's crisscrossing, it becomes the double helix. And so we have actually, many years ago, this cosmology and this schematic of what the universe might be within and without, as above, as below. So as above is the Wu Chi, the illimitable, and it's called perhaps the Tantra, and it's also called the quantum field. And as we come into manifestation, we come into the Tai Chi, so which is symbolized by the yin yang symbol, where we begin to embody the dark and the light, the polarities of the many selves, the many aspects, our personalities, our ego. And then it comes to this Bagua and the 8 sides of our aspects and all the elements, more than 5 elements of who we are on this planet. And so we see the hexagrams, which are made up of trigrams, and they are actually the pulsing of the binary code in all of us and our pulsing of the heart. So this I saw when I was scrying, looking into these incredible schematics, these clues that was left to us from so many thousands of years ago, which are the codes of the universe, the codes of our soul matrix. And this corresponds with the quantum field of what we know. And right down the center is the 0 point. And so this is the Sushumna, this is the governing and central vessel in TCM, and it is highly dynamic. It's always moving like an orbit. And also you can see the waves and particles movements. Now, to show that how this is really cosmic, if you know what crop circles are, these are some of the representations of crop circles that have been shown in many parts of the UK. And you can see here the center line going down the center. So this is a bit esoteric and I'll move on from here, but it just shows that we are not alone, and this comes from an amazing past, right? And a system. So
sorry, Dr. Ching Lei, sorry for interruption. We don't have your slides.
Yeah, we don't have your screen.
We don't see anything on the screen.
We see you.
Any slides? Oh, excuse me. I have been going on. Why did you tell me?
Yes.
We're
I
only
was
seeing
trying.
you.
I was trying to interrupt you. Sorry about that. So we don't have anything on this. That's
so
okay.
It happened the last time also.
Yeah.
So what do you suggest? Since you have told me straight away.
Yeah, from now on.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Thank you.
Now we see it. Now we see it.
Okay. All right. Now you see it. Can you see the whole thing, or are we? Is it blocked by the?
No, we see the whole thing.
You can see the whole thing. Yes.
So the talk is Infinity Quantum Qigong and energy techniques and technologies for regeneration and youthing. So yeah, I don't need to go through. This is the thermography by Dr. John Rogerson in Bangalore, and this is the testimonial about the eyes. You've heard the story, and all this is on the website. So let me go. It's not going. Okay, here. Oh, it's slow. Okay, this is the Deepak Chopra's nephew and the golf ball size protuberance. This is the smoking of 20 years, 52 years of smoking, 2 packets a day, done. So here are the subtle and dense energies of the human being. Here's the human physical substrate, and then the circulatory, pulmonary, nervous, and lymphatic systems. The auric Tantian meridian system of the Chinese system, the chakric and nadic system. And then here we have, oh, here we go, the chakras and the toroidal field of the energetic body, the etheric astral light lattice of the human being. That's who we all are. And even more so when we go back to pure light, soul spirit matrix. Yes, we are so beautiful. So observe the figure 8s and the spirals. Here we have the spirals, as I was mentioning, of the yin yang, and also the dynamic dance of polarity. So we are always in not only dualities, but there's so many more aspects to us. And that brings us to a holistic approach of who we are. So this is the schematic I mentioned about the clues of our energy system in the body. So the Wu Qi is the illimitable, also known as the quantum field. And the Tai Chi is the circular schematic of the dark and light, the yin yang. And also in each of the yin yang, there's the opposite. So nothing is one way or the other. So that's very much the basis of Taoism. And we are responsible for all the decisions we make. So from the yin yang, we come into a more defined aspects of self. But then again, there's the hexagrams and the trigrams, which are codes, and they go in and on and off according to our heartbeats. So this is the pulse of life in us. And it actually situates us and our incarnation this lifetime. So it represents the codes of the universe, and it corresponds with the quantum field when we come in with the first breath. So right down the center, you see a 0 point, which you can see here in this representations of the crop circles. This is actually moving really slowly. And here we represent also the particles and wave polarities. Ah, here it comes. That was very strong. As you can see, there are these straight lines coming through, and these are crop circles in the UK. They are huge representations on fields, and some people declare they're man-made, but no one can make these representations. So I'm studying these as it relates to sacred geometry of the different parts of the earth that I go to do my work and doing acupuncture for the earth. And so here we are, we'll go to watch the film now. So I think I have to go out and come back in. Am I out already of
Yes.
the?
It's a blank slide now.
Okay, and I'm trying to get back into the Zoom. Oh yes, that's what I have to do. I have to stop share and share again. Good. I'm getting it.
Take your time.
Yes, thank you. So this one goes to this, and There's so many slides I want to show. Oops. I thought I'll show episode 2 because it's more dynamic and it has to do with using. Can you see?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Martial art include all the combative arts like karate, judo, Chinese kung fu or Chinese boxing. It's a combative form of fighting, the art of expressing the human body.
Kung fu, it means time and effort together is kung fu. The muscle power, the right position, the right spirit. More than that is the internal qi, like a battery.
The beauty of these qi cultivation practices is that you can enter in anywhere. The qi in qigong is obvious because it says qi work. With tai chi and kung fu, it's still qi work, it's just called something else.
Qigong, qi skill, is the energetic core of Tai Chi Chuan and Wushu. The skill of delivering power in a punch is not that different from what is required to move qi within the body for self-healing.
When you exhaust your qi from doing fast physical activity, as one might in martial arts, you need the qigong to bring everything down, to settle the energy, to come back into repair mode.
So through practice, you feel in your heart and your whole body full of love, full of qi. All of the history of the martial arts, it came out of the need to protect oneself, to protect your property, your family from being abused by someone else who was overpowering your forces.
If it's a threat of someone harming you, the best thing is to try to avoid it. But if your life is at threat, you need to know how to save your life. There is a physical protection, there's a mental protection, and there's a spiritual protection.
Most of us in modern life don't have aggressors attacking us. Most of our martial battles are emotional, are against stress, finances, money, our own internal voices in our heads. So how do we stay protected against those attacks?
The best way to protect yourself in a martial situation is to have mastered relaxation and presence. Then it's very difficult for somebody to harm you.
To be a quantum warrior or warrior of the Tao, we have to be brave enough to enter into unknown parts of ourselves and to bring forth the places of power and the places of shadows that we can transform into light.
The essence of martial arts is not to be aggressive. It is to be secure in yourself so you don't have to accept the challenges of others.
Martial arts, Tai Chi, Qigong. When you start dealing with energy, you want to know, oh, can I hurt somebody? When you expand and grow in love, can I help somebody? Can I heal somebody?
Yeah, I saw Dr. Roger Janke in the video. He was there last time.
Well, yes, that's right. He's one of our teachers. I'm an associate producer, and Sharon Rose is the producer director.
No. Sorry to interrupt again. Your video is gone again. You are again back on screen, not your presentation.
I'm done for that one.
Okay.
And so I'm back on screen, but I will go back to the presentation. The second trailer rather than the first, because the first is about what is Qi, and all of you know that. This one is about protective Qi. So when at this time, this is really key to learn these techniques. And it's in the protective key that we actually draw upon the Qigong, restore ourselves emotionally, and regenerate the cells as well. Therefore, we can actually continue to youth. And I'm not so keen on the term anti-aging because it's a double negative. And you know, when you think about anti-aging and people fighting against aging, you know, it doesn't lead to graceful aging and graceful passages in our lives and all the cycles. So Mr. Nawaz knows that I just celebrated my 64th birthday just 2 days ago. And so, and this is my hair, how my real hair, no extension. So I have been asked to always talk about youthing, and I thought that it would be appropriate as a segue from the last one to talk about youthing and regeneration, really not for vanity purposes, but for being the most vital that we can be at this time when we are locked in, when we are away from nature, when we are away from negative ions that's in nature. So I discovered, for example, and I'll show this science later, but what I'm wearing here, the blouse, the shawl, this headband is actually negative ions fabric. So while I'm sitting here in front of the computer and surrounded by technology and air conditioning, I'm actually protected. And also the negative ions is feeding into my skin, into my bloodstream. And it actually happens by contact with the skin. And 15% is the uptake when we breathe in the negative ions. 85% by contact with the skin. So I discovered this technology during this month, actually from March onwards. And I would like to share some of this, not just for youthing, but for regeneration. So if you allow me, I'm just going back to the PowerPoint. I probably have to see the PowerPoints or not. Back to frequency and energy. So Nikola Tesla says, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Now, what does this mean? Vibrational medicine is already here. And of course, all the esteemed doctors and physicians here, they know that it's homeopathic remedies, acupuncture, acupressure, energy healing, beige flower remedies or Bach flower remedies, gem and crystal elixirs, chromotherapy, sound healing, chanting, singing, music. And I'll show something, a video of that later on. And of course, there are other different vibrational devices, magnetic healing, radionic psychic healing, X-rays, CAT scans, ECGs, EMGs, electrotherapy, EMR scanning, electrography, heart pacemakers, pulse magnetic, I can't see this with kidney stones and magnets. And of course, just now, Dr. Mehta Dr. Gabriel spoke about laser therapy as well as, and someone spoke about the mats, the amethyst mats from yesterday. So all this is all part of vibrational medicine. And we are familiar with that. So I'll just carry on how we can activate it in ourselves. So we are made of coils as well, as we saw in the schematic. So we are spinning spiral vortices of energy, Qigong, in the human body. There's clockwise, anti-clockwise, like in the chakras, and the wheels of consciousness, and also the sunbow in the upper, middle, and lower Tantians, and definitely in our DNA. So as I mentioned earlier, we come from the Wu-Chi, the void, in the quantum field, to be actualized by the E, the intention. And that is the spark of life to come in as a soul into body when we're born. But we come back and we leave the body through the 0 point, the center line, and the central and governing vessel. So what we're going to do here with Qigong is apply of the human technology to the power of breath, power of intention, power of movement, and power of transmutation. So this is the Wai Tang Gong, and it's spontaneous vibrational Qigong. This was done 2007, and you can see it. The energy is coming up from my feet and through my body, and it's going through. This is not forced. It's actually the vibration of the earth, the 7.83 going through my body. And of course, we can emulate it in practice. So when we practice Qigong, we say, all right, everybody, let's do the Wai Tang Gong practice. And that's what we do. We shake. And of course, Osho has a dynamic meditation with this too, very similar. So as you can see, the energy was whipping up my spine and then through the spine. And now I'm undulating. I spoke of this happening the last time, but then I decided to show this clearly on the energies that are happening here. So what happens now, the next step is that the sounds, the cosmic sounds are coming through when we are sounding our own mantra. So here we are, I'm sounding it. And can you see can you see that graphic with a little old lady on a machine? Can you see that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So do you know about the power plate? Anybody knows? It's been in gyms. So it's several $1,000s and people stand on it and it's supposed to make them youthful. So here you can do it free of charge. If you put your feet on the ground and you start vibrating, and this is an actual technique. It's a very powerful technique because once it gets going, you go and this is what happens and it just goes through your body. So here we again, I talked about youthing and anti-aging. And what's important is that this system actually helps to release emotions and balance the endocrine glands because we are working through the center line and the heart coherence, and the thymus gland actually gets activated because they're usually smaller as we get older. So we want to actually keep activating all the glands, all of the chakras, right? As we absorb the prana from the etheric field into the chakras and chi, from the atmospheric chi into the sunbow, the three treasures. And this will eventually go to the telomeres and activate telomerase, which cannot be injected into the body. It does not develop itself even in stem cell, from what I understand. So this is one exercise, and I just told you, Mr. Nawaz, that I will share 2 exercises. I'm not sure it's going to go. About creating flexibility in the spine. So I'll let you watch that. The rest of the body. Release the energies from extremities, the arms, allowing the fingertips to touch the earth naturally. And we meet the earth by opening up the centers and the palms of the hands. And we go down into a squat position as much as we can to meet the earth, opening up the area of the sexual organs, also connecting with the earth. And we keep the head low and the cervical spine stretched. So there's a stretch from the cervical spine through the thoracic spine into the sacrum, into the coccyx. We open up the coccyx, the strands of light to the earth, together with the feet and the palms of the hands. The feet ideally could be flat on the floor or the earth. Otherwise, to just adjust as much as one can into a comfortable position. There should be a long stretch along the spine. The legs could become wider to accommodate a deeper squat.
force of the earth rise up to meet us through the sexual organs, to merge and blend with the creative forces within our physicality. And here we draw in the terrestrial energies, the creative force of the planet Earth, and we return the creative force of ourselves to the earth. This position could also be called the return to the womb. And here is a magnificent opportunity to rebirth oneself. This practice may be done several times, up to 8 times or more, and each time observing the difference. So when one is ready to come out of the posture, to make sure that one is fully grounded in the feet and the hands, and to roll up one vertebra at a time. The arms are hanging loose, the fingers are loose, and if necessary, the hands may be placed on the knees for support as we roll up the spine. Otherwise, to pull in the Tantian, lower Tantian, to increase the tonus in the abdominal muscles, and to slowly roll up, unfurl one vertebra at a time. The most important thing is not to rush, but to enjoy the unfurling. Coming back to the upright position. Relax into the knees, find the stability of the feet. And pelvis is slightly tucked. As one straightens out the spine gently, the head is the last to come up.
Okay. Can you see me now? And the slide?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, beautiful. So, Mr. Nawaz, you asked for the secrets of my youth.
Yes, yes. Your anti-aging techniques.
Promised you 2 secrets. So you have 2 now, the Wai Tang Kong practice and this practice, okay? So I kept my promises. And these are very, very powerful practices in Qigong, in infinity quantum Qigong. And they are known to increase longevity because we actually go into an inversion, you know, like the downward dog, I think you call it the Mukhasana, right? Down dog. And any kind of inversion will really bring blood flow. And of course, we go towards anti-gravity or go beyond gravity to create more, I don't know how to say that your flesh goes back up, you know, you get more using experience. So those are very powerful, and those are the human technologies that anyone can do, but just very slowly. They are on the website, so you're welcome to just download them. Now, in terms of emotions, there are various frequencies as well. The COVID-19, the COVID virus as a vibration, and pain, fear, irritation, noise, pride, and superiority as well. But a higher vibration, generosity, gratitude, compassion, frequency of love and compassion, unconditional love, and universal love goes way up, and as far as 120 to 350 of prayer and good intention. So this information comes from this source, and one can actually go through the whole spectrum, and we do, as you can see in the middle here, that there's the toroidal field, and then below and above, and we have a range of emotions that we have a choice to do. And in the below, you can see to the past, to the future, and to the present. So the present is the only one. But however, when we do this work in the inner planes, we can actually go back into time-space continuum and go through past life regressions and future life progressions, and meaning we can have a vision of who we can be and move towards that, but solidly grounded, embodied in the present moment. Now we can also use different frequencies for healing, just like this one, right? As I've shown that. The crystal chalice. Because we are crystalline, and when we bring in high frequencies into our bodies, we actually start to vibrate much higher. This is cymatics. I spoke of this the last time, but didn't get a chance to show it. So I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope that it can go. Now, this is done real time, and I showed this at the Medical Qigong conference in Eastover, which is near Boston. And it is pretty amazing. And I hope I can show it this time. If not, it'll have to be another time. Yes, here it, I think it can. Yes, enjoy it.
The film you are about to see has new characters. If you spare a little of your imagination, it is a film to describe to you the effect of cymatic frequencies on matter.
Sound into matter. Which we are, sound into matter. We're light and sound.
Everything owes its existence solely and completely to sound.
So we can actually watch the actual experiments on this website. And how they connect sound with light and manifestation. Okay, so we move on from there. Because the cymatics is really interesting because it shows how vibration affects the cells in our body. And as we can see here, Dr. Masaru Emoto, some of you might know him, that he has actually sliced water that has been projected with emotions like thank you and gratitude. So it creates crystals that are beautiful. So when we emote that, the higher frequencies, our waters actually become sweeter, and our crystals in our blood and the bones and the cells actually become more beautiful, more formed. And that's a secret of youthing as well in the what we call the fountain of youth. So here you see music that's played to the water. It's Beethoven, and how beautifully it's formed. And the other one, obviously, like heavy metal or acid rock, is not very beautiful. So that's why many of us don't like this music. So this actually calls for more research, right? Now, this crystal blue ENT, please go look at that because there's a lot of information about how the uptake of water is more bioavailable when the dynes are smaller. They go through a crystal, and I'll show you here. This is one of that I use at and this can you see?
Yes, we can see.
So it's crystalline, it's actual rare crystals. So they have topaz, tourmaline, and very rare crystals called iridium. That is, there are only two places in the world you find North Africa as well as and North America. So this company has it, and it's all crystals. There's nothing electrical about it. So you just put the water through. It actually even clears the molecules of chlorine and fluoride. So all that information is on the website. It's there, and you're welcome to get in touch with me. I'm happy to put you in touch with the CEO. So here it's the uptake when it's smaller surface, reduced surface, so it's smaller, and it's the uptake is easier. You can see that it goes through into the skin, and it's marvelous for swimming pools. So no more chlorine for the swimming pools. It's amazing. So you know that we can just talk about water for 2 hours, that how important it is for our system, especially the brain. It's important for hydration, secret of the fountain of youth, and also it relates to 7 wells in the Bible and also the chakric system. So this is that. Now, also going back from water to food, holistic nutrition. We are what we eat, and we are what's eating us also. Our emotions are really important. So we can actually have a whole thing about holistic nutrition and how important to have the sunlight, which is chlorophyll. So it's important to have that in terms of spirulina or astaxanthin and single cell algae, so powerful in the proteins and all the amino acids. And the kind of foods that we eat, whether it's organically grown, whether it's grown permaculture, biodynamic, or hydroponically, that's also important. And I'm a culinary consultant as well, and I give talks about this. We can be another time. But hydroponic vegetables, just to let you know, is that they cannot reproduce themselves. They stop at the second generation. So there's no earth substance. And that's why one of the reasons why there's so much infertility besides radiation and pollutants in the air. So to make it holistic, I use applied kinesiology, like some of you, to test foods, supplements, medication, and also detergents, shampoos, medicines, also techniques to see which ones suit people, and also in the combination. So food has information. For example, here in terms of frequencies, you can see sugar as a hydrolyzed extract of sugarcane has a frequency of 25. Real sugarcane juice has 310. Coffee has 25, but the real Arabica, where it's grown before it's roasted and so on, is 310. Aspirin is 250, but willow bark itself, the herb, is 750. Cocaine is 5 when it's in the powder form, but coca plant is 540 when it's drunk as a tea, when it's also very stimulating. And heroin is 1, and it has a frequency of fear, actually. And the poppy plant itself, the opium, has 500, which is love. So this research is done. I will give the source later. And the cannabis is 50, and cannabis in a plant form is 1920. And what I'm wearing here is cannabis frequency in this, and it is the natural frequency of 1920. So very interesting how we relate from food to oils. Let's say the rose is 320 hertz. And this allows us to look at vibrational medicine in a much more systematic and also precise way. Now, there are also lots of energy tools like this to keep us young and regenerating. This fabrics are now used in hospitals, and people are healing from psoriasis from it. And remember, 85% negative ions by contact of the skin is much, much better. And it also changes the blood, just like drinking water. And it also affects the alpha brain waves in the brain. And it was invented in 1956. And so it is now, it was used also, the beginning of it was actually used for Hiroshima and Nagasaki victims when it came into force, okay? So if we have time, I can actually
Food International has created the new generation. Excellent heat insulation, superior moisture permeability, ultra-strong negative static electricity, negative ions, and outstanding flame retardancy. On excellent heat insulation. Neuron fibers have low heat conductivity.
It can be used.
They effectively prevent the loss of body heat and have excellent heat insulation. JISL 1096 testing methods for warmth retaining property, method A, is used to verify the Neuron heat insulation feature. First, the warmth retaining tester is set at 36 degrees Celsius, and 30 by 30 centimeter test cloths made of different fibers are placed on the radiating plate. After 2 hours, the amount of electricity required to maintain the test cloths at 36 degrees Celsius is recorded. Then, the amount of electricity required to maintain the radiating plate at 36 degrees Celsius for 2 hours without any test cloths is recorded. The difference in the amount of electricity required between the two tests is the warmth retaining rate. The larger the difference, the better the warmth retaining rate. Through the test conducted by Japan Textile Products Quality and Technology Center, Neuron has a warmth retaining rate of up to 34.6%. Compared with wool, which is generally recognized as the fiber that provides the most warmth, neuron's result is much higher. This shows that neuron has excellent heat insulation and is highly effective in preventing the loss of body heat among other fibers. The neuron's heat insulation feature can also be verified with a thermal mannequin test, which imitates a human body. The test environment is set to a temperature of 20 degrees Celsius and a humidity level of 65%. First, the temperature of the mannequin is controlled at 36 degrees Celsius. Shirts made from neuron and cotton are put over the mannequin respectively, and the testing time is set for an hour. After an hour, a thermal imaging equipment is used to capture the shirt's surface. The fabric with good thermal insulation indicates a lower surface temperature and thus will appear blue on the imaging. The fabric with poor thermal insulation indicates a higher surface temperature and appears red. Through the test conducted by Unitica Garment Technology Company Limited's Research Laboratory Division, the result shows that neuron has a lower surface temperature of 30.6 degrees Celsius, while the cotton shirt has a higher surface temperature of 31.7 degrees Celsius. Therefore, with a lower surface temperature, neuron is a fiber that does not easily dissipate heat, keeping your body temperature consistent. In other words, neuron has excellent heat insulation and helps prevent the loss of body heat. This feature is verified through JIS L1907 testing methods for water absorbency of textiles, BIREC method. Different 20 centimeter by 2.5 centimeter fiber test cloths are prepared. A horizontal line is drawn 2 centimeters from the lower edge of each piece of cloth. The test cloths are fixed on a rod supported above the basin, and the height is adjusted so that the lower edge of each cloth is immersed in colored water. After 10 minutes, measure the rising height of the colored water from the drawn horizontal line. Each test cloth absorbs water up to the following levels. From the test conducted at Japan Textile Products Quality and Technology Center, it shows that the water level of the neuron-made test cloth did not exceed the set line, which is 0 millimeter. In comparison with other fibers such as nylon, cotton, and rayon, neuron does not easily absorb water. Thus, weaving neuron into fashionable garments or bedding will keep you comfortable. Neuron ultra-strong negative static electricity, negative ions. Neuron will generate negative static electricity and negative ions through friction by rubbing against the skin or other fibers. To identify the amount of negative static electricity produced by neuron, a test is conducted based on JIS L1094 2014 testing methods for electrostatic propensity of woven and knitted fabrics. First, a fiber test piece is affixed on a rotating plate, and a friction cloth, either cotton or wool, is positioned under the rotating plate. Each test piece is measured at 5 centimeters by 8 centimeters. The environment is set to a temperature of 20 degrees Celsius and a humidity level of 40%. After that, the rotating plate is allowed to turn for 1 minute to generate friction between the two pieces of cloth, and the negative static electricity produced is measured. Through the test conducted at Japan Textile Products Quality and Technology Center, neuron can produce a great amount of negative static electricity, regardless of whether it is rubbed against cotton or wool. The negative static electricity produced is between -3,000 and -3,200 volts. In contrast, rayon can only produce -1,300 volts to -1,600 volts of negative static electricity. Even the positive static electricity produced from friction between cotton can go up to 1,700 volts. Therefore, neuron can consistently produce negative static electricity through friction, which is much higher compared to the other fibers such as cotton, wool, and rayon. Neuron outstanding flame retardancy. Neuron fibers are flame retardant as they are able to contain the spread of fire. Neuron has been proven to be flame retardant using the following 3 tests. The first test is to test the limiting oxygen index LOI value. LOI is the minimum concentration of oxygen to support ignition and flaming combustion of the material. The higher the LOI value, the more difficult it is to burn. This test is conducted according to JIS L1091, Testing Methods for Flammability of Textiles, Method E. Under the standard, each test cloth is supposed to measure 15 millimeters by 16 millimeters. However, the size dimensions of the test cloth holders in Unitica Garment Technology Company Limited's Research Laboratory Division is different. 12 millimeter by 17 millimeter test cloths are used for this test. First, the oxygen concentration is adjusted for all test tubes. Then the test cloths, which are made of different fibers, are ignited. The LOI values are then determined based on the minimum oxygen level required for each test cloth to burn. If the LOI value is above 26, the fiber is deemed to be flame retardant and will not burn easily. Through the test conducted by Unitica Garment Technology Company Limited's Research Laboratory Division, the results show that Neuron has a LOI value of up to 36.8, which makes it more difficult to inflame compared to cotton, which only has a LOI value of 18.9. First, a lit cigarette is placed in the middle of the two Neuron test cloths. Next, another two Neuron test cloths are placed above it. The test cloths are placed on a shelf inclined at 45 degrees and ensuring that there is no gap between the Neuron test cloths and the cigarette. 1 hour later, the top two Neuron test cloths are removed. Next, we measure the length of the carbonized area on each test cloth. The test results show that there is no flame remaining or still burning on the top and bottom Neuron test cloths. The flame did not spread towards the periphery of the test cloths. Neuron passed the test. In the 45-degree methenamine method test, different fiber test cloths are placed on a shelf, inclined at 45 degrees. The test cloths are ignited with a methenamine tablet. Next, we measure the length of the carbonized area on the test cloths. The results have shown that the average length of the carbonized area on the Neuron test cloth is 4.7 centimeters. However, the acrylic test cloth is completely burned. According to the Japan Fire Retardant Association, the passing standards for this test have to be within an average length of 8 centimeters or less. This shows that acrylic catches fire easily, while Neuron does not inflame easily, even if fuel is used in ignition. Neuron passed both the 45-degree cigarette method and 45-degree methenamine method tests. Thus, the Japan Fire Retardant Association recognized Neuron blankets and bed sheets as flame retardant products. These three tests have proven that the fire retardant properties of Neuron fibers are extremely high compared to other fibers. They can contain the spread of fire and are perfectly safe for everyday use.
Okay, so why is it that I chose to show this is because it's really relevant for these times. For example, look at what I'm holding here. It's a mask. So this mask is breathable, and it's when we breathe through the mask, we're actually breathing in negative ions. So it's like breathing in air from waterfalls and the beach. It's really important at this time. So this is fascinating to actually have people, and it's just people buying the fabrics and doing that. The other thing is that for us medical practitioners, it's really key that when people are sleeping or lying down on our tables, our treatment tables, that these products are actually feeding, nourishing their cells. So 85% of the skin with negative ions. So that's the beddings, the bed sheets, and this. And I'm writing all this into my concepts for healing centers and hospitals. So I'm consulting holistically for different projects. So that's why I'm choosing this to show you this. As for using, they have created this face mask to put on when you sleep, and also a little hat, not only to protect oneself when one is on the computer from all the radiation, but apparently it keeps your hair dark as well. So now people in California are very concerned about wildfires. And so they are very interested in this new technologies. I know it's a little long, but I think the science is absolutely fascinating that we have these technologies now available for us. So at this point, I'm just checking with Mr. Nawaz to see how our timing is, or do we have time to go further?
Actually, we have come to end. I request you to finish your talk quickly.
Oh, okay, quickly. Let's run through this then. So this is, in terms of using and holistic nutrition, this is fascinating. Another frequency consumer product, and that can really make our food last. Okay, we talk about these crisis times. Food, people have to buy food, people have to grow food and store food, and it could go scarce because of food security issues. So we're looking at, I'm also looking at a little bit like a warrior, right? To help people cope with these times. And this is actually stress reducing, and we can sleep with it. But just take a look at the 4-week-old lettuce and the 4-week-old lettuce with the food freshness card, the difference, and the 5-week-old bread, and then the other one. Well, imagine what it does for your skin as well. So what we do is actually we put water here and then spray it. Okay, when you go back to using, or it's amazing for skin lesions as well, and psoriasis. Absolutely amazing. And it's instant. And what we do is also we can put like this one, the earthing card. We put the cream, so any kind of medicated creams, it will increase the potency of these creams, as well as beauty creams, and as well as oils. So this earthing card has the frequency of 7.83 hertz, and it's the Schumann's resonance. And of course, how do we receive it through our physical body, our human body, is by rooting. Just like this, we go to nature and we put our feet on the ground. We root through the visualization, through the Qigong practice, because our entire biological system, the brain and the earth itself, work on the same frequencies. So these are the frequency products, and you can just go in and have a look. It's also there. But it's also very protective for the radiation, the high frequency that's destructive right at this time. Just look at the impact of the radiation of 5-year-old, 10 and an adult. You know, there's so many children having cancers, brain tumors now, and as well as adults. And these can actually help a lot of this. So I'm done with this, and these are my details. If anyone wants to get in touch with me or go into the website, I welcome all questions and collaboration. And thank you again for this opportunity to share these innovative techniques and technologies for restoration and regeneration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wechingdi. That was awesome, amazing talk. It was really out of words. It was excellent.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. That was so profound. I have so many questions, but we're going to leave it for maybe panel discussion, or I can personally get in touch with you. So that it was so profound and so much into it. So, and yeah, that was awesome. I have few questions. I will ask you later in panel discussion.
It was a very interesting presentation, and especially about the prana and prana shakti, chi, and you know, it's something which people really need to understand, that this is science and this really makes a difference. Brilliant stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And our
enjoy very well.
Our next speaker is Dr. Ashwin Bhanushali from Bhagwati Homeopathy Clinic, India, and he is going to give a talk on rapid cure of upper respiratory tract infections with homeopathy. And I request Dr. Ashwin to start his presentation now. Dr. Ashwin, please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, thank you for giving me the platform to share about my knowledge. I'm Dr. Ashwin Bhanushali from India. practicing classical homeopathy since last 16 years. Just first of all, a warm welcome to all of you. Today I'll be talking about a role of homeopathy in treating acute case and perception of patient regarding homeopathy versus reality of treatment. See, dear friends, homeopathic is a scientific method to treat a disease like acute and chronic disease. It's a general opinion that homeopathic only for chronic disease like asthma, arthritis, allergies, and migraine. But for acute cases like acute cold and cough, acute diarrhea, acute fever, acute GIT problems, allopathic is needed. But the fact is something else. If homeopathic medicine prescribed perfectly, it acts faster than allopathic treatment. See, until and unless one doesn't experience that, it is hard to believe that it acts in the fraction of minute. If we talk about chronic disease, in chronic disease, homeopathic medicine acts in 10 to 15 days. In initial phase of the treatment, there is a process of detoxification in the form of cold and cough, in the form of loose motions, little bit UTI, and little itching on the body. Means what? After taking homeopathic medicines for the chronic disease, any chronic disease, it may be blood pressure, diabetes, thyroid, any chronic disease, in initial phase, body will throws out all the toxins from each and every cell of the body, and the patient will experience, within 15 days, the patient will experience the detoxification, little bit cold, somewhere 1-2 loose motion and itching. And after that, there is a well-being sensation, and gradually he will experience that all the complaints are declining gradually. But today
so
will be
Dr. Ashwin, sorry for interruption. We don't have your slides.
Pardon? Yeah.
We cannot see your
Okay.
slides. There is only yes. Now it's fine. Thank you so much.
Most welcome. So we'll be talking today about acute disease, not chronic disease. For acute disease, according to WHO, what is acute disease? It is a disease or disorder that lasts for short time, comes rapidly, and is accompanied by distinct symptoms. So, dear friends, there are different type of acute disease in our clinical practice, daily OPD. They are acute cold and cough, acute GIT problems, acute skin problems like tinea, like fungus, acute injuries, and acute urinary tract infections. From all these acute diseases, acute cold and cough covers almost 50% of the cases. So in our clinic, most of the cases of acute disease are this acute cold and cough. So dear friends, what is the most horrifying image of this year is this one. This image will haunt us for years together. So this sneezing, sore throat, throat pain, fever, malaise, this all symptom has been designated as the most alarming symptoms in this COVID-19 year. In India, homeopathic had played a major role in treating COVID cases. So let's talk about respiratory tract infection. Normally, the respiratory tract infection has been divided into upper respiratory tract infection and lower respiratory tract. Upper respiratory tract infection includes laryngitis, pharyngitis, tonsillitis, rhinitis. It includes following symptoms: coryza, sneezing, nasal obstruction, throat pain, fever, head pain, ear pain, and facial pain. And lower respiratory tract infection it is infection below the level of larynx, may be taken include bronchiolitis, bronchitis, and pneumonia. The presence of these conditions will depend on age, infecting organisms, and site of infection. Dear friends, I want to share something about perceptions regarding homeopathic in the mind of people and what the reality of the treatment is. There are few perceptions which I noted in the people, which I want to share right now with you. First perception is that homeopathic medicine is only effective for chronic and old disease. Dear friends, there is a proverb: eyes don't see what mind doesn't know. So until and unless we don't experience this beautiful science about homeopathic, it will be hard to believe that homeopathic has an unbelievable result for the acute cases. In some part of India, many homeopathic doctors sees at about 100 to 150 acute cases in a day with a fantastic result. There is one more proverb that homeopathy never fails. It's a homeopath who fails. Homeopathic has a solution of each and every disease. It may be acute or chronic. A doctor, a homeopathic doctor, after passing from the college and getting a certificate is not enough to be a good homeopath. Until and unless he don't get a perfect mentor from which he can train himself and prescribe medicine perfectly. If a patient visits a homeopathic doctor who is unexperienced or who don't have proper knowledge, and if he doesn't get any result, naturally he'll blame homeopathic. But thing is something else. So always be careful before getting treatment from homeopathic doctor and see whether he's experienced or not experienced. Second perception is that a long history is required to treat acute cases. But the reality is, in chronic case, it may require half hour to 1 hour to take the cases. But in acute cases, hardly 10 to 15 minutes of the history is required. There is a misconception about homeopathic is that a long history is required. But 15 minutes is sufficient to procure totality of symptoms from the patient. Third perception is that homeopathic medicine act only at a superficial level. Many believes that homeopathic removes only symptoms at a superficial level and it doesn't cure the disease. But dear friends, homeopathic medicine is prescribed after considering the physical symptoms, the mental symptoms, and the pathological report of the patient. And after getting treated, there are changes at the physical level, mental level, and there are positive changes in the pathological level too. So the removal of disease at all these changes, it means the patient is totally cured. Fourth perception is there. Medicine is prescribed on a single symptoms and instantly. There is a fixed ideas in a patient that as soon as we explain our symptoms to the doctor will instantly prescribe the medicines. But it is not a fact. Homeopathic doctor has to consider all the symptoms of the patient since he had observed since the chief complaint. It may be a physical level, mental level, or any pathological level. So it's not an easy job that as soon as the patient comes, we can prescribe the medicine. It is not like that. We have to take a totality of symptoms, and on that basis, we have to prescribe the remedy. Fifth perception is there that homeopathic medicines take a long time to act on acute diseases. But reality is that homeopathic medicine act instantly to treat acute. In chronic diseases, homeopathic starts working in 7 to 10 days, but in acute diseases, it starts instantly in a fraction of a second as soon as the medicine touches the body in the form of olfaction or through the mouth. Suppose if a patient is suffering from acute cold and cough, he is having nasal obstruction, he is having throat pain, he is having malaise, his body is dull, there is lots of coryza, there is pain in the ear. After a right treatment, within few minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, there is a changes the nasal obstruction, flow of the discharge reduce, throat pain reduce, intensity and the frequency of the cough reduced to a larger extent within 10 to 15 minutes. So management of acute cases by homeopathic. So what homeopathic doctors require if the patient visits to his clinic? First is physical examination of a patient. Second is investigation if required. And third is the data from a patient. How does the physical examination of a patient help the doctor to cure? See, it's the most crucial part of the treatment. If the diagnosis is perfect, the patient is already halfway cured. Rest of the treatment will do. So it helps for the diagnosis of disease. It helps to judge the severity of the disease and for the follow-up patient. Judgment of the severity of disease. Through physical examination, we can judge whether the patient is in serious condition or is in a proper, is not so much serious. If he is serious, we can admit in the hospital. And for follow-up the patient, we can say that if the patient is suffering from rails, from the tachycardia or wheezing, in the next follow-up we can judge that is he better from these all types of symptoms. So physical examination of patient is very much necessary. What are the requirements of the data of the patient? Dear friends, people always wonders, what does a homeopath require from a patient suffering from acute cold and cough? The thing required from the patient are the changes in the body and mind since the chief complaint had been started. The reason behind the disease. Also, if a patient comes with a cold and cough, we have to judge what was the exciting cause and what was the reason after which he had suffered from cold and cough. Had he had some ice cream, or had he got wet in the rain, something like that, any exciting cause which had excited his cold and cough. The main thing is that other requirement of the data from the patient are the type of cough, modalities of cough, whether cough is aggravated in warm room or in the open air, other symptoms associated with the cough, types, colors, textures of the expectoration, types of lacrimations, type, colors, textures, and modality of the sneezing. So, dear friend, whenever patient approach to homeopathic doctor, these all things are required to prescribe a perfect medicines. There are few cases, 3 of cases, which I want to share with you all. So it is a case of my aunt, aged 52 years. It is a case of my aunt, aged 52 years. She was singer by profession, came with a severe cough. Cough would worsen as soon as she would talk. She had to perform a very next day. She felt a soothing effect in her throat by drinking warm water. While examination, I noticed that any inspiration, her cough was aggravated. So she was suffering from this cough from last 3 to 4 days, and unfortunately, she was not well, and her performance was very next day. So these all things were detected from the patient while case history. So what we had judged from the patient that his cough was aggravated while talking. His cough was better with the warm fluid, and while inspiration, her cough got aggravated. So remedy known as spongia was given to her. See, these are the symptoms which will drive us towards a remedy. Not only cough, the modalities of the cough, how is the expectoration. These all details are required to prescribe a perfect remedy. So this medicine was given to her. So one can understand how difficult it is for a singer to perform on stage with so much cough. She was hardly able to speak, and it was an event of a singing. Fortunately, there was a great changes with homeopathic medicine. Within a day, she not only sung next day, but also she received a great applause from the audience. The cough which she was suffering from last 4 to 5 days, it got cured in a day, and she was able to perform the very next day. The second case is of a boy, aged 6 years, suffering from severe cough from last 4 days. His mother said that he has not slept soundly because of cough. His cough increases mostly during sleep. The boy insisted being in open air since he felt better with that. His face became red on coughing. So these were the 5 to 6 lines which she had explained while giving the history. So what were the symptoms a homeopathic doctors had to include to prescribe the medicines? The cough which was aggravated during sleep, the face discoloration during cough, discoloration red during cough, cough which is ameliorated by open air. The remedy known as sulfur was given to him, So after taking medicines, in few minutes, his breathlessness during cough subsided. And after 4 days of nightmare, boy slept calmly. There were hardly 2 to 3 bouts of cough during sleep. And from the next day, he felt much fresher and he was very much active. And from second day, cough subsided totally. So within 1.5 days, the cough was subsided, and on the same day he had slept calmly. It's a third case. An old aged woman complained of severe cough and breathlessness since past 2 days. There was bleeding from her nose for 3 to 4 times since cough. She was very anxious and restless. After every cough, she would vomit. On examination, I noticed that her throat was red and inflamed. See, dear friends, in this case, the mental complaints had also been seen along with the physical complaints. So, after taking the case history, we have to see the changes in the mental levels, in the physical levels, and in the pathological levels. What are the changes mental levels? That since the cough is very much anxious and restless, and pathological level, there is a bleeding from her nose since cough, and her throat was red and inflamed. After considering all these symptoms, we had took a few of the rubrics on which the remedy was prescribed. Her respiration was difficult cough during. Her mind was anxious during cough. There is vomiting during cough. Her throat was red and inflamed. And epistaxis during cough. Remedy which was given was Aconite 200, 1 single dose. After taking medicines in few minutes, her breathlessness subsided. There was no bleeding from the nose. And cough decreased within 15 to 20 minutes, and though there was no vomiting. And within 1.5 or 2 days, she was totally cured. So, dear friends, actually, in initial days after I got this message that I want to take a webinar, but I was not sure that who are the audience. The webinar which I had prepared initial was for the homeopathic doctors, but there were also paramedical staff, paramedical doctors in this webinar. So the preparation was very less. And I request if there is any questions regarding homeopathic in your mind, you are very free to ask me.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwin. That was excellent presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Dr. Praveen, please unmute yourself.
Sure.
Dr. Praveen, yes.
Dr. Ashwin, that was an excellent. So,
thank you
by
so
the way, I'm a homeopath as well.
Okay, dear.
So,
okay.
Anytime a homeopath talks is energizing me.
But where are you practicing?
I've been practicing for over 20 years in Canada.
Oh, that's great.
And I have a school, actually. I'm running a school as well and teaching it. So I have only one question with regard to the rubrics that you take for acute. Is there any difference between the rubrics, how many rubrics you take for acute, subacute, and chronic? Because we normally take 10 rubrics from the mental aspects, emotional aspects, and also the physical, and also the modalities of the symptoms. But what I saw, your rubrics is only one modality and one mind and one physical. so and it's leading you to the right remedy as well. I just want to know how do you work with just 3 rubrics in order to get into the, do you consider the totality of symptoms as well? I don't know if I'm clear or not.
Yes. See, actually, whenever the patient comes to us now, we take whatever symptoms the patient has. It's not necessary that there are 5 to 10 or 12 rubrics are required. Only 2 to 3 rubrics, which are PQRS type of rubrics, that are sufficient to prescribe the medicines. And also one thing more, that after repertorizing these 3 to 4 rubrics, we get a particular set of remedies. For example, 8 to 10 remedies, right? And in those 8 to 10 remedies, only few remedies act on the respiratory organs.
Yeah.
Okay, these remedies are more prone for the respiratory organ, and some of the remedies are more for the heart patients. Okay, so if in a after repertorization 3 to 4 rubrics, we get some remedies like Digitalis, or sometimes like Arnica or Rustox, but we know that Rustox is the rubric. Rustox is the remedy which act more on the respiratory system, and Digitalis act more on the heart symptoms. So we can instantly prescribe Rustox instantly rather than Digitalis and Arnica. So if by the 2 to 3 symptoms we get a particular set from that set, we can easily prescribe if we know the sphere of action of that remedies. That is the thing.
Yeah, we call that method, we call it keynote prescription.
Keynotes. Yeah.
That's we call it keynote prescription, that we mostly do it for acute cases. Yes. I just want to know that your method is the same as North American and European method. So yeah, we do that. But for chronic disease, for sure, we have to go with more rubrics in order to get to the case. Yeah, thank you so much. So that was clear. So as I said, you're doing the keynote prescription for acute, which we do as well. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear. Thank you so much.
That was excellent.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, thank you, Dr. Ashwin. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Most welcome, dear.
And our next speaker is Dr. Shahina Kadri from Batras Clinic, United Arab Emirates, and she is going to give a presentation on Dispel the Myth, Homeopathic Molecules Slow the Cure. And I request Dr. Shahina to start her presentation now.
Good evening, everyone. I hope I am audible enough.
Yes.
Am I? Okay. Good evening to all of you present over here. And I'm Dr. Shahina Kadri, and I have been practicing since the last 15 to 16 years. I am the medical director at Dr. Batra's homeopathic clinic in UAE, Dubai. And it is 6 o'clock here, and that's how I'm wishing everyone a very good evening. It's very rightly said that by Stanislaw Jersey, that myth is nothing more than ancient gossip. But at the same time, we also know myths which are believed intend to become true. And they play a fundamental role in the society, while they can sabotage the actual facts completely. And today I would love to share my endeavor to dispel one of such myths towards myopathy, that's homeopathy. So please allow me to share my presentation with you guys. Dispel the myth, homeopathic molecules are slow to cure. There's something gone. Yeah, okay. I was just wondering in case it was. Okay. So where does this myth actually come from? So basically it would either come from the critics or the other system of medicine, the people who don't know much about homeopathy, or usually it is the skeptics. I also call them as the Google doctors who hardly know anything about homeopathy, and they usually grasp all their knowledge from Google, and they conclude that yes, homeopathy is maybe slow, and so they would jump from one system of medicine to the other. So here is where the myth originates from. And homeopathy is now included in the national health systems of a number of countries. Example, Brazil, India, Mexico, Pakistan, Switzerland. Over 200,000 registered homeopathic doctors currently, with 12,000 more added in India each year. 40 out of 42 European countries practice homeopathy. And I'm sure in the lifespan of each of the doctors, they might have heard or come across this myth that homeopathy is very slow to cure. So what do patients actually say? Homeopathy is slow acting and cannot be taken in acute cases. Homeopathy cannot heal instantly like conventional system of medicines and can't give quick relief. I am reluctant to start homeopathy for my child as it's slow. I rushed to the GP as it was acute migraine, loose motions, dysmenorrhea, etc. And homeopathy would take longer. Homeopathy requires time, so got my tonsils, piles, adenoids, renal stones, etc. operated. I think most of the homeopathic doctors who are present here would resonate with what I am sharing. So what are its effects on the health of society? Because they believe that homeopathy is slow to cure, it is that patients start getting directed towards antibiotics, they start using a lot of painkillers, they end up using a lot of steroids, and also end up in surgical cases. Now, the Lancet Commission on Global Surgery 2 years back prepared the report which says 313 million surgical procedures are performed worldwide each year. At least 4.2 million people worldwide die within 30 days of surgery each year. Post-operative deaths accounts for 7.7% of all deaths globally, for making it the third greatest contributor to death. Now, why I'm insisting on these points is tonsillectomy, surgery, hemorrhoidectomy, that is piles, and lithotripsy. So a 2019 study about tonsillectomy says that US mortality rate at 1 death per 18,000 surgery. Over 500,000 US children get this routine surgery every year, making it the second most common surgery in America, was reported on 26 February 2020. Regarding hemorrhoids, it is estimated that 58% of people aged over 40 years have the disease in USA. Almost 1/3 of these patients present to surgeons for their treatment. Regarding renal stones, it is estimated that 1 in 10 people will have kidney stones at some time in their lives. So in case if people knew that homeopathy is actually a surgeon's knife, and regarding tonsillectomy, hemorrhoidectomy, and lithotripsy, it could actually do wonders. And these number of operations and surgeries that we're seeing, we could actually direct people towards homeopathy and save them from this happening. If you see the direction towards antibiotics, in fact, we all present here know the World Health Organization Act 2020 has included antimicrobial resistance as one of top 10 threats to global death once again in 2020. If current trends continue unabated, there could be as many as 10 million annual AMR-associated deaths from a wide array of infections by 2050. The cost of AMR, that is antimicrobial resistance to the economy, is significant. In addition to death and disability, prolonged illness results in longer hospital stays, the need for expensive medicines, and financial challenges for those impacted. Antimicrobial resistance is one of the biggest public health challenges of our time. Center of Disease Control and Prevention has reported that on 28th of October 2020. Each year in US, at least 2.8 million people get an antibiotic-resistant infection and more than 35,000 people die. If current trends continue unabated, there could be as many as 10 million annual AMR-associated deaths from a wide array of infections by 2020. Taking all this into consideration, now it is also about steroids. We all know that steroids have a lot of side effects, and steroid medications, which are prescribed in different forms for many different conditions, have a multitude of side effects. The two main side effects are immunosuppression, and they reduce the ability of immune system to function, and adrenal crisis. Steroids are also used in the form of topical conditions like eczema and psoriasis, which can actually be healed with homeopathy very efficiently. So is it really slow? And in case, then how slow is homeopathy? What does the founder of homeopathy, that is Dr. Samuel Hahnemann, say? It's very important for all of us to know that, because he is the founder of homeopathy. The highest ideal of cure is rapid. It is stated in our Bible Organon that it has to be rapid, it has to be gentle, permanent restoration of health or removal and annihilation of the disease in its whole extent in the shortest, most reliable and most harmless way on easy comprehensible principles. So our treatment is based on it being rapid, so it cannot be slow. Reiterating the facts versus the myths, the ideal homeopathic cure should be rapid, in an acute, still in bud, a few minutes or a few hours. So in case, like very rightly, Dr. Ashwin was sharing his experience that in case if it's an acute condition, homeopathic condition, then it may take few minutes or few hours against any kinds of antibiotics or any other allopathic or conventional system of medicines. In acute conditions, homeopathic can heal very fast, and in an acute that is full blown. So in case if it is really full blown, then it may take a few days. In a functional chronic case of not much duration and having no acute miasm, a few weeks or few months. Based on all the facts and myths, I will soon be sharing my cases and my patients. So cases may be acute, it may be chronic, surgical, non-surgical. Can I grow taller? A case of growth impairment. So this young boy, who's 14 years of age, visited with a concern of growth impairment. His parents were equally grieved, as he is an athlete and he's involved in sports. He is super active, but still they don't find any changes since last 1 year. They have changed his diet and monitored. In fact, he went to a cricket coach and he had been taking training for that's push-ups, and there is no change since 1.5 years. He was disqualified for a few tournaments as he looked the shortest in his team, this was what as this has brought his morals down. So you can actually understand the pain which is there, because he is a super active boy and he wants to participate and he wants to reach to the core and his team, and he's not getting an opportunity to do that. And because of which his moral is really coming down. So this guy comes with a lot of hopes in case if there can be any changes till where his height is concerned. These are a few particulars which physical generals which we have taken, on the basis of which the medicine can be prescribed. Mentals are very, very important. That is the mental symptoms, physical generals for a homeopathic prescription. So he has been a very friendly and social, extrovert, bold, and he's studying in grade 10, sports person, focused on cricket in Cricket School of Excellence, and he's playing for the country. So he's been playing for UAE. And we started with his treatment wherein we prescribed phosphorus 202 doses, which is a homeopathic medicines from a constitutional perspective. And we had a follow-up after a month, which said that his height was 152.5 centimeters. This month, traveling to India for a tournament, this is what he shared with us, wherein we did not repeat his constitutional medicine, and we just gave him Calcarea first. The second follow-up says that he, I'm so sorry, I just took it behind. It's 153 centimeters, and the third follow-up, his height was 154 centimeters. So there was a change in his height and his growth patterns every year, every month by 1 centimeter. I'm sharing with you guys his video.
Dr. Shaina, can you please increase the volume?
Is it not audible? Just a second, I will try. Yes. Is it better?
No, voice is not coming very well.
It's not?
No.
The voice is not proper.
We can see. Subtitle is gone too.
So it's a case of autism, which is he's around a 3 years old male child that he walked in with his parents to seek help from homeopathy. He had been diagnosed as moderately autistic. And the following was his symptoms. He had speech delay. He is not speaking proper words of his age. Any child of his age would. He doesn't follow. And his concentration is very weak. Very poor eye contact, absorbed in his own world, like any autistic child would actually be. Doesn't prefer to mingle with other kids. Due to his behavior and nature at the playgroup, the teacher advised to evaluate him at a medical center where the parents confirmed the diagnosis. These are the physical generals, like I just shared before. It's important for our homeopathic prescriptions. And mentally, the mother says he is a child who loves solitude. He loves playing by himself, doesn't mingle much with others, but is very close to mother. He may start laughing suddenly crying loudly. So he had the typical symptoms which are present in case. There are some symptoms which definitely take us to his remedy, which is Natrimute 30, which was given once in a week, which is a homeopathic remedy. And we followed it up with Kali for 6x, 2 tablets twice, once in a month. Interesting are the follow-ups. That is, first follow-up, mother says that she is seeing that the child is trying to say something, but other than that, no much change. He's being absorbed is the same. No eye contact now also. He doesn't respond. He eats food well, scrambled food, loves watching the rhymes, and he flaps his hand in case of response. When she came for the second follow-up, mother reported his flapping of hand is increased. Initially, I got worried that all of a sudden there was increase in his flapping the hands, but later I realized it's in response to a conversation. So this was a beautiful change which she saw in the second follow-up itself, that the child had started responding. We feel he is not attentive or engrossed, but I find he is more alert and rather responding to what I am saying. So that was a happiness which she experienced, because it's very difficult for an autistic mother not having eye contact with the child. The child is not having an eye contact and the emotions are just not being conveyed. So that's a very big pain for her. But here she felt that he is a little bit more attentive or engrossed, but I find he is more alert and rather responding to what I'm saying. I took him to the park and I saw him interested in being there in the park. In fact, he participated in passing the ball, which has been an absolute change. So you see, there is it's such a small act of just passing the ball, but the mother has remarked it so well, because these changes were not there in the child. And in the second very month, when she started seeing these responses, she was very, very happy. When she came in the third month, mother is very elated. Mother says he repeats the rhymes along with the mother, which was never the case. Eye contact has been developing. He tries to recollect the next word in the rhyme. Hyperactivity is the same. Father says that he had tears watching him putting the colors in the puzzle, same as it played on the rhymes. So while he was listening to the rhyme, he started keeping the colors same as he was listening in the rhymes. So his father was very emotional that he saw such a good change in the child. And this is the best change he has seen. So this is a 3-monthly follow-up. And I hope you guys can hear this at least and the volume. Is this volume audible, or this is also not?
This is also not.
Nawaz, is there anything that I can do to increase the volume?
Maybe it should be increased in the presentation itself, because your voice is quite audible.
So this is a case of tics, and she's a beautiful girl, delicate looking girl of Kazakhstan, and she's around 30 years old. So I've just shared the testimonials now rather than the entire case histories. So she came down with a problem of tics, and she has had this problem since she was 18 years of age. She started with this problem because it was a board exam and she was absolutely stressed out during that time, and she started the problem of the tics, and which remained with her until now, and she's around 30 years. And this is what she writes down over here. I started the treatment of tics with Dr. Shahina, and it is a month that she has been taking homeopathic medicines, and she sees 90% of my tics are gone, and I am very satisfied. So this is a 1 month of change that she sees after starting the treatment. I hope you can see the testimonial. Are they clear?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. So this is a case of piles, and that's hemorrhoids and anal fissure, which is a surgical case. And this guy is a 35 years old guy who's working as a cashier in a store, and he was suffering from severe pain in the piles, and he had this external hemorrhoids. They were not internal, but he had bleeding, and he was also diagnosed by the gastroenterologist as having piles, that's hemorrhoids with anal fissure. It was very painful for him, but the thought of going for a surgery actually horrified him. That's how he landed up coming and meeting us, and he wanted to start with homeopathy. This is what he says after 3 months of homeopathic treatment, They deserve to be the #1 in homeopathic clinic. I have been suffering from gastric pain and piles problem. And I took a lot of advice from many doctors, but this Dr. Shahina, she properly understands my problem and diagnosed me so well that my life has changed. Can't even imagine what I am having before and change after getting the treatment, the best treatment I got. So it's just that he has been really happy because the pain has gone down, and moreover, he has avoided a surgery. So that made him feel very happy. And that's what he has just put down his words. So this is a case of scalp psoriasis. Balaji is a 35 years old CA, and he had severe scaling of scalp, but he thought that he has been losing a lot of hair and he's having the scaling, which he termed as dandruff. So moreover, in case of psoriasis, the patients usually attribute the scaling to be as dandruff, and in case if they have not got it diagnosed. But when he came to us, we had a check, and his auspicious sign for psoriasis was positive. And yes, of course, psoriasis was detected with hair loss. But after we started with the homeopathic treatment, he has written down here that it is a 4 months treatment. I had huge hair loss problem and wanted to get treated. But when I came to know I have a problem with my skin and diagnosed as psoriasis. Initially, I was very much worried as my head was itching, and when I had blood cracks near my ear. So yes, he had cracks behind his ears and on his scalp. Now it has been 4 months getting treated by Dr. Shahina, and I can see a lot of difference in my hair growth and skin condition too. And it has helped me to gain back my confidence in a short span of time, which I never expected. Very thankful to her. So it's just not about, so homeopathy, like I always convey, it's not just making change in the physical symptoms, but it also changes people's life. And when it touches life, you also feel very happy and elated as a doctor, isn't it? Chronic cough. So this is a case of a chronic cough. She is a 7-year-old small female, Khubi Bhatia, and she came down with a chronic cough, which was there since, and it's a seasonal one, with just once it comes up, it's there. The father has taken a lot of antibiotics treatments, but it was not getting better. And when she came in, she started, this is a 3-month-old testimonial that started treatment 3 months back and has been tremendous improvement in cough and overall well-being. Before this, I have also tried various medications, more of which truly helped, but with homeopathy, I can see the improvement from the first week itself. So yes, this is a case, it's a surgical case again, which is of hernia. The patient is on treatment. For 3 months treatment, the result came really good after I took the report. So it was his before report and the after report after taking homeopathic treatment. It showed a change in the size of hernia. It became 1.9 centimeters from 2.5 centimeters. So he could avoid his surgery. This is what I was just reflecting on when I spoke about so many surgeries being taken place without understanding that there is a pathy or there's a line of treatment which can help and avoid surgeries. It's a case of skin allergy or urticaria. He is a 42-year-old male patient who had severe itching problem and urticaria. He has completed 6 months of treatment with homeopathy. I really feel good with this treatment now. My skin allergy is almost gone. Before this treatment, tried with homeopathy, which was once a day. He was taking anti-allergens. This is what he's talking about. And but now after homeopathy, he feels good, that the condition is completely better and he is not dependent on any kind of allopathy medicines or conventional system of medicines. It's a beautiful case of trichotillomania. So it's a psychological problem, and wherein one tends to pull the hair from the scalp or from other parts of the body. So this lady, she's a 30-year-old female, and she has this problem since 7 years, like she has stated, and she would end up pulling hair from her scalp whenever she got stressed out. And this continued, and she has lost the entire patches, in fact, you see. So she writes, this is a 3-month-old testimonial. I was suffering from trichotillomania since 7 years. I lost all my hairs and also every hope. I got to know that trichotillomania has cure in Bathras, and I started my treatment before 3 months. My treatment is going under Dr. Shahina, and she's so kind and blah, blah, blah. It's like a miracle. In first month, there was not much difference, but from the next 2 months, I have not plucked a single hair. The urge to pull is completely gone. So that's the way how it is. And now this is a case of hypothyroidism, wherein the lady is already on the hypothyroid medicines, which we have not removed from the system because that's her body requirement. And in case if but still where her symptoms are concerned, when she showed up, she had immense fatigue, and she is actually a CEO of a company, and with so much of fatigue and with so much of her symptoms down, it's very difficult for her to handle both the shows, be a mother of 2 kids at the same time, be a professional. So here she says that I've come here to treat. She has completed her 2 months of treatment. This is in a 3rd follow-up that she has given us this feedback. I've come here to treat my thyroid after I was diagnosed with hypothyroidism, and it is since last 2 years. 2 months ago, I started my treatment with Dr. Shahina, and we have noticed a huge difference. My fatigue, headaches, and my mood is much better. And the treatment also helped me to have a smoother skin. Thank you so much for bearing up with me for all this while. And this was a compilation of a few cases, which are few surgical cases and a few chronic cases, acute cases, which has shown results in a smaller period of time. So here I dispel the myth that homeopathy is not slow to cure. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr.
I have a
Shahina.
question.
Thank you. Thank you,
I
Dr.
do
Shahina.
have
Amazing presentation, busting the myths of homeopathy.
Do we have, Mr. Nawaz, do we have time to discuss a little bit, and I can add a few comments?
A quick question and later
nice presentation, Shahina.
We go with the Professor Zai, who has the
Yes,
question.
thank you.
No, it's
Thank you very
Dr.
much.
Murat.
Doctor, who had questions?
Dr. Murat's Dr. Murat's presentation.
Okay.
If you have a quick question, we can.
Okay,
you can
I ask one small question.
Sure.
And everybody asking about the homeopathy as Shahina. She was yes. Shahina doctor. Objective in a new medication. What is going on? Because in front of me all the time they are asking the medical person. They are doing the PhD on the eyes or stomach or something. How is possible to treat all the type of the treatment as you have shown here, and you got a success through the only homeopathy? The objective from the all new type of thing is this. Have you any answer on this? Because I can explain through my subject, because I did a phytochemistry. I know the plant, what is having, but it is very surprising for the people. How is possible everyone is coming and they are telling we are treating the cancer, they are treating the problem, eyes, throat, and body, everything is possible through the traditional medicine, especially homeopathy, which now these days I am listening very well. Can you answer me how is possible it is?
Yes, sir. So like a few homeopathic doctors before also, they were explaining that homeopathy is based on a few principles, and there's a methodology that we follow, and a case history is very, very important, on the basis of which we choose our medicines. It is not only the choice of medicine which a doctor has to have excellently, but it is also the dose repetition. So selection of the right remedy is something which is very, very important, because we have 10,000 medicines which are available. So the right selection of the homeopathic medicine according to the symptoms which are provided. So you have to be a very keen listener also. You have to read in between the lines whatever symptoms the patient is sharing with you. So very good history is very important, selection of the right remedy, and then of course the repetition of the medicines accordingly has to hit on, and the case has to start showing changes. See, whenever you give any kind of treatment, there has to be some response from a human organism. So once that response starts coming, you understand whether it is coming because of your homeopathic medicines or no. And this all comes with experience, of course. So clinical knowledge is also clinical knowledge. So there has to be a combination of your clinical knowledge with your experience, understanding, and then definitely it can help.
No, you are right. I'm asking, suppose if you are going to treat only pain throat or pain teeth or some skin problem, it's okay.
Yes.
But the problem is this, you know, they are asking how is possible, because as you know, we objecting those chemical drugs. It is having very, very much side effect instead of using the plants, because the plants is having itself some component protect the body through that compound which affected the, suppose heart, if you using the oral or just the in vivo or in vitro, something like this, it is possible to explain. But I'm saying if we are concentrate in one type of the treatment, we remove those objectives coming from the modern medicine. This is a problem of us to what is going on here. This I myself also can't answer them. I can answer through my knowledge, which is that plant have different components. If we are going collecting, suppose through the seeds, through the leaf, through the flower, root or stem, a lot of things I have explained morning about my presentation showing this much plant have a secret and we can do, but we must know about that. When you can talk about the plants, when you whenever you are touching the plant, the component will change. How is possible to treat one type of the sickness, about suppose acne in the body, because acne is happening in some ages, or we don't know exactly. So many type of the acne is available with pain throat or headache. If we are going and treat it through one type of the prescription, and like this, it is objective for all type of the new.
So in conventional system of medicine, I'm so sorry to cut you. You can continue, sir. I was just saying that in conventional system of medicine, generally, if a patient goes to treat his acne, then one set of antibiotic can be given to different patients too. But the same doesn't go in homeopathy. In homeopathy, if even the complaint remains the same, means when we have 4 patients suffering from acne, then we would individualize each patient, understanding why this patient is having acne, why this patient. So the symptoms coming from different patients are very important for our selection of medicine, which has to then synchronize completely for us to select a remedy and then give the patient the medicines.
Yeah, Dr. Shaina, I think Professor Rezai is asking, he's having kind of how homeopathy works in general. So this is a whole different, subject to talk about it. If Professor Rezai, if you stay in the conference, I would like to discuss it with you, and I can go over that subject for hours. I
can share my personal details, and we can have that conversation definitely.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Shahina.
Thank you so much,
Dr. Murad. And moving on, our next speaker is Dr. Murat Topoglu, the Honorary President of Turkish Acupuncture Society, and he is going to give a presentation on how treat all kinds of headache with acupuncture. And I request Dr. Murat to start his presentation now. Dr. Murat, you are
from my old friends, because of today was horrible day for me, because my child is 7 years old and SMA type 1. He has a SMA type 1 disease, that means spinal muscular atrophy type 1. Then we are using, the doctors using the Spinraza as a very, very expensive medicines for gene therapies. Anyway, so I requested Dr. Navas, please make my speech a little bit late so that I can share all my knowledges with you. And then greetings from Istanbul, from Turkey. And today is a little bit cold out here, but we don't have snow right now. So I would like to speak about the treating migraine or all kinds of pain and the headaches with acupuncture. And I am practicing acupuncture for 37 years. So I want to share with my PowerPoint. Is that okay, Dr. Navas?
Yes, please share it.
All right. This one. All right, now it's okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Good. Let me, all right, like this. Okay, how to treat all kinds of headaches with acupuncture. As we know, as we are doctor, headache is a subjective symptoms. So everyone in her life or in his life has one time or two times, sometimes a month, sometimes after 3 months, headache. Everyone has a headache, but what are the reasons of headaches? We should first describe the headaches types. You know, headache types is sinus. It can come sinus. It can come from hypertension of the blood, migraine, or cluster. So the causes. What is the causes? Having cold or flu, stress, eyesight problems, destroying regular meals, dehydration, before the period of women, and menopause, hypertension, and cough headaches. The other reasons is drinking alcohol, especially, and then posture disorders. Types of headaches. What are the types of headaches? The first, the primary and the secondary headaches. We have to describe which one is the primary headaches, which one is the secondary headaches. The primary headache is a migraine, especially the migraine and cluster, the tension, and trigeminal atomic cephalgia. As we know, the trigeminal neuralgia, this is the also make the headaches. These are the primary headaches. Other one is alcohol intake. Is if you take too much alcohol, the second day you have a headache. Certain foods, especially the processed food, meats that contains the nitrates. The nitrates makes the headache. And the diet. What are the others primary headaches? The poor posture, lack of sleep, skipped meals, it's especially the stress, which is mainly now everyone has the stress headaches, intense physical activity, especially after making exercise and so on. What are the secondary headaches? Secondary headaches is acute sinusitis or allergy. If you have a sinusitis from here, there is a bacteria inside of the sinus, then it makes the headache. But this is a secondary findings, this one. And then the second one is arterial tears, carotid, arterial and vertebral dissection. The blood clots, especially the venous thrombosis, also make the secondary headache. Brain tumor, carbon monoxide poisoning, especially. Brain aneurysm and coronavirus 19 also makes headaches. These are all secondary headaches. And some of the other secondary headaches is dehydration, dental problems, ear infection, encephalitis, glaucoma, hangovers, hypertension, flu, and intracranial hematoma. And meningitis, MSK syndromes, stroke, trigeminal neuralgia, the panic attack, cervical spinal disorders, post-traumatic headaches, and genetics. There's also hormone headaches is the menstruation, especially the pills, control pills also makes headaches, the secondary headaches. What are the general therapies for headaches? Drug therapies such as aspirin, ibuprofen, acetaminophen, Zomig, amitriptyline, Topomax, etc. Those kind of people, they have to rest in a quiet and a dark room. The hot or cold press, you have to apply on the head, the massage, and try to not to chew, because when you chew, the masseter muscles is moving. The masseter muscles, and especially the temporal muscles, is also moving. Then if it's a temporal headaches, you mustn't chew chewing gum or so on. Try drinks the plenty of waters. What are the other therapies? Take some magnesium. Magnesium is also very important for treating headaches. We will, of course, I will explain you acupuncture with the points, so we will see it. The limiting alcohol, get enough sleep. This is the most important, because the melatonin, it starts to increase 11 p.m. to 1 p.m., 1 a.m. So 11 p.m. we should start to sleep. So because of the melatonin is very, very important for not to get the headache. Also, avoid the high histamine and tyramine materials. These are all very important. What kind of foods includes histamine and tyramine? To my patients, first of all, I explained, please do not eat aged cheese. Aged cheese, there is lots of tyramine, and tyramine is a very conflict with headaches. And fermented foods, wine, smoked fish, like a salmon, orange. Orange is also interesting. Orange and grapefruits also have the tyramine and histamine. Pickles, all the pickles, pineapple, raw onions. This is also very important. Raw onions, avocado, nuts, salami, and lemon, chocolate, and beers. Those kind of foods we should first forbid to the patients. And okay, acupuncture and headache. Acupuncture is very, very effective, all kinds of headaches, especially 75 and 90% positive results. Therapy duration is minimum 3 months to 12 months. When the patient comes to treat migraine, you cannot say, okay, 10 sessions will be enough or 8 sessions will be enough. We should say to the patient, I have to follow you minimum 3 months to 1 year or even 2 years. Okay, so session is 3 to 5 times weekly. I apply the acupuncture 3 to 5 times weekly. one course is 10 to 12 sessions. So you can follow 2 or 4 courses among the 1 year. Duration of needles for 30 minutes to 45 minutes. I'm using the body and ear acupuncture at the same time. Okay, now acupuncture therapies, body acupuncture, ear acupuncture, and the last 20 years. So I am very interested with the laser acupuncture. Sometimes when I cannot treat the needles acupunctures, like classic acupuncture, body or ear, I add the laser acupuncture. Interesting, it is really solves the problem. So very important that we're using the laser acupuncture. So what are the acupuncture points on the body? The first of all, what kind of headaches? This is not important. There is one big gate points. The big gate points is large intestine 4, you know, everyone knows, of course, and the large intestine 3, which is a Taichung. The other one is Hegu, right? So first of all, we punctured big gate points, large intestine 4 and liver 3. Any kind of headaches, any kind of. Then, if it's a lateral headaches, we add extra 3, gallbladder 8, small intestine 3 and 5, sometimes 3, sometimes 5, gallbladder 41 and gallbladder 34. These are the very, very important point for lateral headaches. The extra 3, everyone knows, if it is just one tune is outside of the outer counter of eye. Okay, if it's a frontal headache, we add bladder 2. You can see the bladder 2. And the yin tang, everyone knows yin tang is a chakra point also, which increases very high serotonin and beta endorphin in the brain, extra yin tang point. And gallbladder 14, this one, the gallbladder 14. And extra 3, a large intestine 20. Well, I'm using also for sinusitis, large intestine 20, and the stomach 36 for nausea and for vomiting. This is a very, very effective. When you start to treat the migraine, first, this nausea and vomiting will be disappear after the headache is going down. Stomach also 40, stomach 8 is also important, gallbladder 3, and stomach 44. So we continue the frontal headaches. Okay, now we will see all the points are here. By Hui, everyone knows governor vessel 20, or DU 20, large intestine 14, bladder 2, and yin tang, extra 3 points here, and these are the large intestine 20. Okay, yin tang points are here. When it's occipital headaches, is the very, very also important. You can see the gallbladder 20 and bladder 10, which is very near each other. Sometimes I use the gallbladder 20, sometimes bladder 10. When it's a very, very heavy headaches, I use both of them. And then governor vessel 14 and gallbladder 21 and bladder 60 and bladder 62 points for occipital headaches. If it's a vertex headache is, of course, everyone knows gallbladder, governor vessel 20, which is the Bai Hui, and Sishenkong. Sishenkong is the extra point just next to governor vessel 20, 4 points. Okay, this is the governor vessel 20, and one soon is side and one soon back and one soon in front, these 4 points, is Sishenko. And small intestine 3 and bladder 60. Hormonal headaches. The patient says to you, when I get the menstruation or menstruation, my headache starts. This is the hormonal headaches. Also, we should puncture spleen 6. Spleen 6 is the, which we call endocrine points. It's a very important for treating hormonal headaches. Okay, these are the tracks of the pathway of the meridians, everyone knows. And I use also this point, gallbladder 21. It's a very, very important when the headache comes from the neck or the shoulder. So we puncture right here, gallbladder 21. And this point is the gallbladder 20, so on. Okay, what we use, I also made this pictures. This is my secretary ears. So these are all the points of the world, the different professors and authors has found it for headache. Okay, there is the progesterone point right here. Progesterone is the other names is gestagen point, gestagen. I also use this point for IVF treatments, you know, IVF treatments for increasing the eggs of the women, and also for IVF treatments. This is a very, very important point, the gestagen point. There is also sympathetic points just in the other side, but inside of the ear. Or everyone knows, all acupuncturists knows the Shenman point. Shen, Chinese means mind, man means door, that is mind door. That is very, very effective for beta endorphin level on the brain. The Shenman is a very relaxative point. I use also for losing weight, for obesity, I also use this Shenman point. There's also Bordeaux point. This ear charts has mixed with Chinese and European and Asia's ears, both of them. Bordeaux and estrogen points here, estrogen, and gallbladder point, which I use the gallbladder point for nausea. And there is a diazepam point, just 1 millimeter down to hunger points. There is a hunger point right here. I can show you. This is the hunger. 1 millimeter up, this is hunger. That the 1 millimeter down is the diazepam points. So this is also very important. The thalamus points, gonadotropin points. There is also frontal and parietal and vertex points all here. It starts at the frontal here, and then it goes down like this. There is a worry point. Worry point is also very important. And there is also antidepressant point, which is called Jeroma point. Okay, when the patient comes to your place, to your clinic, we will start with body and ear acupuncture. But when you finish 10 or 12 course, then you have to give the break 10 days. Before you give the 10 days break, you put the ear needles, ear press needles on the right side. Or if the patient are right-handed, use the right ear antidepressant points, and the contrary ear, use the worry point, worry. This is another name is anxiety points. And there is also master omega points, is also very, very effective for the headaches. Okay, press needles, which I explain you right here. And there's another pictures with one of my migraine patients. And this, okay, the laser acupuncture, which I mentioned earlier, I use the German brand, very, very professional laser. I can just manage how much joules, the joules, you know, the power in joules. I have to give the patients acupuncture points. The acupuncture points, you can use the 5 joules each. Is enough. This is another patient right here, and the laser acupunctures, and the thank you. So, thank you very much for listening to me. This is very, very large. Of course, I just try to explain you in 30 minutes. So, Dr. Namaz, maybe I cannot extend my time, right? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
So, I can answer any question. My pleasure.
Yes, I am having a question.
Yeah.
Like so, thank you. Nice presentation. Excellent. Dr. Parvin, are you hearing me very well? It's okay?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
My
yeah.
voice is coming?
Is that okay?
Yes, okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, that I wanted to know. Yes, see, before presentation, Shahina was giving different treatments about the homeopathy. I wanted to say to Dr.
And our next speaker is Mr. Christian Arndt from Christian Arndt Clinic, Germany, and he is giving a presentation on Ayurveda of the herbs. What can traditional European medicine do as a therapy? And I request Mr. Christian Arndt to start his presentation now.
Yes, hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, now
Okay.
me?
Yes, excellent. Everything's
Yes,
fine.
sorry, because I have.
Yes, please go on with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you to all those speakers. It was really interesting to listening to all these speeches. And yes, my name is Christian, and I'm working since nearly 20 years now in the south of Germany, near to the Austrian and Swiss border. And I'm specialized in traditional European medicine. And I was wondering a little bit because I saw all these topics, and the topic I didn't see was the traditional European medicine. So I don't know if somebody has already some idea what this is. I'm just trying because I think due to this energy today, we all are a little stuffed and filled up with information. So I'm just trying to give you all a little introduction in this system, in the healing system of traditional European medicine. We all know that Europe has a strong holistic healing knowledge, and we are looking back about 3,000 or 4,000 years right now. And this knowledge has been handed over from normally one master to his pupil. And right now we see some sort of renaissance in this healing method because many people are searching and they want to get back to their own roots. So if we go back, we see that in ancient times, there was the belief that illness was some sort of result of supernatural forces. You can say like a punishment of gods. In these ancient times, we had like these priest healers that people could go to when they had questions or have been sick. The priest healer always performed his treatments in rituals, in magic rituals, because in these ancient times, there was the belief that God heals all the people and all illnesses, sickness. Today, we see some sort of renaissance with this topic in the modern medicine under the term of psychoneuroimmunology, which means that the relationship between body, mind, and soul is gaining importance again. We all know Hippocrates, and he is the founder of, you can say, the traditional European medicine. He started with a new view. He said that diseases don't have a divine origin anymore. He said that natural process can take place. And this is exactly where the TEM begins. It does not see an illness as a supernatural evil, but as an imbalance and dyscrasie of the four humors, the sanguis, the blood, the phlegma, the mucosa, you can say, the chole, which is the yellow bile, and the melancholy, which is the black bile. I have to say sorry, maybe, because it's the first time that I do this speech in English. So I hope everybody understands. And after the speech, we have a little time. So if you don't understand everything, please write it down and you can ask me later about that. So we have these four humors, and that is the humoral pathology, we call it. And that is the basis of the traditional European medicine. A couple of 100 years later, we had the physician Claudius Galenus, and he added to those four elements the body fluids, and he added the elements fire, water, earth, and air. And also he added the qualities hot, cold, humid, and dry. Later, in the 19th century, we see that a pathologist named Virchow discovered that diseases resides in the cell itself. And this, of course, was the death of the humoral pathology as we know it. What we can see is that the traditional European medicine was the predominant medical model until the 19th century. However, the increasing mechanization of the environment and medicine pushed it into the background. And ultimately, this has led to a medicine that, if you can say, slightly exaggerated, treats painful conditions with painkillers and high blood pressure with hypertensive medication. I saw that many of you are treating patients with traditional Chinese medicine, and so I just want to give a little explanation. What is the common sense of these healing systems? What connects all these European, Chinese, Tibetan, Indian, Ayurveda, you know, medicine systems is the belief that life is made up of different elements of nature and that illness is the result of an imbalance between these elements. So we see that there is a strong common sense. The difference or the differences are the used terms due to the cultural background. All these traditional holistic systems, so far as I know, around the world, also agree that illness is a lost mental and physical balance. The diagnosis focuses on the whole person and not just on the individual organs. So what are the characteristics of the traditional European medicine? With the help of the traditional European medicine, the law and the principles of the macrocosmos of nature are used to assess the microcosmos of humans and their current individual situation. In order to obtain a model of nature that is as accurate as possible, its work has always been summarized in elementary components. The doctrine of the elements with the 4 basic elements of fire, water, earth, and air. And these elements are assigned to basic qualities that gradually range on an energetic level from warm to cold and from humid to dry on a structural level. So we can see that all processes in nature, every phenomenon in natural environment can be viewed and compared with the help of this energetic and structural approach. The element theory is so far an orientation and reduces the entire biology to the lowest common sense. This gives us as a therapist a realistic working model in the practice. So we see that we have like this humoral pathology, which is the basis of the traditional European medicine. And I just want to go quickly into those elements. The humus, I call it humus, humores, we say in Germany, which is the Latin name for it. The humus are in the traditional European medicines. You can imagine them like the governors of the elements. So you have the sanguis, which is the blood, and which is the supreme humor. The seat of the blood in the traditional European medicine is the heart, and it's the mediator of vital forces, and it has a strong relation to air, to the morning, to spring and childhood. The Kohle, which is the yellow bile, has its seat in the liver, and it's assigned to the element of fire, to the summer, to youth, and the noon. The melancholy, which is the black bile, has its seat in the spleen, and it's assigned to the earth element, to autumn, to adulthood, and to the afternoon. And at least we have the phlegma, which has a little special meaning because it's the source of all humus. And the phlegma has its seat in the brain, and the source of all humus, the phlegma, is produced in the brain. So it's related to the element water, to the evening, to the winter, and to the old situation of human beings. So we see that there is always a cyclic meaning behind all these explanations. In addition, every of these humus is assigned to a certain quality. So the Kohle, which is the yellow bile, is warm and dry. The melancholy is cold and dry. The phlegma is cold and humid. And the sanguis, which is the blood, is warm and humid. That are the qualities of those quantities. And it's interesting to just think about it a little bit. What kind of, how do you say that in English? What kind of, how you can explain what we think warm, cold, humid, and dry is. Yeah, I explain it in that way. The warm quality keeps the things flowing. It's the organizing principle. The warmth is cleaning, it's maturing, it's moving, and it's also consuming. The cold, on the other hand, it's cooling, and it's also reducing the dynamic, and it's strongly drying. The humid is a changeable quality and has a tendency to spread, and the dry has a drying effect, and it leads to hardening in the organic system, and is a quality which is very difficult to move. So how are these juices or these humus made? This is a very complex system, and I just have like 15-20 minutes. So I'm trying to give you a short explanation of that. The ancestors believed in 3 digestions, I say. They call it coctiones. It's a sort of cooking. So they thought that we have like 3 cookings to build substantial substance in the body. The first is beginning with the food that we take, that we eat, and that is the first digestion, the first cooking, and it takes place in the gastrointestinal tube. And this food that we take becomes raw phlegma. And this is why the phlegma has such an outstanding position, because the phlegma is, we say, the original substance. And through vessels, then the phlegma goes into the second digestion or cooking, which happens in the liver, where the change begins and the maturation to the other humus. Then it goes through the peripheral vascular system into the active tissue, and this becomes part of the metabolism. So when there is an imbalance, the therapist's job is to bring the juices, the humus, back into balance. Especially nowadays, this model is gaining attention again, as the impurities that I see in my practice, for example, take place on the most variety of levels. It's not just heavy metals and other toxins that we ingest or digest. It's also mental contamination from television, stress, too much noise, too much light, etc. Conventional or modern medicine often fails here because it has lost his holistic approach. So now we saw the basic, the elements, the qualities, the quantities, the humus. The next level is the orientation through temperament. We call them temperaments. Everybody knows the words melancholica, a melancholic person, a phlegmatic person, a sanguinic person, or a choleric person. These are terms which actually come from the traditional European medicine. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. Yeah, okay, I can give you that. All right, so here we are. So here we are. This is a picture of those 4 elements, which is very nice. I just found it in the internet. And as we've seen, we have these 4 primary principles or primary forces: warm, cold, humid, and dry. And the temperaments now, on the other hand, are immaterial principles. That means that the temperament determines the reaction of an organism to a stimulus. The temperament determines the functionality in the organism. If a person, for example, is impatient, does he react excessively, or does he behave more calmly and cautiously? For example, if a patient has rather phlegmatic temperament, the dosage, for example, needs to be adjusted. Yeah, if we look at the spagyric medication, for example, or the biochemistry through Dr. Schüssler, or even the homeopathy, or manual treatments like osteopathy or massage therapies, cupping therapy, etc. So That's why it's always important to see the person, the entire person, which constitution he has, which temperament he has, yeah, which quality he has, because different physical exercises are necessary compared, for example, for a choleric or a melancholic person, which comes in the clinic. So we have these 4 temperaments. We have the sanguinic person, sanguinica, we call it. And that means that the blood is the dominant humor. These are people who are more volatile, light-blooded, sensitive, but also they have a very productive temperament. These are people we can see in the practice. These are patients who always find everything funny, for example. Huh? Or another example could be like children with sudden high fever. Huh? Then we have this element, this blood element predominant, and we have to find a balance. The choleric person is an impulsive person and has a tendency to excessive strength and is a hot-blooded temperament. I hope you understand. I hope you can say it like that. And the melancholic patient is a thoughtful person and has a rather heavy-blooded temperament, and he reacts. That could be interesting for us as therapists. He always is reacting incorrectly to stimulations, or he's not reacting at all. These are the people who are always, or sometimes saying, "Oh, I don't know, it's not making sense at all, or nothing makes sense anyway." Huh? It's a very sensitive and a very nervous temperament. The phlegmatic temperament, at last, is the cold-blooded prudence and a very reproductive temperament. So we can see through that the temperament determines our functions and reactions mentally and physically. This was a little theory, and I hope I could give you a little introduction to the healing system of European medicine. And I know you are all professionals in your work, and I just thought that maybe it's interesting to look at one organ, which is in the traditional medicine a very central and very important organ, and this is the stomach. So I just wanted to give you a little perspective, how we see the stomach, and a little example for a therapy, which later comes. So in the traditional European medicine, the we see or we believe in a basis on the assumption that everything that happens in the body and outside is based on cyclical processes. And this model, as I call it, can now be applied to all clinical pictures. The stomach in traditional European medicine is a central organ of the body cavity. From its position, it is in close proximity to the center of the body. This is represented by, for the people who are practicing acupuncture, the point KG12. Functionally, the stomach is of key importance. We see that the stomach is an important tonus center. It has a lot of consensus to tonic tension. It has a lot of intense arterial supply connections to different organs. determine the quality of the body fluids, blood preparation, for example, function of the stomach, intrinsic factor, and due to the nerve connections considered a represent of the entire organism. In the traditional medicine, the stomach and digestion are defined as the third main system of the organism, the blood and nervous system being the other two. For us, maybe some of you know the naturopath called Hufeland, and this was a very famous naturopath in Germany. And for him, the stomach was so important that he gave the stomach his own constitution, which we call the gastric constitution. So the stomach, as we see, has consensual connection with following organs: the duodenum, which we call the little stomach, the heart, the spleen, pancreas, lung, kidneys, and the abdominal brain. And now we see, based on our model, we find various underlying diseases of the stomach. And one example could be in this, due to this model, a heated stomach. That means the stomach where the heat as a quality is the dominant quality. The symptoms of a patient could be, for example, bitter taste in mouth, reluctance to eat, also with strong sensitivity to food odors. So the smell is belching, even from easily digestible foods. We have like intermittent sharp pain in the stomach. For example, we have cravings for cold things, cold drinks and cold dishes. And we see often an aversion to hot food and drinks. We see severe imperfections in digestion of the stomach and its digestive products, which is resulting, for example, in sharp stool, in sharp dysentery, we say. We find increased gastric juice secretion, increased aggressiveness of gastric secretion, and this is often associated with increased saliva secretion. We find hot, acrid digestive juices, humus, and a strong digestive performance. This also means we see from these patients a strong appetite, often in form of cravings and frequent hunger. The high digestive power of a heated stomach tolerates cold things very easily. So we see no tendency to putrefaction. So we see no tendency to formation of putrefactive substance in the stomach. Often we see headaches, especially when people get headache when they have an empty stomach. If the stomach is very hot, however, there is a lack of appetite and a pronounced desire to drink. Then the desire to drink can be stronger than the desire to eat, for example. So the therapy for the heated stomach should be a cooling and nourishing therapy. It's soothing for acute inflammatory irritation of the gastric and intestinal mucosa. If somebody is working with Schüssler-Salzen, according to Dr. Schüssler, we have the number 11, for example, which is the silicic acid. And this is a very important remedy because it's healing the damaged mucosa membrane of the stomach. Further, we should change the mood of the intestinal flora and inflammatory conditions in the stomach. And there we have like remedies like liquiritia, for example, we have Plantago major, we have Prunus spinosa, Portulac, we have cucumber, for example, and as in syrup, you can give the Viola odorata or the Rosa centifolia as a honey or syrup or as a tincture. Yes, so I hope you enjoyed a little my explanations, and yes, feel free to ask some question. I'm glad to hear and glad to answer some if there are.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Thank you for your excellent speech.
You're welcome.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Christian? Dr. Mini Mehta? Yes.
I don't have any questions. I really enjoyed this. It was a wonderful explanation. And he, like he mentioned everything from the history, he explained the humors well, the center of digestion, how it is related to the major organs like lungs and muscles, because a lot of people come with asthma, which is always aggravated by eating some, heavy food. And they get relieved after, and they burp loudly, they keep on burping. So all the three organs are connected, and we give medicine for the, wrong eating, and the problem is solved. Wonderful. I just liked it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Christian.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Our last speaker of the day is Mr. Alex Jakanovic from Nurture Your Nature, Netherlands. And he is giving a talk on increased adoption of acupuncture in regular care, from science to understanding to referral. And I request Mr. Alex to start his presentation now.
Thank you kindly for the introduction. Okay. One moment, please. Thank you all for taking the time to listen to me. I hope it will be interesting to you. It's a little bit less about acupuncture or healing practice that we all like to do. This talk that I'm giving. So I'll shortly introduce myself. I'm an acupuncturist and herbal therapist. And I specialized in treating pain. And I have my own practice called Nurture Your Nature since 2013. And I live and work close to Amsterdam in the Netherlands. So a little bit about my background. I have my master's degree in molecular science. And with that job, I started my job as account executive for laboratory diagnostics. And in that sense, I have a lot of experience in working in healthcare and communicating, talking to doctors, and also have some understanding about the referral process. I'll explain later. And of course, I have my diploma in acupuncture and herbal therapy. So today I will talk a little bit about all these different topics, the value of Chinese medicine, but we can also say the value of any holistic medicine like Ayurveda or homeopathy or Chinese medicine, Tibetan medicine, traditional German medicine. It's all the same, but since my experience is Chinese medicine, I use these words, but you can think broader about this value. So I will share some things about communicating in terms of science and physiology. I will share something about the stakeholders in healthcare and how to address the stakeholders' problems and needs. And then since it's the purpose to increase the referral to Chinese medicine or to holistic medicine, how can we change by communicating with healthcare professionals? So as you might know or might not know, acupuncture and holistic medicine, they're awesome for any health condition. In my practice, I show people these kind of groups. Acupuncture can help for sleep, relaxation, and stress. It can help for digestion. It helps with fertility and hormone. It helps people with allergies, skin conditions, pain, and many more things. But we also know that from Western perspective, the regular care, so to speak, there's a big discrepancy between the philosophy of regular care and Chinese medicine. So let's start with the regular care. They're great when there is a diagnosis, but it's difficult for them when it's more of a syndrome and the disease is multi-organ or quite complex. The therapies in regular care, they can have also some side effects or can be quite invasive. An example would be an operation. And complex things, they are also expensive. And it's also very much in the late stage of a disease. And then finally, the regular care has the philosophy of repairing something that is not functioning or missing in the body. Then when we go to Chinese medicine or holistic medicine, they're great even without a diagnosis from a medical doctor. There generally are no side effects and the therapy is not so invasive. It's a very simple and cost-effective natural treatment with herbs or needle. It also works preventative. And the philosophy of holistic medicine is to strengthen the self-healing capacity of the body. So this is also true for Chinese medicine. So when we go a little bit more in the language of a healthcare sector, then there is a value to holistic medicine. It's also the same for Chinese medicine. It's that there are no side effects and that we can prevent complex diseases which have a high cost component to them. Or simply said, they're fairly cheap compared to operation or some kind of pharmaceutical medicine. And also they're very good for chronic and complex multifactorial problems. So how do we talk then about Chinese medicine or holistic medicine to doctors or physicians? I propose that we do this in a scientific way, meaning with science and about facts, because the concepts of Western medicine and Chinese medicine are so different. It needs to be some kind of neutral language for people to understand each other. And specifically, if you want to have an impact with your language, then it's also good to think about what kind of problems do different people face in the healthcare sector. And to zoom in a little bit about this, when we talk to another person about our ideas about what is true or what is not true, this can be very easy when we talk about an object like a simple pen. You can tell easily what it is and what you use it for. But the problem is when we talk about things that are true to us or about concepts like health, healing, and wellness and the importance they have to us in our daily life, then we need to move up in this scheme and know what really drives us as a human being. And for Chinese medicine, it's very much about philosophy, about nature. But in Western medicine, there are different concepts in working. So we need to align the two together to communicate effectively. So medical science is about facts and finding data and interpreting data. So it's very easy. If your therapy works, then there is some data that will show that is this so. So science is a perfect vehicle. So then how do you measure the effectiveness of a therapy like acupuncture? Well, it's very easy to do when you understand that physiology describe the effects some therapy have on the human body. If I put a needle in acupuncture point, there will be an effect you can measure, and that's what you call physiology. And I see I put the same term twice. There's another point about a sort of scientific study that show the results of any therapy really well, and that's called a comparative effectiveness study. I think, yeah. I wrote it in Dutch here, but it means you compare one research to another. You compare one method to another method, and then you see what happens with the symptoms. So you can have acupuncture versus a medicine. You can have acupuncture versus physical therapy, or Ayurveda versus physical therapy. And then in the end, you will get some raw data that will tell you which therapy is effective. So this is really nice. And when you look at some scientific resources, you can see that a therapy from the East, like acupuncture, will show effectiveness in diseases that are known in any hospital or any setting in a clinic. So you go from a perspective of Chinese medicine, which says headache can be liver young or all these kind of things, but you redirect the attention to effectiveness, and it's really beautiful. And some examples with regard to language, they're also quite easy to understand when you take physiology as the core of your language. When you talk about qi, you can talk about the same way you can talk about physiology or function. When you talk about some damp heat diagnosis, you can talk about toxins or waste. When you talk about stagnation, you talk about blood circulation. And in that way, you can understand, the doctor Western medical doctor can understand the therapy that you're talking about with regards to Chinese medicine. So now that we know this or have some kind of perspective on this language, what do we need to talk about? When we want to have increase in referral from healthcare, we need people to roughly understand what we're doing, what conditions we treat and the way we work, but mostly about effectiveness or scientific proof. So next slide tells us about healthcare in Netherlands. So just to explain to you, it might be similar in your country, but this is the way it works in the Netherlands. There is regular medical care. There is paramedical care, which is outsourced medical care, like physical therapy. And then there is alternative care like Ayurveda, homeopathy, and acupuncture. And they're all bound by medical law, but the acupuncture is not considered medical in essence. And the consequence of that is that we deny people cost-effective treatment. So this is a problem. As we've shown, acupuncture and holistic medicine is awesome. And GPs, general practitioners, need to know this so people suffer less and healthcare costs can go down. So in the Netherlands, the general physician is very important in this because it's this person who gets to decide what therapy a patient generally gets. They can get sent to a specialist or a physical therapist or acupuncture. But today, in my clinic, the patient go directly to me if they find me. So the goal of this general physician is to get the right therapy to the right patient, and also to prevent this highly expensive specialist to be overloaded. So now we know what we talk about and how to talk scientifically. Then who are the different parties in healthcare? In my work, in my previous work from some time ago, there are always three groups in healthcare. There is of course, the patient or clinician, a patient, client. There's the doctor or the holistic medicine practitioner, and there is the insurance, which is about the money so that the therapy gets reimbursed. And each of these stakeholders, they have their own role in the healthcare system. So patients, they are concerned with their health. The insurance company is worried about can this be cost effective, and the clinician is worried about can we treat this patient rightly. So the goal there is to create understanding for all these parties. And if you look at this table, it shows you, I cannot see now myself. Yeah, so if you look at this table, then you can see that each stakeholder has its own problem and its own concept of a solution. So for patients, there is some impact on their life with the health problem they have, and they need to be convinced to try maybe some other therapy, like holistic medicine. And the hurdle then is that these therapies are quite unknown, at least in the Netherlands, relatively speaking. So for the insurance company, their main driver is to be cost effective in healthcare. And their main problem, you could say, is that we have an aging population and that regular care is quite complex and costly. And to prove ourselves, there can be business cases or proof of concept studies besides the available literature that already is there. So a hurdle there is to get to talk to these people. So for medical care, it's all about effectiveness, and the literature, at least for acupuncture and a lot of other natural therapies is there, but then we need some visibility and some marketing to get this done. So if we're coming to the final stage of this presentation, when you want to change how the healthcare system works, we rearranged our stakeholders, and we see that we need, for the patients and the general physician, we need some visibility, some marketing and communication to guide us with studies which show cost effectiveness, which will create support for legal changes so that more people get access to safe and effective healthcare. And then we summarize. Today I've showed you that that we are wired all differently. And so to talk about communication, about concepts, we need to address our understanding in neutral terms and stick to or try to imagine the frame of reference from the people we are talking to. Then when we are talking to healthcare professionals, try to understand that fact-based, evidence-based is always really effective. And physiology is a good means of comparing effectiveness. And effectiveness studies, comparative effectiveness studies are a great scientific literature to facilitate understanding. The value proposition of acupuncture I shared with you for our medical care is that there is no side effects and it's very cost effective. And I also told you that different stakeholders have different problems they need to address. For patients, it's their health. For insurance, it's the cost. And for the healthcare sector in general, it's effectiveness. And each of these stakeholders require different solutions that we need to provide them or talk to them about when we want to increase the adoption rate. For patients, we need some visibility in marketing. For the insurance, it's proof of concept. And for healthcare sector in general, you could say marketing or scientific literature. But it will take some time to facilitate these changes. It will not be overnight. So thank you for your attention. I hope this presentation was helpful for you, and it will help you relate to other healthcare professionals. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alex, for an excellent presentation.
Very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Yes. We're open for questions now.
Okay, please tell me.
Anybody has questions, please ask.
That was excellent. Thank you so much. Are you MD in Netherlands?
No, I'm not. I'm master's in biomolecular science, and I have my own practice, private practice.
Okay, you're practicing Chinese medicine and acupuncture?
Yes. Yeah.
So, is not like the other part of Europe that they have to be MD in order to get into this professions?
I would not know. I don't think, at least in every country, they need to, in Europe, they need to be a doctor. You can be a doctor and practice acupuncture, but in Netherlands, acupuncture is a free profession, meaning it's not protected by law. So everyone, in theory, can be acupuncturist. But of course, to get insurance, you need your license, your diploma, and your training to be up to date.
So Alex, how's a modality of homeopathy is doing in Netherlands?
I think it's more tough than acupuncture because the concept is less in touch with Western science or thinking. I would not tell you because I don't practice it, but my opinion, personal opinion, is that it's more tough because it's more distant to Western medicine.